Chapter 401, Lands of Our Nation. His Majesty has arrived, the sharp voice announced. The Emperor in his dragon robe walked through the center of the hall with large, confident steps, followed by dozens of guards. The princes stepped aside in a respectful bow. Be it the officials, the houses, or Quanrong delegation, everyone stood up and bowed to the man's glorious and stern countenance. The Emperor took his seat on the throne, and his eyes roamed the crowd. Today is my birthday, a day to celebrate for the entire nation. Everyone is welcome to the festivities, as are the far-away Quanrong delegation. Take your seats. Thank you, Your Majesty. May you live a long and prosperous life. Everyone bowed again before sitting. The Crown Prince came before the Emperor with a salute and a bow. The entire empire is in jubilation of your anniversary, Imperial Father. I have also prepared a special gift for this unique occasion. May Your Majesty live a long and prosperous life. Oh, Crown Prince has always been wise. I would like to see this gift. It must be a truly remarkable item, ha ha ha, the Emperor laughed. Bring it forth. Two servants lifted a painting and unveiled it before the crowd. Master strokes of the pen, a poignant ink smell, and flamboyant writing were presented. The painting showed lofty mountains and vibrant rivers, so vivid they could practically jump out of the paper. In the right corner was written Danking Shen in bold strokes. Chuoba Liufeng cried out, "Is that mad painter Sheng, the best in the western lands, the lands of our nation masterpiece?" Correct, young Master Tauba has a good eye. It is indeed one of Senior's rare heirlooms, lands of our nation. Crown Prince grinned, looking at the guests in pride. Zhuo Fan didn't get it. What was so great about some brushwork? In a world where might made one right, what was an egghead painter supposed to be worth? He would soon find out, though, just how valuable and shocking this painting was. Everyone knows, be it Quanrong or Tianyu, that the western lands hold a tiny and insignificant little kingdom. Yet 8 centuries ago, a talent was born in the same kingdom. Not only did his power surpass the kingdom's, but he was a scholar fascinated by painting, excelling in pen and sword. He alone had overcome 10 great sects, becoming the uncontested #1. Everyone was watching Crown Prince, their ears focused. Every clan with even an ounce of renown had heard of this legend. But no one took it to be true, that a man like that was a painter. As for the newcomer Zhuo Fan, he was oblivious to it all. But every single man here held deep respect for such an unworldly expert, so he listened as well. Crown Prince cleared his throat, basking in the gazes of everyone. Legend has it that he drew one incomparable masterpiece, the lands of our nation. In those days, he watched his lands in turmoil, and a crazy ambition was born from his obsession with painting. And anyone who brings this painting to him will have their dearest wish fulfilled, even helping them establish their own nation. Everyone was startled. With Western lands' first expert's help, one could have all the lands he wanted, even the entire West. Chuoba Liufeng was grave, trembling each time he watched the scroll. If the legend turns true, that means Tianyu has a deadly weapon. We have to have it. Chuoba Liufeng and Han Taimo's eyes met, and they gave each other a secret nod. A casual voice was heard. "Your Highness, where is this Danking Shen now?" Ugh, the Crown Prince turned to Zhuo Fan, cleared his throat once, and said subdued. "They say the senior has been missing for 8 centuries, and no one has found any clues of him since." "Tch," Zhuo Fan mocked. "What damn use does a damn painting have if you can't find the right damn person?" PFF. Laughter burst all over. Zhuo Fan was blunt as a birch stump, but made damn sense too. The guy was gone for 800 years, so getting his painting wouldn't get you an inch of land. It was only good for showing off. Chuoba Liufeng and Han Taimo paused. How could an expert gone missing 8 centuries ago appear? In the end, the painting was just that, a piece of paper with ink on it. It posed no threat. The Crown Prince's cheeks burned, glaring at Zhuo Fan. "For God's sake, you've upstaged me. I gave you all those treasures for nothing." The way the Crown Prince figured, this gift was useless, but using the legend around it, he would show off and earn his daddy's attention. But one simple line from Zhuo Fan had ruined everything. Now the imperial father will mock my gift. Though his heart was a mess, the emperor was calm. Crown Prince, I understand your good intentions for me, the people, and the land. Using disreputable means to gain land won't last the test of time. The painting may not be practical, but it is a work of art. I shall accept it. Thank you, Imperial Father, for your guidance. Crown Prince bowed, gratified that the Emperor got him out of that mortifying moment. Present the reward, the Emperor said. The closest servant brought the Crown Prince a case containing a jade scepter. Crown Prince, you are my eldest, and I wish for you to be safe and have all your dreams come true. Thank you, Imperial Father. Crown Prince made a deep bow, touched to the core. Zhuo Fan mocked, how touched can you be when a lame scepter won't even get you a mountain? It was the second prince's turn to come forth. May Imperial Father be as content as the sea, your rule as long as a mountain's. This gift of mine is a token of my appreciation and sincerity. His hand flashed, and a 9-foot-long heaven-drawn halberd smashed the ground, shaking the feast. Star Reader, Lu Bu's weapon design. The guards' response was quick in posing themselves before the Emperor. Only at his casual wave did they withdraw. Child, what? The Emperor's beard shook, sighing inside. My second son has always been filled with valor, yet not an ounce of propriety. Second Prince proudly declared, Imperial Father, this is heaven-piercing cloud halberd, an 8th-grade spiritual weapon, a rare find that I have toiled much to bring to you. Be that as it may, what am I to do with this toy, son? The Emperor's pained voice came. Second Prince froze. Of course I've brought it for your safety, Imperial Father. Isn't that obvious, or rather, you would stick to the elder brother's side, but not mine? Second Prince turned glum. Imperial Father, this 8th-grade spiritual weapon is far better than my eldest brother's painting. Zhuo Fan snorted and rolled his eyes. Everyone watched the second prince with a heavy look. Dude, sure your toothpick is better than Crown Prince's paper, but you need to think of the circumstances. Today's Emperor's anniversary, so you brought him a weapon to hail him long life. It would have worked for Marshal Dugu, though. You are getting off easy being the Emperor's son. Anyone else would have got the chopping block by now. The Emperor sighed and shook his head, forcing a nod. I accept your gift, but I am unable to use it, so I will bestow it to you. I hope that it may help you in defending Tianyu and strike at the heart of its enemies. Two servants pulled the halberd from the floor and presented it back to the second prince. Second Prince grew flustered. Wait, Imperial Father, that's the same as not taking my gift. Is my 8th-grade spiritual weapon less than the elder brother's painting? Please reconsider, Imperial Father. The Emperor's face hardened and his eyes grew cold. Younger, remember this. What I give you, you will accept without question. What I don't give you, don't ever try to take it. Am I clear? Shuddering, the second prince could feel the Emperor's bloodthirst on his skin and nodded in fear. He withdrew while holding the halberd. The Emperor perked up and nodded. But the mood was ruined, with the guests having lost their jovial air. They had witnessed the son of heaven's cruel and savage power. The Emperor was not the mild and tempered old man, but a savage beast ready to jump out of that decrepit skin. Chapter 402, Engagement. Kungur, you're always running to and fro, gaining knowledge with every trip. I'm sure there are many oddities you've collected along the way. I am very eager to see what you have for me. 2 princes down and 1 to go. Now that the third prince's turn had arrived, his largeness fat body was planted firmly in his chair. The Emperor looked at him oddly and teased. The chubby trembled, wiped his ever-sweaty brow and wobbled to his feet before the Emperor with a bright smile. He, Imperial Father, I actually planned on giving you a great gift, top grade in fact, of perfect design and quality. To the point, the Emperor's face darkened. The tubby wiped his oily hands, sweat falling down his brow like torrential rain, and took a coy tone. But I recalled Imperial Father's teachings. All the lands belong to the king, and all the people are the king's subjects. So what could I possibly give the Imperial Father when everything in this world is already yours? Anything that I would offer would be taking the Imperial Father's item only to return it. There is nothing in this world truly mine to give. As such, the Emperor's eyes grew colder. Swallowing dryly, the fatty wiped more sweat before saying, "As such, Imperial Father, you must understand." "Humph, of course I do. At my centennial jubilee, everyone on Earth pays me tribute, yet only my son comes up empty." "No, no, no, Imperial Father, you've got it all wrong. I believed that anything that I would present would be too crude and quaint to express my deep love and endless respect for my Imperial Father. For this reason, I have sought the help of a great teacher for a month to learn a dance for your anniversary." The fatty came to the front, cueing the music and going down into a wobbly, strange thing called dancing. No, it was a bit too soon to call it a dance. It was more or less along the lines of quirky jumping. His largeness flicked his hair, batted his eyes, his bubbly cheeks bouncing at the slightest movement. It was downright revolting, hideous, and worthy of nothing but being thrown out. It was like looking at the sea from a boat, with the waves going up and down and up, and, while the blob bounced around quaking the floor with every downstroke, so too did the audience, maybe too in tune with the artist and his handy footwork. Even their guts were doing the rumba. It was truly a jolting experience. Crack tilde, it wasn't just one, oh no, the entire audience was cracking their knuckles, looking at the graceful ballerina with bloodshot eyes. If not for him being a self-respecting prince, they would probably be raining fists and kicks by this point. Sweet mother of mercy, a dance should be easy on the eyes, but yours is sucking the life out of me. The emperor's face took so many shades of white, even he didn't know it could. Shaking to his very bones, his fists clenched, his eyes red, pouring every ounce of his strength into not jumping in there to sock the ball into cutting the hellish dance out. But at some point, something was bound to snap, and that unfortunately happened to be his patience. Stop. Rumble. The fatty froze with a bent waist, blinking his big puppy eyes at the emperor's bloodshot ones. Every single guest breathed easier, cherishing this moment of peace on Earth. "Congur, next time, bring that great teacher of yours. I promise not to kill him. Now go," the emperor sighed. The chubby bowed and then hopped and banged his way to the chair, pleased as a punch for getting away with it. The rest of the guests were eternally grateful that the horror show had ended. We are blessed that our eyes aren't scarred from watching your chipper son bounce. "Your mercy has no bounds, Emperor." The crown prince stood up again. "Imperial Father, although the third brother's dance may be a bit rough around the edges, his intentions are good and his heart pure. Please bestow him a reward, Imperial Father." "Humph, can anything live up to his performance?" The emperor's eyes flashed. Crown Prince chuckled. "Imperial Father, third brother has been an oddball since birth. With your endless affection, only giving me and the second brother something will make the third brother feel left out. Please consider his sincere feelings and offer him a little something. A token, perhaps. I'll say it one last time. I can bestow a reward on anyone on this land except him." The emperor's smile was cold. What bestowal would even be worthy anyway? It sent a cold shiver down the hearts of everyone. The emperor implied that he was grumbling from having such a fatty as a son. But how could the ruler be so short-sighted, fussing with his son over trifles? Zhuo Fan scratched his nose, exchanging a look with the first and second great minds. He already had an idea what was up. Only the second prince put on a mocking smile. Crown Prince tried it again. "Imperial Father, please." "Silence," the emperor said. "Crown Prince, there are some things you have no sway over." "It's fine, elder brother. I know I've stepped on the Imperial Father's nerves. Not receiving anything is normal. There's no need to try any more." The fatty pouted, lamented, and advised. Second prince enjoyed their distress. One's a hypocrite, the other's a blob. At least they have each other, humph. The crown prince gnashed his teeth and gave one last look to the emperor before taking a seat. His hands were clenched tight, the fingers digging into his palms. Just why is it like this? I am the crown prince. How can I lose to that lord? Glancing at the second prince's mocking face, Crown Prince taunted, "You idiot, not even this can get through your thick skull. Anyone can be rewarded, except the emperor." What the Imperial Father just did was that he showed his intent on the successor. But why does it have to be him? The Crown Prince looked at the fatty, who was saluting back in gratitude. Is the punk oblivious to Imperial Father's meaning, or is he just that good at faking it? In the Crown Prince's eyes, the longer he stared at his horizontally challenged brother, a thicker bloodthirst was brewing. The celebration went on with the officials, the 7 houses and the delegation presenting their gifts, each with a reward returned in kind. As the music picked up once again, graceful and stacked girls glided into the room while dancing. With that lardass setting the mood for an upset stomach with his class act, the audience got to appreciate these girls' efforts much better, to the point that they saw them as starlets, mesmerizing and soothing. Whoosh, one figure jumped out of the crowd and presented a plate of peaches to the emperor. "Happy anniversary, Imperial Father. May your joy be boundless and your life never-ending." The emperor looked at the apple of his eyes and his heart softened. "Ha ha ha, Yongning, you have brought me the best gift." "Truly?" Yongning jumped up with a smile and went for a hug. "Then, Imperial Father, please reward me properly." "Ha ha ha, of course. What would you like?" The emperor laughed, doting on her. With a wobbling face, the fatty pointed a sausage at his dear sister and cut her off. "Imperial Father, didn't you want to know my great dancing teacher?" "It's her. But worry not, Yongning. Imperial Father's word is gold. He won't beat you to death." The emperor looked off-kilter. "Yongning, did you teach Kungur to dance?" Ugh, blushing, Yongning glared at the living fat. She had also witnessed that thing's high-class act. It was like a horror show. But now accepting that she was the grand dance teacher behind it all, wouldn't that ruin her reputation? Yongning explained. "Imperial Father, don't listen to his gaffe. I've taught him to the best of my abilities, but his dancing is just that nauseating." "Ha ha ha, I see. My princess dancing is the best in Tianyu." The emperor nodded. "Yongning, you still haven't told me what you want." Blushing, Yongning peeked at Zhuo Fan, twiddling with her bracelet, acting coy and all. "I, Imperial Father, don't you think it's time? I mean, for Mother's final wish." The emperor nodded, sending her back to the center, and shouted, "Yongning, Zhuo Fan, here is my decree. Today, Princess Yongning and best steward beneath heaven's Zhuo Fan shall be wedded." What? Unlike the exuberant Yongning, everyone else was dumbstruck. Zhuo Fan figured something like this was coming and sneered inside. It didn't end with just some simple decree. The second prince found his guts from God knew where and jumped forth. "Imperial Father, I have long since taken a liking to the parish's holy maiden Yun Shuang. I ask the Imperial Father to wed us." The emperor grinned inside. "What's up with today? Everything is falling together perfectly." He had long been thinking about how to steal Yun clan back from the Luo clan, to take advantage of Zhuo Fan's calculative ploy, using this perfect chance to do just that. The emperor nodded inside. "Marvelously done, my son," and spoke. "Happiness comes in too today with Miss Shuenger tying the knot with my son." Second prince kowtowed. Yun Shuang shuddered, crestfallen, grabbing Zhuo Fan's arm tighter out of instinct. With a confident smile on, Zhuo Fan gave her a warm look. "It's okay. You are with me now. It will never change." Yun Shuang's eyes turned red, but her heart regained calm. The last time she'd been so at ease was when her grandfather was alive. Chapter 403, Breaking All Pretense. There was a damp and dark tunnel littered with checkpoints made of sealed heavy doors and 2 radiant stage experts standing guard at each one of them. Their moods were heavy as their eyes narrowed. A guard holding a set of keys approached. With a flash of a badge, the gate opened. The badge read Emperor's Approval. Gate after gate, the guard had to pass through 18 of them to reach the end. It was a small, dark room with a pint-sized figure resting on a simple bed, chewing lazily on something. What does the old coot want this time? Taking another bite, a tender voice came, filled with disdain. "You come to me for help, yet lock me up in this hellhole whenever you're done with me. For 300 years, I've kept my word, the only saving grace you have from my rage. And these things, I have never eaten worse garbage in 300 years. Aren't I a divine dragon?" Whoosh, he threw away the thing at the guard. With a bang, it flashed past the guard's face, wind biting his face. It made a meter-deep hole in the wall behind him and even shook the whole place, yet the thing was still intact. The guard was scared out of his mind. This place was made of a 7th-grade material, crystallized black tungsten, turning it into a fortress. But to this guy, it was like paper. A casual flick and the place got ventilation. The guard made a shaky bow. "Sir Gu Santong, please calm down. I am only conveying the Emperor's orders to handle a tough opponent." "I'm not going," Gu Santong snorted. "I've only promised to defend the imperial family." "There's nothing in it related to putting me to work. Do it yourself," the guard begged again. "Sir, His Majesty is requesting you in person. This man is an exceptional expert. How could anyone match him? Moreover, His Majesty promises to improve your meals." "Improve? By how much?" Gu Santong raised an eyebrow. The guard picked up 3 fingers. 3rd-grade ingredient every day with 4th grade on holidays. Gu Santong's eyes spun and then he shook his head. 4th grade every day and 5th grade on holidays. No, make that 6th grade? "It's a deal." The guard let out a carefree nod. The promise was still within His Majesty's limits. "I need to get this young master out of here fast." Gu Santong hopped around in joy. He'd finally sleep with a full belly from now on. "Oh, and who's the one you're after? You've never asked me to act before." "Ha ha ha, His Majesty will tell you when the moment comes. We are just guards transmitting his orders. We cannot fathom His Majesty's mind." Gu Santong didn't care. As long as he had his fill, he'd capture anyone. Back at the feast, the Emperor had just declared a marriage bringing joy to the kneeling Yangning. Next to her was Yuan Yang on his knees as well, though he was a nervous wreck. Just before this exchange, he had seen Zhuo Fan and Yun Shuang being all lovey-dovey, and now he had asked the imperial father for her hand. He was out to steal another person's girl. It wouldn't make a difference to your average citizen, but that right there was the best steward beneath heavens. Zhuo Fan's rage was still very much ingrained in his mind, back when the guy flattened his home. Of course he'd be trembling. But a sneak peek at Hell Valley's side, catching the nod of a figure, he relaxed. "I just hope it'll go like he said, and Zhuo Fan won't put my princely head on a pike." Luo Yuncheng was testy, not over Yun Shuang, but while glaring at Yangning. She has had her eyes on the heartthrob Zhuo Fan for years, yet this broad was just going to take him from her? She wouldn't have it. Zhuo Fan finally spoke. "Your Majesty?" He did a full salute, but his tone was icy. "Please withdraw your edict. I and Miss Shuinger are perfect for each other long since we've gotten together. It wouldn't be right for us to marry another." "What?" Everyone was slack-jawed. They guessed the two had been on good terms, knowing each other well after only a month. But how did they get entangled to such a degree so fast? Luo Yunchang was puzzled. The two had only displayed their affection today. When did they get to do the horizontal mambo? And how come she didn't know? Yun Shuang froze, her eyes red and confused. What is he up to? Impossible. Yangning shot to her feet, refuting those claims. "I and Shuinger are practically sisters, and I've also been by the Prosperity Compound many times. I would have realized in an instant if anything was up." Zhuo Fan grinned at her hot-headedness. "Of course you'd realized, and so did everyone else in the Luo clan. Don't you remember the night you'd invited me to celebrate, that woman perhaps?" Shuddering, everyone turned to the young frail Yun Shuang, who was flushing harder than a tomato with tears in her eyes. She was a sensible girl, and couldn't endure having her mortifying moment to be out in the open. Zhuo Fan had other things on his mind besides the trifling things like shame. He grabbed Yun Shuang's hand and sneered. "That was Shuinger. Everyone in Luo clan can attest since I was doing my business when they burst in." That does seem to be the case." Luo Yunhai nodded. He was clueless towards Zhuo Fan's aim in exposing such a degrading affair, but he figured it will all lead somewhere. 4 scheming demons were jumping and hooting in confirmation as well. Zhuo Fan and Yun Shuang were an item. There were no 2 ways about it. Yangning and Luo Yuncheng glared daggers at Yun Shuang. Defend the guy all you'd like, but it was hard to find the traitor in one's midst. What a good sister, stealing my man from right under my nose. Yun Shuang looked devastated with her head low, pointed out by all husbands what a chippy she was. All those stares were making her sick. The Emperor watched it all with a cold dragon's eye, his fingers drumming on the table. With a deep breath, his boundless, majestic voice came. "Are you done? The wedding is tomorrow." Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Your Majesty, if I don't feel like it, there's no one in the world that can make me." Bam! The Emperor flew off the handle. "Insolent! I am the ruler here, the Emperor. My decree is final. Zhuo Fan, you dare question my authority." All eyes watched in shock, their hearts drumming in their chests. "What's up with His Majesty? That is the best steward beneath heavens you honored yourself. Marriage is such a trifle, so why make such a big fuss and fly into a rage? Something isn't right about this. It's not just about fighting an edict." The old foxes noticed discrepancies. Zhu Changfeng and Lang Wucheng knew even more, showing endless calm. The Emperor has had enough. He's about to act. "Imperial Father, please calm down. I and Shuang are our sisters. Even if we have the same husband, it'll be fine. Second brother doesn't fit Shuang anyway. Please take your edict back and don't take your anger out on them." Yangning feared the Emperor would do something to the couple in his rage. The Emperor wouldn't have it. "Silence! I have had enough of Zhuo Fan's vile morals. Seriously wounding the delegation, destroying a prince's home, undermining my authority, in contempt of court, brash, arrogant, and violent. On such a blessed day, I wanted to make him my son-in-law, yet he refuses my edict. A criminal such as he is a plague on this land." In his rage, the Emperor dumped one crime after another on Zhuo Fan's head. He had so many piled up that even 100 deaths would be too light a punishment. Zhuo Fan, Lang Wucheng, and Zhu Changfeng were the calmest, having seen it all come. If one wanted someone dead, he'd just find the pretext to do it. The Emperor can lift you, can sanctify you, but can also bury you, demonize you. It's all at the Emperor's whim. If he wants you hanged, he'd find some excuse, don't you worry. Funny how it matched perfectly with Zhuo Fan, who had always called himself a demon. Finding faults couldn't be easier, while the blunt Quanrong looked on stumped. "I say, why let him live if he's a criminal on death row? Shouldn't you be over and done with this demon the moment you found him?" Zhuo Fan sneered. "Your Majesty does not seem to hold me in any regard. Staying here is pointless, let's go." Zhuo Fan left with the Luo clan. Bam! The Emperor slammed the table. "Humph, Zhuo Fan, you think so highly of yourself, showing contempt to me. You won't run away that easily." "Oh. Who I wonder in whole Tianyu has the power to stop me?" Zhuo Fan mocked, pretentious, though everyone agreed inside. Zhuo Fan did have the power to back that claim. The Emperor squinted and his face twisted with malice. "There will always be someone better than you out there. Zhuo Fan, you are toxic. Seize him." With a bang, a red flash shot for Zhuo Fan, followed by a childish voice. "Old coot, don't forget about the 6th grade ingredient." Chapter 404, Father and Son Fight. Whoosh! A tiny fist came out of nowhere with enough power to crush mountains. Zhuo Fan threw a fist of his own. The bang rattled the ears of the guests. Zhuo Fan was forced back 100 meters before steadying. Following the deep scar he made on the ground, he found that in his original place was a pint-sized smug figure. Everyone cried out. Where did he come from? How did he have the power to push back a monster like Zhuo Fan? The Quanrong delegation was shaking. They gulped at the rosy-cheeked child. For all that's holy, is your land a freaking monster pen? It was bad enough that Zhuo Fan was a freak of nature. Now you have someone even younger. This doesn't make any sense, Quanrong grumbled inside. Tianyu has way too many talents. As for the 7 houses, Zhu Changfeng and the others knew of the freak raised in the imperial family's backyard. He was the most savage of the divine dragons, invincible scamp Gu Santong. That old coot has been ready to take the little freak out from the very start. Zhu Changfeng and Lang Wucheng's eyes flashed. Humph, that's right, I'm strong, Gu Santong stuck out his chest, tooted his horn, and froze. The guard said the Emperor would give the signal to attack, but he didn't even think the target would turn out to be his godfather. He hesitated, his face changing constantly. Zhuo Fan grinned, having seen this coming. The Emperor was frowning at the odd spectacle. What's going on with the little freak? Why did he stop? Da. Gu Santong mumbled awkwardly. Zhuo Fan didn't let him finish, flashing in his face with the red Qilin arm. Gu Santong blocked by instinct. Bam! Another shocking rumble spread and the guests took to the air. The Emperor was taken away by the guards. This was a battle between monsters. Sticking around any longer would pulverize one's bones. Gu Santong shot back 50 meters from the punch, raising everything in a kilometer's range. Nobody noticed Zhuo Fan taking advantage of the smoke and mirrors to send him a message. In a few moves, I'll fake defeat, and you should chase me. Gu Santong's eyes lit up and he nodded. Out of the loop as he was, he nevertheless believed that Zhuo Fan would explain himself. So he straightened his back, flicked his hand and launched Zhuo Fan into the air. Gu Santong jumped after him. The sky got littered with booms as the two traded blow for blow. Each clash ended with a pulse of power swiping the surroundings. They pulverized anything they touched, making sure no one even tried to get near. All they could do was crank their heads as the two darted to and fro, reducing the gaudy imperial palace to rubble. The audience sighed. The two were dazzling gems of equal rarity and power. Only they could unleash such a spectacle. Others would have long since dropped dead. The Quanrong were dumbstruck. The Quanrong were tough, some say. The Quanrong had mettle, said others. But witnessing these two experts of Tianyu fight, they came to know the true meaning of indomitable. By contrast, Quanrong's guts were too damn mushy. Chuoba Liu Feng and Han Taimo sighed. If all of Tianyu was like this, it was best to go back and stay in bed. What invasion were they thinking of? The Emperor looked at the two receiving and dishing out blows with a bright stare. Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong looked the same, but Zhuo Fan only had a killing arm, the rest of his body falling short. Gu Santong, however, was bursting with power from every fiber in his being. It wasn't long before Zhuo Fan lost ground. Bam! Gu Santong's punch sent Zhuo Fan barreling into some lofty buildings. He had used the killing arm to block, but Gu Santong's power went through it and into his chest, forcing him to spit up blood. God damn it! That pipsqueak doesn't know how to hold back. I told him only a few blows, but he's still going strong. Zhuo Fan crawled out of the rubble, spatted some blood, and cursed with a heavy breath. Gu Santong was coming for another round. Ha 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 again. Take this! Again, Zhuo Fan squinted, not fond of taking any more of the kid's tough love. So he popped away with his right eye flashing golden. Gu Santong hit nothing but the ruins, kicking up dust. Hey, where's Dad? Gu Santong roamed his innocent eyes around. Zhuo Fan blinked next to Yun Shuang, hugged her, and flew away. Afraid that the rest of the people won't find it obvious that he lost, he shouted, "Blast it! I can't mess with that freak. Let's go!" Gu Santong got it on the spot. That was Zhuo Fan's signal for Act 2, so he played along. Stop him. Russell tilde a dozen radiant stage experts barred Zhuo Fan's way, glaring at him with fury. If Gu Santong failed, they wouldn't have shown themselves. But since Gu Santong was still going strong in hot pursuit, they chose to earn some credit by buying time. Was it that easy, though, to hold back Zhuo Fan with a couple of shrimps? His right eye flashed golden again, and he teleported behind them. As they turned around to chase, blue wings spread out from Zhuo Fan's back. A single flap of them sent illusions at them. "That's the Phantom Wing. Look out." One cried, despite being too late. The blue image surrounded the experts. Their minds grew hazy, and they splatted on the ground like pies. Zhuo Fan laughed and flapped his wings to gain more speed and flew away. Gu Santong stomped in fake anger. "Humph, useless rabble. You've ruined my 6th grade ingredients? Once I am done capturing him, I'll take my anger out on you." Gu Santong shot after Zhuo Fan, angry on the outside but giddy in his little heart. "Dad, wait for me." The audience watched them go with a sigh. In the end, it was Gu Santong who came out on top in that monster clash. But Gu Santong wouldn't get his paws on Zhuo Fan anytime soon, not with his guile. Humph! The Emperor turned to the ex-Grand Imperial Palace, his anger growing. He flicked his hand at the dazed Luo clan. Prosperity Compound's Luo clan has failed to uphold its character, colluding with the savage Zhuo Fan. Seize them. Understood. Dozens of guards, with plenty of radiant stage experts in between, moved at once. Cackles resounded as 4 black masses drifted from the Luo clan to meet the Imperial guards. In but a dozen seconds, the guards lay on the ground in pieces, radiant stage experts included. Hi, Luo clan doesn't have Steward Zhuo now, but we, the heroic demon quartet, will take his place. Ask the boss before messing with his dogs. You guys don't cut it. The four black masses hovered around the Luo clan with their creepy laughter. The emperor's face twitched. Luo Yunhai and the others sighed. The four pygmies were their elders, so wasn't their boss the Luo clan head? That saying about dogs didn't quite apply here, but everyone knew those pygmies weren't right in the head, so they just dropped it. Funnily enough, coming out in defense at the crucial time showed their loyalty. Creak tilde a metal screech announced the arrival of a black figure behind the emperor. Its hoarse voice said, "You dare act obnoxious before the emperor?" Whoosh! A shadow shot for the four freaks like lightning. Chapter 405, Four Demons Vitakes, Shadow King. PFF, a groan came from the four black masses. What followed was cries of shock as a black chain came out and they returned to their original form. Impossible. We'd phased out completely. How could you hit us? Violent Demon cried. The other pygmies were shouting as well. They couldn't believe their prized unity tactic could crumble so easily. The figure behind the emperor turned solid, taking the shape of a 9-foot-tall armored man and grabbed the incoming rattling chain. He took a bold step forth with a sharp look in his eye. You four little shits, you may have been from the Empire's 3 guardian sects once, but it doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. The fourth pillar, Shadow Guard's captain, Shadow King from Hell, Zhuge Changfeng muttered. Dugu Zhanshan was also shocked. They were both part of the 4 pillars, but had only heard rumors of their secretive colleague. Today, they found out how dreadful he really was. The 4 scheming demons could make mincemeat out of a 6th layer of Radiant Stage Expert. Even give a peak Radiant Stage Expert a run for his money. Yet they were now pushed back in one move. Such a rare strength was something only the likes of Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong could display. Of the 4 pillars, Zhuge Changfeng relied on his infallible mind, Dugu Zhanshan on his perfect war record, and Yun Xuanji on fate reading to take office. But Shadow King was the only one reaching the top with pure strength. The imperial family had laid low for so long, it had even kept their experts a secret. And now it revealed a true monster of Tianyu. If not for the balance of power in and outside of court, the imperial family would have long since had Tianyu under its iron fist, becoming the greatest clan the likes of Regent Estate and the houses had never seen. Huangpu Tianyuan squinted, his brow sweaty looking at the emperor. The Quanrong delegation was groaning. Tianyu just kept on popping one super expert after another. It wasn't weak at all. Elder brother, I can't accept it. Let's go again. Sly Demon stomped, glaring at the Shadow King. Violent Demon's eyes were savage and he cursed. Let's do it. If we don't tear that bastard to pieces, we're not 4 scheming demons. They turned into 4 black masses again and went for Shadow King. Shadow King snorted and turned himself into black smoke as well. The 5 black clouds got entangled, with one in the middle of the other 4, releasing bangs at every clash. But the center shadow kept letting out a rattling noise. The chain made its appearance again, striking the other 4 masses. Shadow King reformed, standing high and mighty over the blood-spewing 4 scheming demons. Elder brother, we can't do it. Let's bail. Wimp Demon wailed. Violent Demon didn't want to give up like this, but nodded in the end. He turned into black smoke and fled. Humph, the guy's too thick. We're out of here. Not to worry, young Master Luo, we're going to find Steward Zhuo to help you. Wait, 4 scheming demons, weren't you going to rip me to pieces? Why are you running scared? Shadow King mocked the fleeing 4. The 4 black masses stopped and mocked. He, what an imbecile. We are the Luo clan's elders. We no longer have anything to do with the demon scheming sect. As for our title, we can just do without it. It's not like you're gonna take it, are ya? He. Vermin, Shadow King spat. The 4 clouds turned to the out-cold Imperial guards and tore a Radiant Stage Expert apart. Then it spat at Shadow King. Rotten spade, you haven't heard the last of us. We'll let you go this time, but next time you'll be in pieces. The 4 scheming demons now vanished for good. Shadow King was outraged. his knuckles popping. He couldn't chase or he'd leave the Emperor's side. Everyone saw the Shadow King beat the 4 demos back, but to still look good in front of the crowd, they killed some royal Radiant stage expert as a way of putting on a tough front and bragged about it before scampering. Only that Radiant stage expert had to suffer in the making of this scene. First, his mind went on vacation from Zhuo Fan's see Phantom Wings. Then the 4 demons came to split him before vanishing away. The poor sod. If his soul would be drifting right now, he'd be cursing to high heavens. You shits are angry with the Shadow King, so why take it out on little old me? Who told him to be so weak? With Zhuo Fan lighting the fuse to blow out between the Luo clan and Imperial family, the latter came out on top. Besides its elders, the Luo clan's young master and miss, along with others, had ended up in the Imperial family's hands. The Imperial guards assembled, having them surrounded. Luo Yunchang panicked, looking at the others. Luo Yunhai was still looking in Zhuo Fan's direction, finding it more than a little bit queer. Like he knew this day would come, so he calmed his jets and said, "Relax, it'll be fine." His calm inspired the others to do the same. Not even 20, yet the young master maintains a cool head in crucial moments. How could they lose theirs? The Emperor nodded inside. Luo clan's young clan head has grown into a fine man. Dugu Zhanshan looked on with pride. The godfather and son were on opposite sides, but he had taught Luo Yunhai. The youth's calm attitude was a homage to his godfather's teaching. Imperial father, Prosperity Compound's Luo clan has rebelled. They must be executed to appease the people. Please carry out their sentences. With everything under control, many showed their true faces, like the second prince barking at the Luo clan. That lit a fire under the chubby's ass. Imperial father, the cause of today's disturbance falls on the Luo clan's steward alone. The others are innocent. Imperial father, you mustn't take it out on the innocents. Yes, Imperial father, it had nothing to do with the Luo clan's young master and miss. Your Majesty's heart knows no bounds. Please let them go. Yongning pleaded. The Emperor eyed the two, then said, "Crown Prince, you are the heir to the throne. How would you handle it?" Heir. Humph, did you ever intend to give me anything? He was still holding a grudge for what had happened back at the feast, but the Crown Prince did not let it show, hiding it behind a genial smile. Imperial father, in my humble opinion, Luo clan's steward, Zhuo Fan had indeed lied and cheated, pushing everyone around. But the Regent of Prosperity could not control him. Letting the Luo clan take the fall for his misconduct would be ill-advised. The fatty and Yongning sent looks of gratitude. While the Emperor stared at him harder, getting his meaning, Crown Prince continued. However, Zhuo Fan's vile attitude is due to the Luo clan's inadequate discipline. They do carry some of the blame. To my eyes, it is best to hold the Luo clan until Zhuo Fan is captured before handing out the sentence to them both. Crown Prince was candid, filled with reason and logical deductions. But to the old foxes out there, they could read between the lines. Taking the Luo clan hostage to draw Zhuo Fan out, it was a disgusting and degrading plan hidden behind a cleverly articulated sophistry. He was the spitting image of a true imperial family member, a vile act done in the name of justice, but the proposal was in tune with the Emperor's thoughts. He let out a smile and nodded. "We will do as my son said. Guards, take the Luo clan away and watch them closely." Huge Changfeng laughed inside. He had seen through the Emperor's ploy already. The two had been in contact for so many years, and he could read a little into the Emperor's every action. The Emperor had planned today from the start, as did its ending. He only asked others to speak out to cover up his involvement. He was in fact putting words in the Crown Prince's mouth, while also ending the tripartite stalemate. Zhuo Fan's ruckus at the Imperial Palace was big and small. Small since it only cost one man's life, and big as it impacted all the houses. He guessed the Emperor was going to use the disruption of Tianyu as an excuse to cleanse the land. "Your Majesty, I didn't know you were even more impatient than me." Huge Changfeng laughed inside. The Emperor looked at him as if in response to his thoughts, showing a snicker. "My dear Prime Minister, the game has only just begun. The emperor toasted to the distant Zhuge Changfeng while the latter snorted and spilled his cup. Your Majesty, I will not lose. Chapter 406. Dividing Spoils. Your Majesty, could you leave the Luo clan for us to handle? Lang Wuchang approached with a bow. Huangpu Tianyuan looked at him astonished, not understanding what his scheming steward was after. It was so obvious that with the Luo clan in custody, Zhuo Fan would come back to rescue them if he escaped Gu Santong's chase. In other words, whoever had the Luo clan would face Zhuo Fan. What happened at today's feast was too fast and shrouded in mystery. But wasn't taking the Luo clan inviting trouble? As the estate lord, he had to go out there and rein Lang Wuchang in. But the cool and wise look Lang Wuchang struck had him hesitate, choosing to believe his steward. The emperor gave Lang Wuchang a hard look, not fully grasping his intent. Sir Lang, why should I give Luo clan to the regent estate? Mind giving me a reason? Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, regent estate has been the head of houses for the past millennium, settling any disputes among them. Now that there's an eighth house, it still falls under regent estate's responsibility. With Luo clan's heinous crimes, it demands for regent estate to help Your Majesty in capturing the traitor Zhuo Fan as a warning and example to the houses. Lang Wuchang was praising, but anyone with a brain could tell he was speaking terms with the emperor. We get rid of Zhuo Fan and you give us the houses. Only then we fight over the throne. It was an obvious shot at getting the emperor to split the power, or you can just face the monster all by yourself. We won't give a hoot. Pa, Huangpu Tianyuan slapped his thigh, getting it as well. Facing Zhuo Fan was bummer, true, but using him to get the houses without the imperial family poking its nose in the process was a great play. Sir Lang's noggin sure works fast. That's our unwanted contriver. The emperor's eyes flashed, but his mouth curled. Since regent estate has this intention, all right. They're yours to handle as you wish. Be sure to work with Gu Santong and catch the traitor. The other houses must combine their efforts as well. Use the demon-purging decree at the right moment in tandem with Marshal Dugu. We obey Your Majesty's decree. As they all bowed, only Hell Valley, Pill King Hall and Merry Woods looked happy for their boss taking the lead again. Veiled Dragon Pavilion, Drifting Flowers edifices, and Sword Marquise abode were filled with bitterness. Zhuo Fan was their ally who all of them had to attack, forced into a corner. Now that the regent estate got the kill order for Zhuo Fan, the 6 houses had to obey. Through this plan, it would fulfill its own agenda in swallowing the houses. Troubled times awaited these 3 allies. The emperor's cold eye swept them all. I have since lost the mood to celebrate. You are dismissed. With an ashen face, surrounded by guards and Shadow King, he left. Yangning wanted to plead for the Luo clan some more, but her father's stone-cold look scared her. What no one noticed was the faint, evil twitch in his mouth just as he turned. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It all went smoothly. I'd never dreamed that sly and conniving Zhuo Fan would be routed so easily. Shadow King bowed after some distance, sending this message to the emperor. The emperor laughed, but then a flicker of doubt came upon his brow. It has been easy, perhaps too easy, making me uneasy. Besides the matter with Yangning, I had many more tricks ready, but he took the first bait instead. It baffles me how a level-headed man like him fell so easily. Your Majesty must be overthinking things. In my opinion, it is not Yangning who irritated him, but what happened to Yun Shuang. Your Majesty, at the esoteric debate, he went berserk over a girl. I've heard that Miss Yun Shuang shares that girl's qualities. That makes it more likely that he flipped because of her. The emperor nodded. I hope so, but this only leads to even more questions. Why did the second prince propose marriage with the holy maiden, inciting Zhuo Fan? It's too convenient. It's not my place to say, but the second prince is narrow-minded and petty. Zhuo Fan and holy maiden ruined his home, so he came up with this proposal just to spite him. He used Your Majesty's name to push him around. As any child, he was the first to turn to his father whenever he got the boot. The emperor paused, then nodded. Ha ha ha, indeed, that's his style all right, though he helped me instead, but I have to change this trait about him lest he invites trouble. Your Majesty is wise, Shadow King bowed. The Emperor continued. Yet, out of my predictions, Regent Estate volunteered to take charge in fighting Zhuo Fan. I planned on letting those dogs bite at each other until they couldn't move, but stepping in was in fact an even better outcome. Your Majesty, this is even easier to understand. Leng Wuchang is no fool, and with Zhuo Fan becoming the center of this chaos, the public enemy #1, he felt something was off and didn't want to be passive. Doesn't he want what Your Majesty wants, to lead the 7 houses? It will be great for the Regent Estate's campaign to expand its power. Yes, Leng Wuchang was right in his assumption, but does he think I'll just let him? Humph, we'll just see whose campaign is faster, mine or his. The Emperor's eyes flashed, walking on with Shadow King. Meanwhile, Leng Wuchang and Huangpu Tianyuan took the Luo clan off the Imperial Guard's hands and left the Imperial Palace. Estate Lord, this chance comes with risks. We need to act quickly, or by the time the Imperial family roots out all the spies from court, he will turn on us. Leng Wuchang spoke gravely. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Sir Leng, you've done well. Although the Emperor plans to have both of us exhausted if we don't take this chance, he will swallow us all sooner or later. Now is the time to act when the Imperial family is too busy. Yeah, since we're dealing with Zhuo Fan, we can't threaten the Imperial family either. This is the first time in the history of Tianyu that neither side has to watch for the other, but also the most dangerous. If we are late in uniting the houses, the Imperial family will march all over us. Leng Wuchang sighed. Life or death, winner or loser, it all rests on what we do in this period. Such a rare opportunity fraught with destruction must be taken with utmost caution. Sir Leng? Huangpu Tianyuan turned heavy. Did the meeting go smoothly? No worries. The kid has lost faith in the second generation, deciding to side with us. At the right moment, he will buy us time. Leng Wuchang nodded. Huangpu Tianyuan eased up, eyes flashing with savagery. Regent Estate's long-cherished wish would soon come to a head. Win or lose, this was it. Huge Changfeng had the Quanrong delegation taken back to the garrison, but on their way there he was plagued with worry. Prime Minister, sir, what is it? Chuoba Liufeng asked. Huge Changfeng took a long time to respond. What happened today is because the geezer made it happen, forcing Zhuo Fan to flee. But what made the geezer act so soon? Did he prepare everything? Prime Minister, sir, don't overthink it. The more chaos there is, the better, making it easier for us to invade, ha ha ha. Chuoba Liufeng grinned. Huge Changfeng nodded, but then his smile slipped, his heart seized, his brow furrowed. Why did the old coot choose this moment to act when the Quanrong delegation was present? Is it? Huge Changfeng shook his head. No, it can't be. I must be jumping to conclusions. No matter what, with the nation in chaos, everyone will move and everything will go according to plan. Old man, you want to use chaos for yourself, but did you think you're the only one with that idea? You won't get to rule these lands. Huge Changfeng laughed. Whoosh. 100 miles out of Imperial capital, Zhuo Fan was hugging Yun Shuang's soft, exquisite and perky body as he flashed across the blue sky. Yun Shuang huddled in his chest, restless and blushing. She was still out of it from Zhuo Fan's declaration of love for her, that he was now fighting the Empire for this reason. For a naive girl, it was the most romantic thing in the world, her heart beating like crazy. Although Yun Clan answered requests in a neutral way, it was their responsibility to help the people, while Zhuo Fan was a bad boy through and through. These two had absolutely nothing in common, yet for some odd reason she felt her pure heart influenced by that repulsive and dashing bastard. She couldn't get him out of her mind. Whoosh, this time in a flash of red, Gu Santong approached from behind. Chapter 407, Father and Son Aligned. Oh no, Gu Santong is behind us. Yun Shuang cried at the incoming small red light. With her being the holy maiden and high priest Yun Xuanji's granddaughter, she knew of Gu Santong. He was truly a savage to push even the likes of Zhuo Fan back. Now watching him dart over, panic overrode everything. Zhuo Fan only had a wide grin, slowing down and taking a dive for a glade. He put Yun Shuang down and waited for Gu Santong. Yun Shuang looked at him lost. Does he want to measure his fist with Gu Santong again? Gu Santong landed and ran into them. His savage display just moments ago had Yun Shuang shaking, thinking he was now aiming to smash them to bits. But Zhuo Fan's calm was infectious, easing her worries. This man is that confident in taking Gu Santong's power? Yun Shuang saw Gu Santong get closer and closed her eyes, not wishing to see Zhuo Fan pulverized. But the rumble never came. All she heard was giggling. "Dad, I missed you." Gu Santong held Zhuo Fan's neck. Zhuo Fan patted his back with a quiet smile. Yun Shuang peeked once, then her eyes bugged out. What is going on here? They're on opposite sides, they just threw fists at each other back there, yet now they are kin. If they were so close, why did they do all that show of savagery? Yun Shuang was a pure lady, never able to understand Zhuo Fan's slick and devious nature at work behind the scenes. All she could do was stare in space, at exemplary parenting at work. Zhuo Fan brought Gu Santong over with a smile. "Shuanger, can't you tell? He's my son." "What?" Yun Shuang wobbled on the brink of collapse from shock. A great divine dragon, the best in Tianyu, invincible scamp Gu Santong, was his son. That was more than breaking news, that was capital. Even the emperor would be speechless. Since they're related, has the emperor lost it by sending the son after the father? The two can now team up and tear the imperial palace apart. Zhuo Fan shook his head at the dull Yun Shuang, reintroducing his son in detail. Now she realized their relationship. But just now Yun Shuang frowned. Zhuo Fan grinned. "I only went with the flow, enacting a little drama for everyone. But I didn't expect the emperor to be on the same page with me. He wanted me to be the scapegoat in this chaos, and I wanted to bear the brunt, breaking the stalemate. What a coincidence we both wanted it at the same time. Otherwise, Yangning's marriage proposal wouldn't happen at the same time as the second prince's." "You mean it was all fake?" Yun Shuang's heart thumped. Zhuo Fan explained. "Yangning's marriage was an obvious taunt from the emperor. Even if I accepted it, he'd come up with other ways to get a rise out of me and break all pretense. While the second prince's proposal was my idea to break pretenses in my own way. The stalemate would be blown up with every faction out to get me, but in fact the best stage for each of them to get their share." "Oh, I see." Yun Shuang bobbed her head, still phased out. "Then what you did to me? And act as well, please don't mind it. It was only to let the others see that I had a perfectly good reason to flip out, or doubts will sprout, making the next phase harder." Zhuo Fan nodded. Yun Shuang darkened, her heart sinking. She was a pure and unaffected girl, always abiding by her ancestors' teachings, never knowing love, but had fallen to despair when it struck her hard in the form of Zhuo Fan. Now Zhuo Fan was telling her that everything was fake, and her budding love shattered to pieces. Yun Shuang watched the two giggle away, and the bitterness only grew. "You're so mean." "While you were playing, I was serious," biting her lip. Yun Shuang grew downcast. "Dad, you're out to fight the imperial family, right? But my promise." After a brief moment of joy at the reunion, Gu Santong sighed. Zhuo Fan smiled, knowing his difficulty. "No worries, young Sanzi, you're my son. I won't make it hard on you. You made that promise to the imperial family. I promise you the imperial family will remain. Only the emperor won't." "Yeah, as long as the clan lives, even if Tianyu changes colors, I'd still have kept my word." "Ha ha ha, Dad, you're a genius. How come I never realized it?" Gu Santong laughed, relieved of trouble. The vow was cooked up just at the end of his altercation with that immemorial sage. With no time to iron out the details, there were plenty of loopholes. Gu Santong was a child at heart and didn't look into it, while Zhuo Fan was a weasel, finding a solution in a jiffy. To hell with the promise, when I can just use words to keep it. He had done this so many times it was practically second nature. "Young Sanzi, you've endured a lot. Look how thin you are. They must be starving you." Zhuo Fan rubbed his head, taking out a 7th grade ingredient and offering it with love. "Now that Dad's here, you're taken care of." Zhuo Fan had to fish out some good ingredients each time he met Gu Santong, to show the stark contrast in treatments, to drive the wedge deeper, of course. all to pull Gu Santong closer and closer, helping him deal with the imperial family without guilt. See, they are a bunch of meanies not even giving you 3 meals a day. Come to Daddy, son, I have a full-course meal for you. Help your good dad beat the nasties. It's what they deserve. Everything had multiple perspectives, and under Zhuo Fan's careful egging and nudging, Gu Santong hated the imperial family and loved him more. If only the emperor had known about the two, he'd be giving Gu Santong meals, brunches, and snacks, all to foil Zhuo Fan's twisted heart and remove the danger. At the very least, you won't be helping me, but neither will you be tearing me a new one. With Gu Santong being a kid, whoever was better to him got closer. Gu Santong had been eating ingredients for 3 centuries, but they were all first and second grade. And through Zhuo Fan's smooth talk, he felt that the imperial family was truly mean to him. As for the vow, Zhuo Fan had an easy time twisting it from defending the imperial family to making sure one of them barely survived, thus crushing their foundation, but it wasn't something a puppet would ever fuss about. Gu Santong jumped in joy, stuffing the deli in his mouth. Dad, I'll help you. You only have to leave 1 clansman alive and done. Of course. Zhuo Fan's twisted grin resurfaced. Gu Santong threw all those chains tying him to the imperial family that the vow had twisted around him, throwing his lot with Zhuo Fan instead. Yun Shuang sighed. With these monsters together, who in Tianyu can stand up to them? Grandfather's wish is almost achieved. Steward Zhuo can really change fate. Creepy wails came as 4 black clouds flew over. Steward Zhuo, we're here. The 4 black clouds turned into the 4 scheming demons. Violent Demon stuck out his chest. Steward Zhuo, per your orders, we fixed the fight and used young miss and young master. Hi. Can you avoid using the word used? It's all tactics. Zhuo Fan's face twitched, then mocked. You didn't fix it, you did lose. Look, the blood on you hasn't even dried yet. Violent Demon looked down, then at his brothers, and smacked them each once. Why the hell didn't you guys tell me? I'd have washed in the creek we passed earlier. Boss, didn't you miss it too? The 3 grumbled back. Violent Demon was outraged, smacking them again. If I noticed it, what use do I have of you? The trio were even more depressed. Zhuo Fan shook his head. A loss is a loss. It must have been that black captain who did it. He is similar to you, but stronger. Losing is only natural. Steward Zhuo, we could have won, but... Violent Demon wanted to preach on, but Zhuo Fan waved. It's fine. A true loss is better than a fake one for those guys to swallow. You take Shuanger to Windgaze City. Young Sanzi, let's go. Where are you going? Can't I come? Yun Shuang asked. Grinning, Zhuo Fan shook his head. No, I'm going to get back some hostages. Chapter 408. Terms on a bleak and lonely mountain laid a hidden courtyard. Leng Wuchang sat under a graceful pavilion in the backyard, free to sip at his wine in relaxation. Whoosh, a black figure popped out of the blue. Facing the old frenemy, Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. Ha, sorry, hounded by Gu Santong, only now did I manage to shake him off. Ha, Gu Santong is all brawn, but it's not easy getting away from him. I reckon Steward Zhuo is the only one in Tianyu who can do it. I'm impressed. Leng Wuchang saluted back. Zhuo Fan looked at the scene of paradise around him and sighed. Such is Regent Estate. You are even hiding such a refined place on a lone mountain only 10 miles from the imperial capital no one knows about. A true rarity. Of course, with the imperial capital saturated in conflicts and people from all walks of life, intelligence is still of foremost importance. The Regent Estate wants the world, and to do that it has built a secret network. And Steward Zhuo can relax. Not even the Emperor's spies can reach us here. We can talk at leisure. Zhuo Fan nodded, getting down to business. Sir Leng, thank you for your assistance. I presume you have my clan in custody. Where, may I ask, are they now? Zhuo Fan faked curiosity by looking around. How come I don't see them? Leng Wuchang's eyes flashed. Steward Zhuo, you came to me for help to get the Luo clan in Regent Estate's hands by all means, and I've done it. That won't make me your enemy, will it? Of course not, Zhuo Fan said. I told you, help me in this and you'll be on my side. But wasn't it something more afterwards? Leng Wuchang smiled. I help you with this, but I am still Regent Estate's steward, working out in Regent Estate's best interests. So even if you don't take me for an enemy, Steward Zhuo, I can't help but do it to you." Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan nodded. "Quite right." "Then, Sir Leng, are you going to do it like the imperial family and use the Luo clan as a hostage to deal with me?" "Would I? I know Steward Zhuo's style all too well. The lesson at the esoteric debate was more than enough for me, thank you. With our strength, being testy with someone of Steward Zhuo's caliber would be ill-advised. It would only make the imperial family happy watching both of us suffer, doing all the work for them. How could I do something so monumentally idiotic?" "Then," Zhuo Fan said, "bargain." Lang Wuchang was blunt. "Steward Zhuo wanted me to have the Luo clan, thinking it would be far easier to rescue them from the Regent Estate than from the imperial family. The reality is indeed so. We would have never touched such a hot commodity in our lives, even more so keeping them perfectly safe to present them to Steward Zhuo. But giving them just like that is bad for business. I ask that Steward Zhuo give us something in return." Zhuo Fan searched himself puzzled, then spun around. "Take your pick. Be it integrity, conscience, or even chastity, you can take anything. Did you even have them to begin with?" Rolling his eyes, Lang Wuchang chuckled. Zhuo Fan's brow rose in rebuttal. "Who says I don't? I can vouch for my chastity that I have kept safe for dozens of years." Lang Wuchang turned serious. "Steward Zhuo, please don't crack jokes. You only need to give us what we want and Luo clan will be safely returned. If you don't, I guess we're at an impasse. Your people can be anywhere by now, too. And we will just have to fight one another, waiting for the imperial family to swoop in, ending with both of us dying. Do I even have something so important on me?" Zhuo Fan frowned. He got it from Lang Wuchang that this item was crucial to them, willing to get it even if it meant falling in a trap. It was either get it or die trying. But what could he have that was of such value? Lang Wuchang stared as he emphasized each word. "Bodhi root?" "What?" Zhuo Fan cried. Lang Wuchang said, "Have you forgotten already? The 8th grade ingredient you swiped from Drifting Flowers edifices 8 years ago. Please give it to me and I will release them." "Unfortunately, I don't have it. Will you take another 8th grade ingredient instead?" Zhuo Fan blinked and probed. Shaking his head, Lang Wuchang stressed, "We need the Bodhi root. We do not care for 9th or even 10th grade ingredients." Zhuo Fan saw his stance unmoving and felt it odd. What is it about this Bodhi root that makes it so unique that it can't be replaced with another 8th grade ingredient? "Of course it can't," Lang Wuchang sighed. "There's no point in keeping this from you now that all the houses are in a final struggle. Why were we so fixed on Drifting Flowers edifices? Because it was a house of women, for one, and mostly because their heirloom was Bodhi root. Otherwise, we would have just started our expansion with other houses first rather than insist on dealing with some broads and earn ourselves the bad name of picking on defenseless women." Zhuo Fan found him honest and nodded. "Sir Leng, I shall be frank as well. I can give you anything but the Bodhi root. It isn't with me. When I took that bauble, it was only to divert Regent Estate's attention from Drifting Flowers edifices, when in fact the item was returned right after. How else could we become allies?" "Would you become an ally with someone who stole from you?" Lang Wuchang nodded. "I see. I had considered this as well. Steward Zhuo's answer today has confirmed my guess. Be that as it may, I still need it from you, Steward Zhuo." "What are you asking me for? Go take it out of Drifting Flowers edifices?" Zhuo Fan opened his eyes wide. Lang Wuchang mocked. "We've been watching them for years, but they treasure the Bodhi root more than their lives. Even if we swallow Drifting Flowers edifices, we still won't find it." "But Steward Zhuo, you, as their ally, can. You want me to swindle them?" Zhuo Fan snorted. "You just called them my allies. Doing such a thing will ruin the Luo clan's name, cast it out by our allies, standing alone and helplessly surrounded by you. Sir Leng, you never do things half-measure." "Ha ha ha, it's not my intention at all. All I want is the Bodhi root." Lang Wuchang spoke happily. "This is my condition. All that's left is to see if you will fulfill it. Your men are in our hands, so you can come anytime for the exchange." It ought to be easier than saving them from the imperial family's hands. Take your time to think over carefully. I'll be leaving now. Come find me when you have it. Lang Wuchang flicked his sleeve and left. Yuo Fan clenched his fists and was gone as well. The silence returned to the desolate mountain. Whoosh Tilda's Yuo Fan reappeared a mile away among the trees. Gu Santong was bored to death waiting on a branch and perked up at his arrival. Dad, you're back. Didn't you say you'll bring those guys too? Why are you alone? God damn it. That old fox has demands, cursing, Yuo Fan said. Young Sanzi, you've met young Miss and everyone. Can't your nose point the way? Gu Santong wiggled his button nose and breathed in. He closed his eyes in focus. He shook his head in the end. Dad, there's no sign of them in 1,000 miles. The old fox sure is cautious. He thought I'd steal the hostages, so he had them moved. He never intended to show them to me. Yuo Fan spat, his mind spinning. After a deep breath, he came to a decision. I'll just have to go to Drifting Flowers Edifices and take the item. But I won't soon forget this. Snorting, Yuo Fan flew away. Gu Santong flashed red on his tail. 2 monsters were zeroing in on Drifting Flowers Edifices at top speed to take away their heirloom, the Bod High Root. Drifting Flowers Edifices, a clique of women, was in for some hard times. Chapter 409. True Illusion. Whoosh Tilda, the bright moon and stars were shining down on 2 shadows flitting left and right. When the moonlight finally graced their features, it was apparent enough who they were. The father and son duo flew at top speed for 2 months to arrive at Drifting Flowers City. Sent down memory lane, Yuo Fan kept on sighing. Funny how the first time he had come was as a thief, no different from this time as well. And for the same item too. If Yun Xuanji hadn't told him he was outside fate, he'd think heaven was toying with him. Dad, isn't it just an 8th grade ingredient? We can just punch our way in as we search around. Why wait for the night to sneak around? It's bad for my glorified image. Gu Santong grumbled. Yuo Fan laughed. Young Sanzi, you don't understand. If it were that easy, Regent Estate would have already done it. Drifting Flowers Edifices women are tough. You'll never get anything out of them in 1,000,000 years unless they give it to you. Besides, I don't want to burn bridges with them. Yuo Fan sighed, looking at the tall building, lost in his memories. Rolling his eyes, Gu Santong whispered. How are you supposed to do that when you're forcing them to tell you where's their treasury? He, you ignorant lad. Have you forgotten your dad's latest trick? Let me refresh your memory. Yuo Fan unfolded the sea phantom wings in the sky, their blue glow shining brighter in the moonlight. The disciples patrolling the Drifting Flowers Edifices looked above in shock. Yuo Fan then flapped, and blue rays sprinkled down on the disciples, making them fall unconscious. Yuo Fan flew around the Drifting Flowers Edifices, getting every disciple lost in the mesmerizing blue illusion. Pa. The guards outside a door collapsed, and Grandmother, who was in cultivation, frowned. Zaya OU, what's wrong? What she saw was a hazy blue glow outside the window. Grandmother opened the door on high alert. A buzz entered her ears, and she shuddered. She stepped out and looked around. It was quiet with the exception of the missing Zaya OU at the door. Where did the child run off to? Grandmother wondered. A cry and some footsteps approached. Grandmother, someone stole the Bod High Root. What? Grandmother froze, watching Iris Overseer rushing with a group of disciples. Tell me quickly. No one knows where Bod High Root is hidden. How can someone steal it? Grandmother, it's true. The person wore a black robe, holding in his hand the Bod High Root. I was just sending disciples to chase. Iris Overseer panted. Grandmother continued, calm down. Have you seen it clearly? Are you sure it was the Bod High Root, or is it just some ploy to dupe us with a fake, then steal it? Grandmother, it's real. I saw it with my own eyes. I also checked its hiding place, and it was open. Iris Overseer was panicking. Grandmother nodded. Let's check it out. They all surrounded her to protect as she ran. Yet there was only a single person behind her. And in his eyes, Grandmother was running by herself, with no disciples and Iris Overseer around. At the person's feet, however, was Zaya OU, unconscious. Dad, is that woman sleepwalking? Why is she monologuing? Can't she see us? Gu Santong waved his hand in front of Grandmother. With 3 golden halos flashing in his right eye, Zhuo Fan snickered. This is your dad's divine eye of the void's 3rd stage, Mirage World. She is trapped in my illusion without her knowledge. Through the illusion, she will lead us to the Bodhi root. We will just take the ingredient, leave her unconscious, and no one will be the wiser. They'll blame the Regent estate, of course, and we would be free of charge, still allies, he. Dad, you're so devious. Though that eye of yours is awesome. We haven't seen each other for so long, and it's already on the 3rd stage. Gu Santong giggled as he made faces in front of grandmother. Zhuo Fan smiled for dumping the trouble on another and added, Young Sanzi, this hag is more than what meets the eye. She walks behind everyone else, watching everybody's footsteps and where they're going to avoid having some stranger among them wishing to find out their secret. But this illusion is built from her mind, containing every person's conduct and gait. How could there be any gaps? No matter how careful, she won't find anything. Gu Santong nodded next to him. These people are so cautious. If it were me, I wouldn't be thinking so much about it. That is precisely why you fell for that promise 300 years ago. These people are not your match, but each shrewder and wiser than your entire lifetime. Zhuo Fan spoke at liberty. Gu Santong fell silent. He had 2 reliable fists there. Even if he wasn't subtle, who'd still mess with him? Grandmother led the 2 to a clear pond. She made a sign, and with a shout, she pointed at the pond. The water stirred, shirking to the side and revealing a cave. The 10-meter-tall copper gates rumbled open with another special chant. Zhuo Fan cried. Not in a million years would he figure out that the Bodhi root was hidden here. No one would ever think to search here. The trio walked deeper into the cave, with grandmother disarming any trap, array, or mechanism put in place. They arrived at a stand in the middle of a small room holding a box. Opening it revealed the Bodhi root. Zhuo Fan would never forget the sweet fragrance and green glow. Got it, Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong giggled, but grandmother only saw an open case and shuddered back in fright. It's gone. Dad, knock her out. Gu Santong nabbed the box. Grandmother still didn't notice. Zhuo Fan sighed and nodded. Sorry, grandmother. Before he could, grandmother wept. King Chang, I'm sorry. You told me to look after drifting flowers' edifices before leaving, but I couldn't protect our precious heirloom. Rumble, Zhuo Fan's palm stopped in doubt. Chu King Cheng isn't in seclusion. She left. Grandmother, don't feel sad. King Cheng will be gone for a short while. She'll be back soon. The Iris Overseer's illusion spoke. Grandmother shook her head, lamenting. She won't come back. To save that zoo girl, she made a deal with mystical heaven sect's sect leader. I know for certain she will not come back, and I couldn't even fulfill her final wish. His brow trembling, Zhuo Fan's heart tensed. Now that he thought about it, the anchoring soul bead used to save Ninger couldn't have come from drifting flowers' edifices, a mere house. Chu King Cheng had made a pact with the mystical heaven sect to get it, the same way he made a deal with demon scheming sects Zai Yu. But why did she do it? Saving Ninger had nothing to do with her. Why sacrifice herself? Zhuo Fan felt pain in his heart. His hand trembled, but he couldn't bear to strike. Dad, what is it? I'll do it if you can't. Gu Santong saw him just standing there and thought of helping. Pa Zhuo Fan grabbed Gu Santong's hand, who was now looking at him oddly. Whoosh tilde, his right eye's halos vanished and the mirage world fell apart. Grandmother woke up from the illusion and turned to the two in shock. Seeing the Bodhi root in his hand, she was stunned. Zhuo Fan, we're allies. Why? Grandmother, chaos is about to spread across the lands. Take everyone in drifting flowers edifices to the Luo clan. I promise to protect you. As for Bodhi root, I'll be taking it. He pulled Gu Santong, and with a flash of a golden halo, they were gone. Only a distraught grandmother was left behind. Gu Santong was even more perplexed. Dad, why did you show yourself? I didn't want to lie. Zhuo Fan sighed, flying with Gu Santong further away. Chapter 410. Regent Estate's intent. Whoosh tilde, deep in the woods of a mountain, a lofty and stylish manor rested. A man with a head full of white hair blowing in the wind and full of savage power flashed. The two profound heaven experts standing guard jerked and bowed. Pardon us, but are you Steward Zhuo? Zhuo Fan only looked at the manor. You guys sure have plenty of hideouts, even out here. Take me to Leng Wuchang. A month ago, when he had just obtained the Bodhi route, Zhuo Fan contacted Leng Wuchang through a jade slip for the exchange. The old man had seen it coming and told him to come here. This place was close to Drifting Flower City, merely 100 miles from it. He only needed 2 hours to reach it, but Leng Wuchang was slower, getting here only today. Sir Leng is waiting. Please follow me, Steward Zhuo. A profound heaven expert was an elder in any clan, enjoying respect and awe. Only with Zhuo Fan, it was the other way around, with them bowing and making way. Zhuo Fan walked behind him. Passing many pavilions and after twists and turns, they arrived at a garden where Leng Wuchang was waiting. Leng Wuchang greeted the cold Zhuo Fan. Ha ha ha, as expected of Steward Zhuo. You got Drifting Flowers Edifice's treasure so fast. Impressive. Humph, tone down on the theatrics. You already knew I'd get it and got ready after I left. It took me 2 months to reach Drifting Flowers City from the imperial capital while you took a month. Zhuo Fan flicked in disdain. Leng Wuchang nodded. Ha ha ha, yes, it's as you say. I rushed here as fast as I could after you left because I believed Steward Zhuo is a professional, that a mere Bodhi route couldn't escape your grasp. It would be a sin to delay the exchange, not with Steward Zhuo wrought with worry over the Luo clan's safety. Enough, I said. I can see you're impatient to get the Bodhi route as well. Zhuo Fan's hand flashed, tossing a box around. I just don't get why the Regent estate is so hung up over this thing. Doesn't it only do wonders for your complexion? Leng Wuchang's eyes never left the box, flashing with greed. Steward Zhuo, you don't need to concern yourself with that. Just hand it over and I will deliver the Luo clan down to the last man. This way our deal will be finished. That is all you should be interested in. Zhuo Fan gave him a deep look and then grinned. Right, it's just a deal. It has nothing to do with me why you need it anyway. Pa. The box opened and a green root with a sweet fragrance was revealed. Its throbbing vitality overwhelmed Leng Wuchang, his chest moving with excitement. Where are they? Zhuo Fan asked. Licking his lips, Leng Wuchang took a deep breath to calm down. Steward Zhuo, we all know of your skills. If I hand them over, you'll just take this item with you and I'll be powerless to stop you. Pa Zhuo Fan closed the lid and spoke with impatience. Sir Leng, what is it that you want? Are you going to take this and not return my people? Oh no, you've got it all wrong. I only mean that I can't give them to you here. Because Steward Zhuo is too dangerous, changing moods faster than the wind, I have to come prepared. Leng Wuchang smiled. To be quite frank, I already had them sent back to Wingei's city. All you have to do is hand that over and I will have Ascending Jade tell them to release them. Zhuo Fan's brow twitched slightly, knocking on the table in thought. If I just give it, you won't release *T? How could I not? With Sir's magnificent display on Beast King Mountain, I've since lost all intention of inciting your ire. Compared to your current treacherous ploy, Steward Zhuo who measures every step before taking it, I am more afraid of the Steward Zhuo hell bent on revenge. It would bring no good to anyone. Leng Wuchang waved his hand in a rush, fear streaking his eyes, recalling Zhuo Fan's psychotic breakdown back on Beast King Mountain. Zhuo Fan sighed in the end and handed the box over. I hope, for your sake, that Sir Leng holds up his end of the deal. Holding the box with a trembling hand, feeling the oozing vitality, Leng Wuchang nodded and sent a jade. Steward Zhuo, I'm a man of my word. With a gesture, the jade slip flew away. Zhuo Fan nodded and stood up. With the deal complete, I shall be going. I need to see if the young miss and the others are safe. If any harm has come to them, humph. Sir Leng, will be seeing each other again in Caged Dragon City. Zhuo Fan vanished. Leng Wuchang was left alone with a heavy look. He did fulfill his end of the deal and didn't even so much as leave a scratch on the Luo clan, but Zhuo Fan's cold smile left him shuddering. Not even an honest-to-God man could keep a straight face on meeting Zhuo Fan. He is a savage like the rumors describe him. Such power, such dignity, it's not something everyone has, Leng Wuchang sighed. A rough voice broke him out of his thoughts. Sir Leng, do you have it? Huangpu Tianyuan walked over. Leng Wucheng made a deep bow, presenting the box. "Congratulations, estate lord, we have it." Huangpu Tianyuan opened the box and shuddered in glee. "Ha ha ha. At long last I can train the earth-ranked martial art, 9 dragons diamond body." "Indeed, estate lord. We are weaker than the imperial family, but stronger than Luo clan. Yet we can't compare when it comes to the quality of their experts. The imperial family has Gu Santong, while the Luo clan has Zhuo Fan, freaks of nature capable of fighting thousands. To take these lands for ourselves, we need to defeat those monsters. With the estate lord training in 9 dragons diamond body, your power will double. Heaven is smiling on the regent estate," Leng Wucheng praised. Huangpu Tianyuan was pleased, but then sighed. "A shame that 9 dragons diamond body needs 9 dragon souls to reach its peak. Especially the last one to become ethereal. But that dragon soul is with Zhuo Fan, a true shame. Sir Leng, why didn't you set the dragon soul as a condition of the deal as well? Estate lord, please restrain your greed. You know his temper just as well. If we push him too much and he flips, we are not prepared to take him and we will suffer greatly from it. Moreover, the dragon vein soul is a savage being. Even when the eldest young master's fate arrived, he could only subdue one. With the estate lord being able to use 8 souls to train yourself, the pain will be excruciating. Only through the use of Bodhi Root's vitality will it be an assured success." Leng Wucheng advised. "Sir has yet to even gain the diamond body and wouldn't be able to support so many dragon souls. What is the point of taking back the 9th soul? We should wait for Sir to train in it, and then look for Zhuo Fan." Huangpu Tianyuan still believed that he would never train it to peak because of one missing dragon soul, though he understood Leng Wucheng's logic. As haste made waste in many cases, it would be better to use the other 8 first. As for the 9th dragon soul, Humph Zhuo Fan, you just wait. I will be coming for that last one. Huangpu Tianyuan snorted inside, filled with battle spirit. None of them noticed a red flash beneath their feet. 20 miles away, Zhuo Fan leaned on a tree, waiting for the red flash to enter his body, his blood infant. When he left, he had blood infant slip underground, tuning in on their designs for the Bodhi route. He had never guessed that he'd find out so fast. 9 dragons diamond body. Zhuo Fan grinned. So using the 9 dragon souls to train, that old fox Huangpu Tianyuan can step into the ethereal stage from peak profound heaven stage. That'll be dangerous. How convenient that I have 1 dragon soul from the set, or I'd never have let go of the Bodhi route. They won't come knocking anytime soon. Not before finishing their training, that is, he. Snickering, Zhuo Fan glanced next to him. "Young Sanzi, let's go to All Beast Mountain Range?" On an ingredient hunt, Gu Santong lit up. With a vague smile, Zhuo Fan only shook his head. Chapter 411. 9th level spiritual beast. Roar, in the serene forest, a cry sent the birds scrambling away. A flaming winged beast with huge eyes darted out of the forest in panic and fear. It was shaking from head to toe, frantic in flapping its wings even through the dozens of trees to get out. "Stop right there," I said. "Now, before you make it worse." A childish voice came from behind, yet oddly overbearing. Sweating all over, the spiritual beast wheezed, its wings going faster. It believed the angelic voice was that of a reaper, coming to drag him back to hell. "Stop! Are you touched in the head? That's asking for me to sit still as you cut me up." Whoosh, a red flash came from behind, smacking him so hard he folded. Its eyes turned white as it hit the ground in a 100-meter-wide crater. As the dust settled, the spiritual beasts nearby scattered in panic. Only the large beast remained, out cold and battered, as a small figure landed on top. Gu Santong's only reaction to the pitiful back-broken spiritual beast was, "You just don't know when to quit. I told you to stop, but no, you just had to make me do it. How dumb, I don't want your life." Gu Santong walked onto its back, grabbed the wings, and tore them off. Blood gushed like a waterfall, but the spiritual beast only jerked, still out cold, which was probably for the best. Seeing so much blood bubbling out of it would have left it crying. "Sweet Jesus Christ, you don't want my life but my wings." How is a flying spiritual beast without its wings any different from a cripple? And you still ask me to stop? Who the hell makes those kinds of demands like it's the order of the day? What could it do? The strong worked in savage and cruel ways. With the wings in his ring, Gu Santong counted on his fingers, including this fourth-level spiritual beast's wings that should add up to 80. I wonder how's Dad doing? Gu Santong jumped up in the air and was gone. Only the crippled spiritual beast was left, its eyes rolled up in their sockets, and blood flowing down its back like a river. It wasn't long for this world, that's for sure. Meanwhile, in a clearing, 3 fifth-level spiritual beasts were shivering from fear. Zhuo Fan strolled towards them, his eyes cold and a faint azure flame flickering on his forehead. Sure, they'd fear Zhuo Fan just the same, even without that gimmick, but not enough to lose even their fight-or-flight instinct. You three, turn around. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. The spiritual beasts looked at each other through tears and turned. How could a man have such power to rob them of the will to even flee? The air around him was obviously from a big boss of theirs. Zhuo Fan snickered, touching the azure flame. Without this baby here, he'd be out there wasting time chasing these beasts to and fro. Now he could even order them to die and they'd line up on the precipice, plunging to their doom like second nature. Going behind one spiritual beast, Zhuo Fan's mouth twisted in a smile touching its wings. The victim trembled and sweated. What came next was a tearing sound, a pain so excruciating it wailed in tears, all while the blood on its back gushed freely. Now beat it, Zhuo Fan snapped. The spiritual beast dragged its pitiful and gimp body in remorse deeper into the woods, leaving a thick trail of blood. As for the other 2 spiritual beasts, seeing their buddy's woeful fate, they were shivering harder, pleading Zhuo Fan with their big puppy eyes. They were majestic 5th-level spiritual beasts, pack leaders in the all-beast mountain range, but now their wings were plucked off by a mere human. Oh, the humanity! What could they do? This guy had that wavy blue thing making them docile as puppies. Rip Tilda with another 2 ripping sounds. The mournful cries of the spiritual beasts echoed out into the blue sky with Zhuo Fan behind them waving them off. The spiritual beasts went on the same road as their brother, weeping and deflated in their slow steps into the forest. Only the horrifying trail of blood was testament to the gruesome torture. Zhuo Fan put the wings away. He was 1 step closer to his goal. On his way to resume the harvest, a red flash came in the form of Gu Santong. Dad, I got around 80 pairs. What about you? Gu Santong stuck out his flushed face. Zhuo Fan smiled, his brows going up and down. Around the same, 235. So many. Gu Santong sulked. Dad, you're so mean. I have to chase those spiritual beasts each time while you just use that azure flame to have them sit still. How am I supposed to win like this? Gu Santong pouted and stomped. This game has been going on for 3 months now. What he thought to be a search for herbs turned into plucking wings and in him losing all interest. Zhuo Fan made it a challenge, saying he'd give him 10 8th-grade ingredients if he gathered 1,000 pairs of wings first. That had him going around the mountains in excitement. But when the race started, he found out that Zhuo Fan had a secret weapon, making the entire mountain range's spiritual beasts listen to his orders. In the first 2 weeks alone, Zhuo Fan had already overtaken him. His hopes of winning were dashed. He had the strength, but Zhuo Fan had the azure flame which could line up the beasts for the culling. Zhuo Fan saw through him and smiled. Young Sanzi, how about this? I still need to get 1,000, but you win if you can get 300 before me. Really? Gu Santong's eyes sparkled. Better keep your word. I'm going. But then he came right back in the next moment, asking coyly, Dad, what do you need all these wings for? Did you get bored of yours and want to switch them up every day? You're like the maids in the imperial palace. They switch jewelry just like you. I am no woman to have that vice. Zhuo Fan's face twitched. Now go to your thing. You'll find out in the evening. All right. Gu Santong left shrugging. He only cared about the prize anyway. He had no curiosity to know what Zhuo Fan's use of the wings was. Hutilda, but before he could give more chase, a hurricane blew over them. Sand and rocks blew away as a black cloud loomed over Beast mountain range. The next moment, a 300-meter-long, three-headed black bird swooped in, its powerful wings sending sharp winds, able to crush even stone. Zhuo Fan cried, "Ninth-level spiritual beast, three-headed crow, what's it doing here? This is only the sixth-level spiritual beast's domain. Dad, can we use its wings? Why don't we pull them off?" Gu Santong proposed. Zhuo Fan disposed. "Young Sanzi, behave. This spiritual beast is powerful enough to go on a rampage in the sacred domain. Us two are no match for it." Zhuo Fan's heart shook, and he gulped. He never dreamed that mortal domain could have such a spiritual beast. He knew Beast mountain range went deeper still, having areas the sixth-level spiritual beasts didn't dare cross, that those areas were holding a terrible being. Not even he thought of exploring it. Beast mountain range was a bottomless treasure vault which he wouldn't dare open before he had the power to do so, but the guardian of that treasury had caught him with his pants down. "Dad, can't your azure flame do the trick?" Gu Santong reminded him. Zhuo Fan recovered at last, how the hell did I forget, and deployed his trick. The instant that flame came out into the open, the three-headed crow stopped with all its heads fixated on him. "There you are!" Each head had an azure flame too. Zhuo Fan was rendered speechless. Chapter 412. Beast Mountain Lord. "Oh my God, that thing has the azure flame too, 3 of them on top of it." Zhuo Fan looked like he was choking on a fly. He had a monopoly on the azure flame so far, with all beasts shuddering at his feet. Then this 9th-level spiritual beast came along bearing the same majestic power, thus making him immune to his flame. In the face of such might, he was nothing but a foot soldier. Hutilda flapping those heaven-reaching wings, it drew closer to the pair, casting a huge shadow over them. Gulping, Zhuo Fan was sweating now. "Was it you who has been hunting the flying spiritual beasts?" Three-headed crow's eyes were on him, but only the middle head spoke. Zhuo Fan's forehead was sweating buckets. The 9th-level spiritual beast has such intelligence that it can speak. This is going to be hard. Such a mind was not like those brutish spiritual beasts. It was far harder to outsmart and escape. Gu Santong cut him off before Zhuo Fan could say anything, shouting proudly, "That's us. What about it?" "Oh no, 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 don't listen to a little child's nonsense. We're not killing anybody, he. Covering the kid's mouth, Zhuo Fan wiped his brow with a smile. His heart was sinking further and further. For the three-headed crow to ask about the hunting, he must have come to settle the score, no doubt. His best option was to drag it out, lie and cheat while waiting for the perfect moment to flee for their lives. Who in their right mind would ever admit? Young Sanzi is still so innocent. Compared to those foxes in Tianyu, he was as crude as the beasts in the Beast mountain range. The three-headed crow's heads exchanged looks and nodded. It found the azure flame on Zhuo Fan familiar. "Yes, it's you all right. Come, my master wants to see you." "Master? A 9th-level spiritual beast has a master. What kind of a monster does that make him?" Zhuo Fan licked his dry lips, his mind out of commission. The tiny Tianyu Empire in the plain mortal domain was hiding such a secluded monster. It has to be seclusion, or his lordly self wouldn't send a 3-headed crow on errands otherwise. Who could beat that? More importantly, where does he come from? Zhuo Fan sank in thought and his eyes flashed. He looked at the azure flames on the 3-headed crow and nodded in understanding. "Humph, you think this young master will see him just because you say so? Who do you take me for?" Gu Santong knew he was no match, but his pride wouldn't allow any retreat. Like his heart was telling him that lowering his head in fear before the 9th-level spiritual beast was a disgrace. He was like a nobleman, always holding his little head high. The 3-headed crow was curious instead of angry at Gu Santong's bratty temper, and in fact lowered its head in respect. "Forgive me, young master. As the master ordered, I have to take you with me, even if by force. Do you see the azure flame on my head? Master bestowed it to me so I could contend with you and the gentleman. Please don't force me. I do not want to harm you." I'd like to see you try. Ever since I remember, I've only relied on my trusted fists. No one has overcome them ever. I'm not afraid of you." Gu Santong rolled up his sleeves, but Zhuo Fan stopped him from starting a fight. Mulling over in his head, Zhuo Fan nodded. "All right, we will see your master. Lead the way." "It is quite far from here. Please get on my back. I will take you." The three-headed crow leaned in, and Zhuo Fan hopped on along with Gu Santong. Gu Santong was still grumbling. "Dad, isn't this admitting defeat? It'll make me look bad." "Ha ha ha, how is this a defeat? The other party is only inviting us. Though it is compulsion, it was with respect. We have to go. It's like knowing when to face reality and accept the facts. We'd have to go even if we didn't want to, but the difference in attitude would have been worlds apart. With such an obvious gap in strength, rather than setting oneself up for humiliation, taking a step back is recommended." Zhuo Fan smiled. "Besides, your dad is curious to see the mystery expert. I have some questions that need answers." Zhuo Fan flicked his finger and the azure flame shone above it, reflected in those deep black eyes of his. "Hold on." The three-headed crow flapped its massive wings, carrying them into the heavens above. That simple, yet wide movement changed the perspectives of Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong in a blink, finding themselves in a foreign area. Does he have a teleporting skill like Dad's divine eye of the void? Gu Santong looked around at the new area he was in. Zhuo Fan shook his head. "Spanning thousands of miles, it covers the moon and holds the sky." A famous saying in the sacred domain, describing one of the 5 great sacred beasts, the vaulting Kunpeng's incredible power. In one flap, it crosses 9,000 miles. The three-headed crow, a being of the vaulting Kunpeng's bloodline, is not as impressive, but it can still cross 100 miles. That was no teleportation, but pure speed. SSS Tilda Gu Santong gasped, amazed at the huge bird. "You're actually so cool." "That's why I told you we can't win. I can blink away, true, but only a couple miles at most." Zhuo Fan patted Gu Santong's shocked head. The three-headed crow's lively tail betrayed its good mood even with the frozen expression as it humbly said, "You're too kind. Such a parlor trick is nothing to you, young master." The crow flew deeper into the all-beast mountain range. The spiritual beasts along the way saw their eldest brother passing and lowered their heads in homage, even 9th-level spiritual beasts. Even the hunting spiritual beasts paused to show their respects. This was the power it had here, mainly because of the azure flame. For the azure flame to drive fear into the 9th-level spiritual beasts as well, that means... Zhuo Fan squinted. Glancing around, he saw the king of beasts, a 6th-level spiritual beast, being preyed upon and causing a startling scene. What came even more as a shock was how the mortal domain had a place with so many high-level spiritual beasts. It begged the question, who controls this horde? What kind of being is he? Zhuo Fan was looking forward to this meeting. An hour later, the three-headed crow landed on a tall mountain covered in thunderclouds. A pitch-black cave faced the all-beast mountain range, like an ever-watchful black eye on these lands. "That is my master's residence." Zhuo Fan looked at the cave, at the savage beasts behind them, and sighed. The only way to get here was on the three-headed crow's back. It only took us an hour despite the distance. With the two's top speed, it'd take them half a month. The biggest shock was the sheer size of the all-beast mountain range. This area was more than half of the entire range, the true all-beast mountain range. "Master is waiting for you. Please go in." The three-headed crow left with one last polite urging. Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong nodded, stepping into the cave. The two were intrepid men. Come what may, we're ready. He wouldn't get to beat them, that was for sure, even if the guy wanted them dead, so it was best to go in headlong. But since he had sent a three-headed crow to guide them here, he ought to be nice. Probably. The two put their game faces on. Tilda and azure frame flared to life, shining the entire cave. The blue glow revealed a throne, and sitting on it was the familiar figure Zhuo Fan saw in his dream. He was a stout, middle-aged man in azure garb. He had a sparse beard and a creepy grin. "Ha ha ha, my boy, we meet again." "You." Zhuo Fan smiled back. Meanwhile, 1,000 meters below Caged Dragon City, in a huge space, a peculiar array was engraved on the floor. 9 golden dragons 3 meters long lay in a pattern around it. the golden chain coming from their mouths binding them to the array's center. Ripples of power were released from that center, constant and heavy. If the venerables gathered, nothing untoward will happen when the array is unsealed. Lang Wuchang stood outside the array in worry. Huangpu Tianyuan held a green root, a manic glint in his eyes. Humph! If those geezers knew we had the Bodhi root and can train in the 9 dragons' diamond body, they'll say the house interests come first and select the best candidate to train in it. They would have had Huangpu Finglay train here and threaten my position. With me moving behind their back, it will soon be too late even if they discover, and they will ultimately obey my word. Regent Estate's strongest and estate lord will ultimately be me, ha ha ha. Nonetheless. No hesitation, Sir Lang. Begin. Huangpu Tianyuan cut off Lang Wuchang's worry. Lang Wuchang sighed and his hands moved. Whoosh tilde in a flash of gold, the 9 dragons pulled on the chains to reveal a bright cave releasing dragon roars. Huangpu Tianyuan was thrilled with every step, rushing inside. The glowing cave mouth was soon sealed back as the chains moved. Only Lang Wuchang was wrought with worry looking at the calmness. If Huangpu Tianyuan couldn't master the skill, the seal would break and the 8 dragons would crush even venerables. The dragon-veined souls would rain havoc. Chapter 413, Vaulting Kunpeng. Thank you, Senior, for all the times that you saved me. Zhuo Fan made a full bow after finding out he was the Azure Flame person back then. The man sneered, "Ha ha ha, boy, I only saved you that one time from a wolf pack." Since the Senior has granted me the Azure Flame, Junior has used it many times to save himself. It is the same as Senior lending a hand. I will never forget such a favor. Zhuo Fan bowed again. The man stared Zhuo Fan down, though uncaring if he was sincere or not. "It's fine, I won't be asking for payment. Why don't you take it out for me to see it?" Zhuo Fan froze, unsure what game he was playing. But with his immense strength, Zhuo Fan would never win, choosing to play along. He put out his finger and an azure glow burst out. The man looked stunned at the flame, then sighed. "I thought as much. You refined it. Kid, you sure are lucky." "What do you mean, Senior?" Zhuo Fan probed. The man sighed. "The azure flame is my innate possession, connected with my mind. When I gave you the azure flame, I could see everything you do." Zhuo Fan's heart tensed and his eyes darted around. That's like having constant surveillance. The man chuckled at his obvious thoughts. "Kid, you're too cautious. What use would I have of someone as feeble as you? I was only watching out for you in case of misfortune and to send someone to your rescue. Please don't twist my goodwill." Zhuo Fan's heart shuddered at his warning. The man resumed. "Yet not long after you got it, you refined the azure flame, cutting off my connection. It can only mean 2 things. You either threw it away, something monumentally difficult for someone like you, or you combined it with your body on the deepest level, which is even more unheard of. It has been a problem that's been plaguing me for years, but now I see you really have done it. Kid, you are quite lucky to have it." "I wonder which Grand Master you are under?" Zhuo Fan shuddered. "The guy hails from the sacred domain, no question about it, and is at least a saint. Better err on the side of caution and be brief and short. He knew about the Blood Infant and Patriarch Blood Demon, yet still showed no ill will. So he has no ties with Patriarch Blood Demon. Saying I am his descendant should be a safe bet." Zhuo Fan cupped his hands. "Greetings, Senior. I come from Sacred Domain, Patriarch Blood Demon's descendant." "Cut the crap," the man lashed out. Patriarch Blood Demon was strong, but only a saint who ever cared about his Blood Infant research. The skills I saw you use 9 years ago were too intricate to be from anyone under an emperor. Speak, which one of the ancient emperors is your master?" Zhuo Fan trembled. The guy's eyes were sharp and insidious. Just from that array 9 years ago, he could tell Zhuo Fan's master's level. There's no way a pushover knows about the 10 ancient emperors and Patriarch Blood Demon. And since he lives surrounded by beasts, it's king even, maybe? Zhuo Fan's sweat flowed harder. In front of this guy, he was less than an ant, of no value whatsoever. The man saw him silent and sneered. "Kid, I've roamed the world all my life and seen everything. You may not say it, but I can still guess it. Those pills and arrays you used were as marvelous as they were rare, Yet you are also masterful in the heinous blood infant. The only emperor in the world who is so knowledgeable and a secret art hoarder is that old freak Nine Serenities. Shuddering harder, Zhuo Fan was in a panic. In just one guess, the man had found out everything, and that too merely from watching him use the arrays. The guy had to have ample experience that even the demonic emperor couldn't compare to. I am in awe of the senior's gaze. Zhuo Fan made a deep bow. I am indeed Nine Serenities' emperor's successor, but I never had the chance to meet him. Ha ha ha, that would be close to impossible. I reckon he already went to the underworld and became a ghost by now. The man shook his head. In the times of the 10 emperors, each had his unique skill. Heavenly Emperor's eyes, Tyrant Emperor's divine fist, while only Nine Serenities was a jack of all trades. He was a shame to the others, they all took him for a fake. But Nine Serenities sure was persistent, gathering the world's secret arts and cultivation methods. And through all that knowledge, he became one of the strongest 3 emperors. He compiled all of his knowledge in the Nine Serenities' secret records, a treasure everyone is thirsting over. I just never thought Patriarch Blood Demon's blood infant art would fall into his hands as well. Kid, holding that record is the same as turning you into the world's most brilliant gem, a library of secrets. With all arts beneath the 10 emperors in your hands, you have received the greatest blessing in your path to understand Tao. Zhuo Fan nodded, wiping his brow. In just a few words, the guy had figured him out as the holder of the Nine Serenities' secret records. Everyone in the sacred domain would go insane over it, ending with his untimely demise, of course. As luck would have it, this guy thought of himself as better than even the emperors, mocking their greed for some scribbles. He respected the Nine Serenities' secret records, but wouldn't steal it from the kid. This was Zhuo Fan's luckiest break yet, not like he could stop him anyway. Zhuo Fan mustered some courage. Senior, from your tone I assume you're familiar with the 10 emperors. I wonder. You've been to the Lightning Canyon. What did you get? The man asked coldly. Licking his lips, Zhuo Fan gave a firm nod. Senior, I have indeed been there. Senior's azure flame was of much help in fighting Lightning Canyon's purple lightning array. I just don't know if the senior wants the purple lightning gold eye or divine eye of the void. Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in 3 gold halos. The man's mouth trembled, he smiled and scratched his head. Ha ha ha, you did find it after all. My assistance hasn't been for naught. He wants Heavenly Emperor's ultimate skill, divine eye of the void. All that's left to figure out is if he is after the art or my eyes. He won't be gouging them out, is he? The stout man laughed again in his imperial seat, jerking him out of his thoughts. Kid, didn't you want to know who I am? Feast your eyes. A raging fire exploded behind him, azure in color and in the shape of a huge bird with even bigger wings. Zhuo Fan's eyes widened. The head of the 5 sacred beasts, vaulting Kunpeng. He came to the same guess earlier on, but seeing was believing, shaking his tense heart. The 5 sacred beasts were equal to the 10 emperors, but rulers of beasts. Meeting vaulting Kunpeng was like meeting an emperor of old. Even if he was back to being the demonic emperor, an emperor-level expert, he'd still be nothing more than an ant. Star Reader. Funny enough, the character for Emperor in Demonic Emperor implies higher power and authority than the Emperor in the 10 Emperors. Now he knew why every beast cowered before the azure flame. How could they rebuke the mighty lord of the animal kingdom? Even humans would shiver when facing such a mighty beast as the vaulting Kunpeng. He saw the soaring Kilin in the Lightning Canyon, but it was already dead, leaving behind a mere leg, while vaulting Kunpeng was in the flesh before his very eyes. Merely the image behind him shone with such power and pressure that it took his breath away. It was the aura of a sacred beast. Gulping hard, Zhuo Fan was sweating buckets. Gu Santong had hunkered behind him from the start, eerily quiet for once. Not even he dared showboating before the vaulting Kunpeng. Chuckling, vaulting Kunpeng withdrew his power and walked down from his throne, watching Zhuo Fan in glee. You truly are Nine Serenities' successor. I wasn't wrong to put my hopes on you. Now it's time for the next step. Next. Zhuo Fan jerked. Vaulting Kunpeng helped me for his own reasons like I thought. But what is he after? Chapter 414, Killen's Son. I'll fulfill any wish you may have, senior, come hell or high water. Zhuo Fan cupped his hands, his waist bent, like the most adorable child. Kunpeng laughed. Please don't play around. 9 Serenities was a sly fox back then, and with you as his successor, you can't be anything less either. I am not one to believe anything that comes out of your mouth, and like I said, I'm not asking for repayment. This next step is merely a request of mine. You can decide what to do, but you better do it right if you accept. Zhuo Fan pursed his lips. Kunpeng was kind and humble, only requesting, but this style was the best suited in maneuvering others. He knew that if Zhuo Fan's promise was fake, the only one to suffer would be himself. The carrot would be more appropriate in these cases, adding enough incentive to get the job done. Zhuo Fan knew that Kunpeng's request would be hard, if not impossibly dangerous. There was no way to accept it before even knowing what it entailed. Kunpeng nodded. Good to know that you are considering everything. You are the spitting image of the cunning 9 Serenities. The more thoughtful you are, the more at ease I would be on entrusting you with this. Before that, though, I would like to ask, mind letting that child be in my care? Kunpeng turned to Gu Santong, hiding behind Zhuo Fan, filled with love. What? The two cried at the same time. Gu Santong made himself smaller behind Zhuo Fan and shivered. Senior, young Sanzi is my godson. Why do you want him? Zhuo Fan panicked, knowing he couldn't stop Kunpeng if he was forceful. Kunpeng looked at them oddly. How rare. You two hit it off at first sight and even became a family. This is even better, but the child is related to me and teaching him will help him greatly. Zhuo Fan roamed his eyes around in thought. You've seen Brother Killen in Lightning Canyon, correct? He must be so thin, struck down by the purple lightning for so many years. This child could have only survived in the Lightning Canyon due to his father's help. Taking him out and even becoming family must be because of Brother Killen's approval. You now know who I am, and since me and his father are sacred beasts, it would be better to let me take care of him. Cut the crap, Gu Santong hooted. This young master has lived in Tianyu. I only stayed in Lightning Canyon for 5 years. How can I be Killen's son? Kunpeng looked at Zhuo Fan in stunned silence. Zhuo Fan retold Gu Santong's history. Kunpeng fell silent, frowned and sighed. I see, it was 300 years ago. What's wrong, senior? Zhuo Fan asked. Gu Santong was his godson. He had a theory about the kid's history but still needed proof. Kunpeng said, 3 centuries ago, I heard a sudden cry across the world. It sounded like Brother Killen's roar of anger. My brothers had an encounter with the Heavenly Emperor once, sealing them in the 3 forbidden spaces with the divine eye of the void, forced to endure the torment of thousands of purple lightning strikes. For many years, this remained unchanged. Then at some point, Brother Killen gave a howl of shock. I didn't know its meaning, but now I see it must have meant that he could no longer hold on and was worried for his Killen egg dying with him. He used all that he had left to throw the egg out of that space. And from that egg came you, Gu Santong. This is why you had no mother or father, of incredible power, just like Killen's innate ability. None of the 5 sacred beasts can beat a Killen in terms of strength alone. Gu Santong was stunned. He was still skeptical, but soon realized the pain he felt looking at the soaring Killen's leg back in Lightning Canyon was because of their blood ties. Anyone would be in tears seeing their father reduced to such a state. Zhuo Fan nodded. He didn't know then why the perfect array had a gap. The Killen used its outrageous power to make that hole to get his egg out. Yet even the mighty Killen could only make that little hole, further confirming the might of Heavenly Emperor's eye skill. And in his act of desperation, the Killen not only lost its life, but was reduced to a mere leg. He had to have overused his strength, leaving him easy prey for the purple lightning. The Killen might still be alive if not for getting Gu Santong out. Zhuo Fan sighed, a father's love is like a mountain. Yes, I'm sure of it. When you guys entered All Beast mountain range, besides sensing the azure flame, I also felt the Killen's aura. Now that you are before me, my sacred beast nose can't be wrong. That is why I had 3-headed crow escort you here. To see it clearly? Kunpeng rubbed Gu Santong's little head, sighing. Child, you should call me Uncle Kunpeng. Gu Santong only blushed, biting his lip and tearing up. Kunpeng wasn't hard on him, letting him digest this shocking news and turning to Zhuo Fan. Young Sanzi's history is certain. But I can't help but wonder, what came of Brother Killen after you entered Lightning Canyon? How is he? Zhuo Fan gave a bitter smile, making his right hand flash red. Only this remained. What? The soaring Killen's leg is resting under your shoulder. Kunpeng was flabbergasted, touching Zhuo Fan's right arm. The great sacred beast became a human's tool. 9 Serenity's Emperor's research was complete. You are a truly rare genius, boy. Kunpeng instantly took it as an effect of 9 Serenity's Emperor's secret art. But Zhuo Fan was frowning, the sadness gone from his eyes, replaced with fear. For God's sake. Here you are seeing your old pal's only remains, and instead of mourning, you're praising 9 Serenity's Emperor's research. Humph, the sacred beasts aren't that friendly after all. Does that mean all that sadness just now was fake? He came up with 2 logical explanations. To win Gu Santong over and to win him over. Since he still has stuff he needs me to do, winning me over takes precedence. Let's see where he's taking it. Zhuo Fan squinted but sighed. Senior, please don't grieve. Oh, sorry, I lost myself there. Blushing, Kunpeng took back his hands, the sadness back in his eyes. Senior, what is it that you want from me? Snickering inside, Zhuo Fan bowed. Kunpeng sighed. As the leader of the 5 sacred beasts, I mourn the fates of 3 of my brothers sealed away in such spaces, unable to get out with me powerless to help. That is why I want you to do it. Get my brothers out of there. I will never forget your immense effort. Senior exaggerates. Nothing is impossible with your power. Junior is a mere ant's disciple. How can my meager skill rescue seniors from eternal damnation? Zhuo Fan sighed. Kunpeng rushed. Kid, you underestimate yourself. With 9 Serenity's Emperor and Heavenly Emperor's ultimate skills, the sky's the limit. And those spaces came to be through the divine eye of the void. You who possess that skill will have no problem removing the seal. But my achievement is meager. It'd be better to give the art to Senior. With your training, you'd complete it in no time. No, no, no. Kunpeng shook his head hastily. Each person has his own path. Humans comprehend Tao to rule over everything, while sacred beasts unearth the power deep within. Each has their own strengths, but never can they mix. A human's art is something a sacred beast and spiritual beasts can never learn. Zhuo Fan unclenched. Of course he didn't lose it and turn charitable. He wouldn't just hand it over. It was all a test, a test. Now that he knew that the sacred beast couldn't use his art, he breathed easier. Since there was no conflict of interests, they could build a stable business relationship. Dad, just do it. Gu Santong's pitiful eyes turned to Zhuo Fan. Recalling his father's tragic passing, Gu Santong wished to help the other sacred beasts. Zhuo Fan patted his little head, chuckling fondly. Little scamp, how can I not? We are in another guy's home after all. He said he won't force us, but even a moron can see this is no request. Humph, if I don't agree, there won't be a bone left of my body in this mountain range. But Gu Santong merely showed a bright smile. His innocence warmed the cockles of his heart. The kid's puppy looks aside. Business is business. It was not Zhuo Fan's style to meet such a moneybag and not fleece him of every last penny or spirit stone. Case in point, Zhuo Fan bowed. Senior, since you are trusting me with such a monumental task, I would be needing some support. Kunpeng's face was twitching, getting the drift. Ha ha ha, I didn't meet that old freak 9 Serenities, but you sure have that geezer's style down pat. Ha ha ha, no worries. I have a great gift prepared. Chapter 415, Open the Mind. Pa Kunpeng snapped his fingers. As rumbling came from outside, Kunpeng glanced at the two, walked out, and smiled. Come with me. They were right behind him, but froze as they left the cave. It was a heap of bloody spiritual beast wings. Scarlet blood ran from the base in rivulets, a testament to how freshly plucked they were. While over them, 9th-level spiritual beasts flew around still, adding to the heap an extra pile of bloody wings, shaking the ground every time. Zhuo Fan gasped. As a demonic emperor, he had seen his fair share of ghastly genocides, but it was his first time seeing it done by their own kin in cold blood. He now knew for sure that Kun Peng was a determined, vicious, and ambitious person. Spiritual beasts were naught but slaves to a sacred beast, their tiny little lives having no worth whatsoever. Even as they tore those wings from the beast's shivering bodies, their hearts wouldn't so much as twitch. I know you've been looking for spiritual beast wings. Here are 100,000 from 4th, 5th, and 6th level spiritual beasts. I can have them fetch more if you want. Kun Peng smiled in a savage tone, fitting for a beast overlord. Zhuo Fan waved quickly. Senior is so thoughtful. I could never use so many. I only wanted 1,000. Senior's generosity and consideration has been more than enough. However, my ring can't hold so many wings. It's fine. Kun Peng flicked his hand and the heap of wings entered his ring before he handed it over to Zhuo Fan. Please take it. It was a ring sparkling in azure, of a different class than his thunder ring. It had such a thick spiritual energy coming from it that it gave off a refreshed feeling and filled one with Yu and Kai. There was no way an average guy could just show up and make one sacred ring. He wanted to go for it, but taking such an item couldn't be done casually. Only those in power in the sacred domain had the right to flaunt such rings. Not even he, a demonic emperor, qualified. Kun Peng chuckled at his hesitation. I see. Although no one can recognize this sacred ring in the mortal domain, you will one day go back to the sacred domain. Ha ha ha, you have such a far gaze, but it's fine. Kun Peng hooked his finger and the thunder ring flew into his hand. With a flash of azure, the two rings combined. Thunder ring on the outside, but still as large inside as the sacred ring. Zhuo Fan paled and sighed inside. Such skill, his refining must be divine. Another thing this demonic emperor found he was lacking. Vaulting Kun Peng truly is the head of the 5 sacred beasts, of the same existence as the 10 emperors. His dumbfounded look stroked Kun Peng's ego, smiling and nodding. The guy's cunning tricks involved not only luring but shock and awe as well. See that? No flattery will ever match my greatness, so be good and stick with me if you want to live a good life, or I just might squash you. Zhuo Fan's face was just the one he had wished for. Kun Peng raised an eyebrow, looking at the ring stunned. With a wave and a flash of purple, a purple thunder skylark flew out and landed behind Zhuo Fan. He glanced at Kun Peng in fear, further hiding behind his father. How odd, this thunder skylark wields the power of purple lightning. Kun Peng's eyes shook, pointing at Kaior. Boy, did you have a role in getting the thunder skylark to use purple lightning. Yes and no. When I entered Lightning Canyon, Kaior hadn't hatched and was forced to use it to absorb the purple lightning. I never expected for him to turn out like this. His mind is also sharper than a mere spiritual beast. It is his fortune. Zhuo Fan stated, Why, Senior, is there a problem? It's such a freaky event that I've never seen one in my life. Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning comes from heaven-splitting Thunder Phoenix, one of the 5 sacred beasts. Its innate ability was this purple lightning. A sacred beast would pop under its attack, and not even soaring Killin could defend against it. Even with the thunder skylark capable of swallowing lightning, it should still crumble under the purple lightning. But this thunder skylark was born from it. It's like inheriting the Thunder Phoenix's legacy. Amazing, Kun Peng sighed. Zhuo Fan figured as much. While the egg took the brunt of the purple lightning back then, he was using the peak of 9 Serenity's Emperor's research, demon transformation art. It can absorb anything in the world. This had to be why the undeveloped Kaior could take in the purple lightning into himself. While Zhuo Fan took some of the brunt as well. Without this mystical art, the man and bird would have long been shot dead. Zhuo Fan had figured it all out, but was not feeling quite forward with this particular info. With how humans were twisted inside, discretion was the better side of valor, not to mention keeping his cards hidden. Humph, Kun Peng may know the ancient emperors, but he has no clue of 9 Serenity's Emperor's masterpiece, the demon transformation art. The unknown is the ultimate weapon. Zhuo Fan knew that fully well since his first life. To the pondering and baffled Kun Peng, Zhuo Fan put on an equally dumbstruck look. Kunpeng sighed in the end. Such a huge opportunity. This bird's fortune is immense. Kid, you sure have one lucky star. Not only you're blessed yourself, but even your damn pets struck gold. You're practically blinding from all the karma on you. Senior, that's just luck. Zhuo Fan bowed. Kunpeng grinned. Then let me add my own blessing and gild the lily. Kunpeng motioned and Kaior drew closer, panicking and crying. Gu Santong wanted to interfere, but Zhuo Fan stopped him. Kunpeng was the head of sacred beasts. He wouldn't lower himself to picking on fourth-level spiritual beasts. Kunpeng fixed his happy eyes on Kaior, and an azure glow flew from his finger and into the bird's forehead. Kaior's frantic wings stopped. It cawed once and bowed. Thank you for your blessing, sacred lord. Kaior can speak. Gu Santong turned shocked to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan was out of it as well, but only for a jiffy. But why is it a female? Yep, Kaior was a she now, along with all the perks that entailed. She had a soothing voice and was unlike her old man in style. Though a chick in more ways than one, she shouldn't have such a soft voice even as a young one. It was totally different from Gu Santong. Father, brother, I have always been a girl. You just always took me for. Kaior flapped next to the two, blinking her huge, innocent eyes. Zhuo Fan Ahmed, son. Younger brother. Gu Santong blushed. Kaior huffed and puffed, flying around the two. I'm a girl, a girl. Ha ha ha, kid, you don't even know your spirit animal's gender? Kunpeng cracked up. Malarkey. How should I know when I didn't send her to find a mate? Rolling his eyes, Zhuo Fan kept that to himself and only showed respect. It's of my own neglect, embarrassing myself before senior. But what did Sir do? Opened her mind. Kunpeng smiled. Kid, I have to admit, you are loaded with treasures yet can't even see them. I was born out of chaos itself to become the head of the 5 sacred beasts. Like that thunder phoenix, I use the chaos flame, a gentle flame. It can transcend the soul, harmonize yin and yang, and open the mind. Kid, you have my chaos flame. If you used it to refine your soul for 10 years, you would have been in the ethereal stage. What are you still doing in the profound heaven stage? A darn shame. Why didn't you tell me that the first time? Zhuo Fan was stumped and grumbling inside. At least he was a hard worker in building up his strength all this time, but who'd be a moron to skip such a shortcut? It should have hit him a long time ago, in fact. When he got his discerning field and wielded radiant stages skills, weren't all of them a byproduct of the azure flame? Why didn't he take the educated and logical guess of using it to refine his soul? Zhuo Fan felt like shedding dry tears. All those years. For nothing. Kunpeng shook his head. I gave you the azure flame to shield your soul while also helping you get in the lightning canyon. I never intended for you to use it and go ethereal. But now that you've refined my old flame, you have complete control over it and should have enjoyed your fortune. A shame you're such a schmuck to understand this basic truth. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan's face twitched. Chapter 416. Loaded. What's 10 wasted years anyway? You'll have plenty of time to cultivate in the future. Don't feel too down in the dumps. Kunpeng patronized. He snapped his fingers and the new and improved thunder ring returned to Zhuo Fan. Sighing, Zhuo Fan put it on and his eyes popped out. This is 10 billion sacred spirit stones. Ha ha ha, this is the gift I was talking about. What, you thought it'd only be some spiritual beast wings? Kunpeng spoke with pride. I mean, I am an ancient powerhouse that roamed the continent after all. This is nothing. With that old coot 9 Serenity's bag of fancy arrays and tricks, you'd stumble upon some monsters at some point, and with my little help you can now survive them. Just work hard in helping me. That's all the compensation I want. Upstart. Zhuo Fan clicked his tongue, seeing the motherlode sparkling in his ring. The sparse spiritual treasures and ingredients gave such a poor feeling besides the billions of sacred spirit stones. It's more than what the sacred domains heads of sacred clans can come up with. Arrays demanded spirit stone, and above the 12th grade arrays, there were 6 more, the sacred arrays. Those worked only with sacred spirit stones. But sacred spirit stone mines only existed in the sacred domain, in the hands of the clans there, not to mention their low number. Yet Kunpeng smashed him with so many zeros with a flick. That's a sacred beast's boss for you. Everything he does it in style. Zhuo Fan put the ring on with a shiver. He was so moved he could cry. Kunpeng nodded. Now that's called glossing over the defects to take advantage of someone. I gave you a fortune, so you better do your own part, and more. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath and cupped his hands. Senior, I will see this through, come what may. I will find the other danger zones and save seniors from impending doom. Very good. Kunpeng beamed. I've got this slick to change his mind. If there's nothing else, start right away. Young Sanzi will stay with me as I pour my all in teaching him. He's been out there for 300 years without a guide, unable to make use of his sacred beast innate strength. What a shame. Kunpeng spoke. The three-headed crow landed, obviously intending to give Zhuo Fan a lift out of here. Zhuo Fan nodded, put Kaior in the ring and patted Gu Santong's head before hopping on the bird's back. Gu Santong was downcast, pleading with Kunpeng. I want to send Dad off. Kunpeng nodded. Gu Santong perked up and jumped on the three-headed crow as well. The three-headed crow flapped away, taking them outside Olbeast mountain range. Kunpeng watched them vanish in the distance with a glint in his eyes. Ha ha ha, who would have imagined I'd run into Thunder Phoenix's successor? Although a mere chick and soft, but very much capable of becoming a sacred beast. Kunpeng's smile twisted. Now that I think about it, it might not be long before the 5 sacred beasts will reassemble. That will be the day, Heavenly Emperor, the day we will settle our old score. Kunpeng laughed and entered the pitch-black cave. In under an hour, the two arrived at the same spot they left from. Zhuo Fan grabbed Gu Santong as they jumped off. He glanced wearily at the three-headed crow, then transmitted, Young Sanzi, listen and don't talk. All right. Gu Santong gave him an odd look but nodded. Don't take everything Kunpeng said as true. You need to keep your guard up. As he is the head of the 5 sacred beasts and you are the son of one, training by his side will be the best scenario for you. But he has a hidden agenda. Just now he nitpicked on the trivial instead of focusing on the bigger things. Not once did he mention his beef with the Heavenly Emperor. This only proves that there must be more to it than it looks. You have to be careful. Zhuo Fan put on a heavy expression, making Gu Santong confused. If Kunpeng wanted to harm him, he would be like a fish waiting to be gutted. Zhuo Fan saw right through him, responding with a reassuring look. You will be safe staying with him for now. He wants me to do something, and even if his intentions are bad, he won't act on them anytime soon. From our talk, I realized that he has a fatal weakness. He knew something happened to Killin 3 centuries ago, yet he didn't leave the mountain to look for you. Besides, we've been through 1 danger zone already. The threat is there, but we only pushed through with luck. While Kunpeng has the power to break the zone and rescue his friends, why is it that so many years have passed, yet not once has he tried to? It goes to show that he can only hide in the Olbeast mountain range. Taking 1 step outside will spell disaster for him. If you notice anything out of place, anything at all, young Sanzi, you run like hell out of the Olbeast mountain range. Kunpeng would have spat blood in anger if he were here and cursed him as ingrate. For God's sake. I just gave you a fortune and you bite me behind my back as thanks. You're nothing but a lowlife degenerate sowing discord between us. Sacred beasts. What did he expect? Zhuo Fan's entire personality was built on biting others and keeping his constant guard up against others biting back. Star Reader, it's a twist from a proverb. Don't do harm onto others, but don't allow others to do harm onto you. And since it concerned young Sanzi's safety, Zhuo Fan was particularly chewy. He had always thought of this child as his own son. Gu Santong sighed at Zhuo Fan's look and gave a thumbs up. Dad, you're the best. I'll be extra careful. Also be mindful not to tick him off. Rubbing Gu Santong one last time, Zhuo Fan sighed fondly. Gu Santong bobbed his head. The 3-headed crow flapped. Young master, we should be going. Ha ha ha, young master. I thought it odd before, but now you really are young Master Killin, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan teased. The mood brightened on the spot. Gu Santong knew he wanted him to be carefree and worry-free and smiled back. Dad, I am Olbeast Mountain Range's young master, and that makes you the master. If anyone shafts you, just tell me and I will set them straight. Good, now go. Zhuo Fan laughed. Gu Santong jumped on the crow, but his eyes never left Zhuo Fan, choking from tears. "Dad, come see me even if no one's mean to you." Whoosh! The crow was gone with one flap, cutting his heartfelt goodbye. Zhuo Fan sighed, his heart heavy. He could never feel at ease with Gu Santong at Kun Peng's side. Not like he had a choice in the matter. With a deep breath, Zhuo Fan calmed down and flew for Wingei's city. 3 months later, a flash streaked Wingei's city's skies announcing Zhuo Fan's arrival on Blackwind Mountain. A glance told him the 4 fifth-grade arrays were still up and running. With a gesture, the arrays opened up a path for Zhuo Fan to walk in. The Luo clan responded on the spot at the commotion, only to burst with joy. "Brother Zhuo, I thought something happened to you after what happened with the Emperor, that you were hounded on every side. Only when I met with Sister Xuanger, I realized it was all part of your grand plan. I could finally breathe easier, ha ha ha." Luo Yunhai welcomed. Zhuo Fan nodded, seeing everyone here took a weight off his shoulder. Leng Wuchang kept his word. "You jerk. Why didn't you tell us it's part of the plan? We were worried sick." Luo Yunchang blamed him. Zhuo Fan merely waved his hand. "Elder Lai, did you finish what I asked?" The elders looked at each other in sorrow. Lai Jingshan was forced to speak up. "Steward Zhuo, we were eager at first, to get the materials, ingredients, and spirit stones you asked of us. But we are a new house, and the mines in our domain are few. And ever since you've been added to the top of the Empire's wanted list, those vassals stay clear of us, not wanting to have anything to do with this mess. We were unable to get everything in such a situation. Also, our guards are defending the 1,000 members of the Yun clan, who, per your instructions, are at the foot of Blackwind Mountain, digging a 1,000-mile-wide bunker." "Good. As long as the bunker is ready, it's fine. I've brought the rest." Zhuo Fan snickered. In a flash, Blackwind Mountain was overloaded with heaps of materials and ingredients as well as spirit stones. Everyone's mind froze. How did Zhuo Fan get so many riches? Did he have an empire under him? He had brought out 100 times of what the rest of them had scraped together. "Now follow my earlier plan and handle these. The lands will soon be ours." Zhuo Fan's step was firm as he walked before them. Everyone was still out of it even as he was gone from sight. What did Steward Zhuo do in the last few months to get filthy rich? He's a total upstart. You won't even need to fight for the lands when you can just buy them. Chapter 417. Taunt. A chilling wind blew that night as the stars glittered like eternal fireworks. The light was still on in the Imperial Palace's study. The eerie sound of the wind rattling the window was putting everyone on edge. A sigh came now and then, reflecting the same state on the inside. "Mr. Sima, why do you think that rotten Huangpu Tianyuan is still so late in making his move? I even handed him the power over the 7 houses. Such perfect opportunities don't come cheap." The Emperor's fingers drummed the table, his eyes sharp as blades. Sima Hui replied, "Your Majesty, Leng Wuchang is no fool. He asked for the Luo clan to gain an excuse for its expansion campaign." His delayed start, however, points at his sight on the imperial capital. How can Regent Estate start a war with a peaceful imperial capital? If anything, he'll wait for all his forces to be in place to respond to Zhuo Fan and your Majesty at the same time before beginning. Fang Qiubai offered. The Emperor smiled in anger. Every one of those cunning old foxes are just standing by, watching. Zhuge Changfeng is doing it, and so is Leng Wuchang. Humph, the spark to ignite both the court and the nation can happen any moment. But no one wants to stick their neck out, in fear of getting hunted by a third. Both conflicts have to happen at the same time. Out there, the civil war of Regent Estate with Zhuo Fan is a battle of supremacy. But is my struggle here with Zhuge Changfeng any different? Just that this crafty geezer leaves me no opening to grab onto. The people will denounce me if I start attacking the Prime Minister without a good excuse. But with how quiet it is in here, how can the war start outside? The Emperor sighed. Sima Hui bowed. Your Majesty, Zhuge Changfeng brought the Quanrong with his authority using the celebration as an excuse. He must be colluding with them. The event has passed, yet the delegation is still around. Your Majesty will soon get the best reason to cast them out. It won't be long before your Majesty will. Cough, cough, cough. The Emperor's violent coughing fit broke his speech. Taking away the handkerchief, there was blood on it. Your Majesty? Everyone panicked. The Emperor had them relax, took his medicine, and eased a breath, feeling much better. Turning to the others, the Emperor smiled. It's fine, but my life is coming to an end. I can't hold on for long. An emperor is different from a cultivator. With so many affairs taking up my time, I have little time left for training and to increase my lifespan. Ha ha ha, not even I can fight it. Yes, Mr. Sima is right. We have no time to lose. The only one suffering from dragging this any longer will be me. Sima, Huey bowed and sighed inside. The others showed their utmost respect for the emperor in a flourish of their own. An emperor, beset by court affairs and limited by time, still wanted to fight with all he had to leave a peaceful and unified world, his legacy, for a successor. The people might remember him for being weak and mock him for his incompetence, but only his men knew the truth. He was just like the emperors of old, bold and powerful. Hear my edict, the emperor boomed. Divine dragons Sima Huey, Fang Kyubai and Shadow King are to set for Regent Estate and assist the Estate Lord Huangpu Tianyuan in capturing Zhuo Fan. Set out at once. What? The men were in complete shock. Sima Huey urged, Your Majesty, the imperial capital is still in unrest. Who will protect you if we go? Please delay your order. Please, Your Majesty. The others bowed. The emperor smiled, his gaze set. I am just giving them a chance to run amok, ha ha ha. The emperor flicked his hand and left with a carefree laughter. Only the men were still standing there looking at themselves lost. They knew their lord's character. His orders were final. The divine dragons and Shadow King had to obey. Whoosh, tilde 3 dots flew out of the imperial capital. But the news spread like lightning in Prime Minister's home. Zhu Changfeng was sipping wine in his backyard, enjoying the moon. The ground at his feet swelled and turned into a human shape. Hu Lianchai looked excited. Prime Minister Zhu, we've just got word that all experts around the emperor went after Zhuo Fan. Young master and imperial tutor wish to ask if we should act now. Ha ha ha, what act? You couldn't have enjoyed all what the imperial capital has to offer now with it being so large. Won't it be better to take a stroll around town, partake in the customs, and just live in the moment? Zhu Changfeng snickered as he sipped his wine. Hu Lianchai shouted. Prime Minister, sir, Quanrong warriors haven't come to watch the sunset, you know that? Of course I know. It is why I'm telling you to relax and do whatever. Don't play into the old man's hand. Zhu Changfeng shook his head. Hu Lianchai didn't understand. Prime Minister, sir, is this all a trap? But I am certain the 2 divine dragons and Shadow King have left. The emperor is defenseless. Ha ha ha, how naive. No divine dragons around and being defenseless are 2 different things. Don't be hasty, the old coot has come prepared. Sipping again, Zhu Changfeng waved him off. Hu Lianchai turned and muttered as he left. Humph, Tianyu is filled with cowards, not acting even at such a golden time. What did you say? Zhu Changfeng warned in his most serious tone, Give your young master and imperial tutor a message. For the next few days, stay calm. You can all die for all I care, but if you threaten the success of my plan over something trivial, you have another thing coming. Zhu Changfeng might be a mere profound heaven cultivator, but he was the prime minister. His icy tone sent shivers even into Hu Lianchai, a radiant stage expert. Go back, Zhu Changfeng barked. Hu Lianchai nodded, sinking back into the mud. Left alone, Zhu Changfeng resumed tasting his wine. Old man, you finally cast your net. But isn't using this bait a little dangerous? Or is there something else you're hiding besides divine dragons and Shadow King? Zhu Changfeng contemplated. Meanwhile, in the second prince's brand new manor, the prince was pacing around the lounge, his hands shaking all the time. A shadow slipped in under the cover of the night. Hell Valley's newest mastermind, Yu Ming. Your Highness, you asked for me? Yu Ming bowed. Second prince shot for him in restlessness. Sir Yu Ming, perfect timing. I've just heard a crucial piece of information. Second prince's eyes darted around, then he whispered when the coast was clear. Imperial Fathers, 2 divine dragons, and Shadow King went after Zhuo Fan. Imperial Father is defenseless. Even a moron could see that this was a taunt, and only a dumbass like you would fall for it. Then again, if not for your dimwittedness, I'd never get to play you like a fiddle. Yu Ming hid his thoughts well, only showing a faint smile. Second Prince, I do not understand what you wish from me. 2. Sir Yu Ming, you should understand the situation right now. Second Prince was jittery, flailing his arms around, but still couldn't quite get the nerve to say those few little not-so-innocent words. Sir Yu Ming, you know how Holy Maiden judged me unfit to rule. Second Prince is too anxious. Regarding fate, 3 parts are heaven's will, and 7 parts hard work. You're no believer to enter the stage, nor would you have let young Xuanji read Huangpu Qingshan's fate. And didn't Huangpu Qingshan, with his right to rule, get killed in the end? Yeah, I also believe all this hype about Providence is nonsense. Second Prince agreed. That is why I asked for you, Sir Yu Ming, to help me rewrite fate. Second Prince, I cannot even read fate. Yu Ming played the fool, knowing fully well the schmuck's mind. Second Prince took a breath to cool his jets. Sir Leng, I want you to advise me on my next course of action. Wait and see. Yu Ming spoke. Second Prince was disappointed, but the situation now. Your Highness, why ask for me if your mind is set? Yu Ming cut him off with a smile. Second Prince shook his head. To me, Sir Yu Ming is the brightest mind in the world, better than Leng Wuchang and Zhu Changfeng. None of them could play Zhuo Fan, but Sir Ming's advice of asking Yun Shuang's hand got the kid good. He isn't just on the ropes, but has the entire nation after him. Sir Ming is a true mastermind. Since you've told me to stay put, then that's what I'll do. Yu Ming nodded with a pleased smile, but snickered inside. You fool, do you take Zhuo Fan for a mental case to fall for such a gimmick? He was in on it the whole time. Who do you think had me use you to set it up in the first place? Humph, this moron is hopeless. Better to side with Regent Estate and Zhuo Fan and take the first chance I get to sell out this fool. Yu Ming's grin earned the Second Prince's complete trust. Then he praised. Good child. Chapter 418, Pushing Through. Sir Leng, what are you doing here? At the super-secret huge array thousands of meters under Caged Dragon City, the tough and muscled figure of Huangpu Finglay walked up from behind Leng Wuchang. Heart tense, Leng Wuchang replied, What I must. Sir Leng should oversee the situation outside and not keep watch over the Dragon Vein Seal. You need to deploy the Venerables. Huangpu Finglay's tone was cold. Information has been received from the Imperial capital. The divine dragons are on the move, and the Emperor is alone. You must have an idea about what we need to do next. Wait and see. Leng Wuchang's reply was on point. Huangpu Finglay frowned. Sir Leng, please reconsider before making hasty decisions. This is our best chance. Nothing is more important than this moment. Our best choice is to wait and see. Leng Wuchang's eyes never left the array. Huangpu Finglay felt something was off. Being around Leng Wuchang for so long, he knew this was not his usual style. Wait for what? Huangpu Finglay glanced about. Sir Leng, how come I haven't seen a State Lord around? Usually when one of you is around, the other is not far behind. What is he up to being missing for so long? A State Lord has his own thoughts. It's not something High Venerable needs to worry about. Leng Wuchang tightened his fists, doing his best to maintain calm. Huangpu Finglay scanned the trembling face and frowned, his suspicions heightened. Sir Leng, a State Lord is the leader of Regent Estate, and in these pressing times he needs to be on duty, to look out for the house's interests. What exactly is going on with him? Sir Leng, you are the steward and must tell me as the High Venerable. It is within my right to know. Leng Wuchang took a deep breath and maintained a straight face. Huangpu Finglay grew ashen by the second, his aura flashing stronger. He didn't get to squeeze harder as dragon roars came from the center of the array. Roar tilde wails of agony echoed in between every roar. Huangpu Finglay could identify that voice from anywhere. Wa is a State Lord inside the seal. Huangpu Finglay watched it stunned, then became shocked as the 8 dragon souls inside the seal raved. He snapped a savage look on Leng Wuchang. Sir Leng, what the hell is going on here? Why did the estate lord enter the array? Knowing when to quit, Lang Wuchang sighed as he explained the events. High Venerable instantly identified the issue. The two had gone over the gathering of elders and used the Bodhi route to train the 9 dragons' diamond body. Huangpu Tianyuan was the estate lord, but this crucial decision was too important to be left to one man's decision. This isn't a game. Huangpu Finglay spat. Have you two forgotten the rules of Regent Estate? How can the two of you make light of the entire house's future? And that Huangpu Tianyuan's talent is lacking, not reaching the radiant stage in decades. He cannot bear the power of the dragon souls. Letting him go in there, you've sent him to his death. No, I have to get him out. Huangpu Finglay made a sign to open the seal. The question was, did he care so much for that poor man's life? Hell no. If the estate lord kicked the bucket, there'd be plenty more candidates where he came from. What the High Venerable cared about the most was the 8 dragon souls getting tamed and by someone other than him. He was the High Venerable here, the peak of Regent Estate's power. The 9 dragons' diamond body should be his. Why waste it on a waste who couldn't even enter the radiant stage? He couldn't and wouldn't accept it. Lang Wuchang moved faster, grabbing his hands. High Venerable, don't be rash. With the estate lord training in the 9 dragons' diamond body, it has incited the dragon souls. Open the array now, and the dragons will doom us all. Huangpu Finglay was still considering, but let his hand rest in the end. Lang Wuchang saw through his desires and advised. With estate lord's talent, achieving it will be for the best, but any mistake is life-threatening. Albeit a tragedy, at least the dragon souls will remain, and finding the next candidate will be easy. We won't be losing much at all in this. The speech hit right where it mattered, making him relax. Yeah, once he drops dead, only I'll be worthy of training in 9 dragons' diamond body. I can't just risk my future by releasing the dragon souls in the heat of the moment. Ah. A shout of pain came from the center, easing Huangpu Finglay's worries. Humph, with the prick's meager talent, he has next to no chance. Waiting will be better. Huangpu Finglay sighed, if only estate lord can come back from the brink. May fortune smile upon him. Huangpu Finglay left, just like that. Sir Leng, I will have 10 venerables watch over the array to prevent any dragon soul from slipping out. Thank you so much, High Venerable. Lang Wuchang bowed. Huangpu Finglay was gone. With a snicker, Lang Wuchang shook his head. Anyone could tell what Huangpu Finglay wanted, to have someone inform him of the situation. When there was no more peep coming from Huangpu Tianyuan, he'd strut in, take the Bodhi route and train himself to glory. Just that his plan wouldn't be fulfilled any time soon. Training in 9 dragons' diamond body needed the dragon souls to gnaw on the user and refine the dragonic soul, leading to the creation of the diamond body. The body could break any time under the process, but with a little nifty doohickey called Bodhi root and its endless vitality to offset this, the chances went through the roof. All that mattered now was the mind. With a little metal to push through the pain, success was practically a given. Huangpu Tianyuan had an average talent, but he was a tough cookie baked through years and years of experience as a state lord. All of these facts led to Lang Wuchang believing that his chances were perfect. Lang Wuchang mocked, if there's one word you can use to sum up human nature, it's greed. Huangpu Finglay did send his men to keep an eye on things. But as months passed, the guards only got to hear wails upon wails, growing louder and louder, with a dragon roar mixed in every now and then. It was mind-boggling how a human being could even make such sounds. But one thing was clear, the man wasn't anywhere near done. Huangpu Finglay's mood soured as he counted the days. What's taking him so long to die? Just croak already so I can have a shot. 3 months later, Fang Qiyubai's group of 3 came with the Emperor's edict to Caged Dragon City, urging Regent Estate to deal with Zhuo Fan. Huangpu Finglay had had enough of waiting and came down to the array. Sir Leng, the Emperor has sent the Divine Dragon saying they'll help us capture Zhuo Fan. Huangpu Finglay proclaimed his excuse, following up with his real intention. How is Estate Lord faring? It sounded so innocently caring, but reaching anyone's ears was, "Is he dead yet?" Lang Wuchang snickered inside just as the wails and dragon roars stopped. "Can it be?" Lang Wuchang whipped his head on the array. Huangpu Finglay lit up like a Christmas tree. He rushed to open the array and peer inside, but the bang halted all movements. The engraved array exploded in a shower of colors, revealing a bloody figure gasping for air crawling out. Huangpu Tianyuan, even his wretched figure, couldn't hide the violent power surging out of him. Everyone stood agape and aware of one truth: the man was reborn. As for the limit to his newfound strength, if it was legend-compliant and 9 dragons' diamond body was invincible, they had no way to know. Only Huangpu Finglay's eyes went bloodshot, gnashing his teeth in anger. The punk pulled through. Are the 8 dragon souls in him right now? Estate Lord. Lang Wuchang shouted in joy. "Congratulations, Estate Lord, upon your success in training the diamond body." Huangpu Tianyuan nodded weakly, his smile faint. The venerables showed no change. Then a sour and insidious voice came. "Estate Lord, you have gone over the venerables' council, opened the seal, and broke the house's rules. What right do you have to remain its lord?" The others nodded. Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes, though, shone like a savage. Chapter 419. Earth Dragon Head. He looked up at the white-haired elder bearing a twisted smile and a violent aura around him. He was the second venerable under Huangpu Finglay. With Huangpu Finglay around, he was in fact speaking his boss thoughts. Huangpu Finglay looked coldly at the show. "Second venerable, what did you say?" "I couldn't quite hear you from way over there." Huangpu Tianyuan's face fell, dragging his beaten body to the old man and leaning his ear over. Second venerable only got more cocky at his feeble look, raising his head to declare in pride, "Like I said, I roar." A bellow like a caged dragon came, shaking the hearts of all. Even High Venerable tensed, and Second Venerable, the target of that howl, had his eardrums punctured and started bleeding from his ears. With a puff, his entire head vanished in a black and reeking mouth. SSS tilde the rest recoiled. They watched the Second Venerable just standing there, headless, with blood sprinkling from his neck. In place of his head, there was now a beast's. Triangular eyes, rough scales, and the size all pointed at it being a dragon head, but the owner of the head was human in body, Huangpu Tianyuan. In a blink, his head had turned into a dragon's, ripping off Grand Peak Radiant Stage's head clean off. The hearts of the rest shuddered as blood seeped from that maw. Any complaints lodged in their throats. Huangpu Finglay was bug-eyed. 9 dragons' diamond body, dragon head transformation. This transformation boosted invincible defense and sharp fangs to tear into even a radiant stage body cultivator. Huangpu Tianyuan took 3 months to step into Zhuo Fan and Gu Santong's level of freakishness. To everyone here, he might have even surpassed Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan relied on his 2 fists, while he had the 9 dragons' diamond body, leaving no part untransformed, becoming truly invincible. Cold eyes glanced around the rest. Huangpu Tianyuan's head regained its normal form, though the blood still leaked from his mouth, amplifying the dread. "Regent Estate's rule is to listen to the Estate Lord. I hope venerables will remember that for your sake." Huangpu Tianyuan snickered a threat. It was about time he felt like a true Estate Lord. Power demanded authority, demanded the respect and obedience of the world. The venerables lowered their heads. "We obey Estate Lord?" Huangpu Finglay sighed, parroting the others. He knew his chance would never come. In the Regent Estate, he was no longer the Grand Poobah, but a mere thug to send on errands. Glancing over at the Second Venerable's body, it just stood there headless, with blood bubbling non-stop. A swift and pointless death. Sighing, everyone turned morose. Their endless glory era as venerables in the Regent Estate had come to pass. "Congratulations, Estate Lord. We now have the power to fight this war." Lang Wuchang laughed. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. "Zhuo Fan, Gu Santong, we will be seeing each other soon enough, ha ha ha. Estate Lord, the Emperor's men." Lang Wuchang spoke of the details. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded and showed a cold smile. "Humph, just some divine dragons and a shadow captain to monitor me." Naive? Huangpu Finglay rolled his eyes, just presumptuous much, to look down on even the likes of divine dragons. Then again, it does make sense. Even united, those three can't do anything to him. Mocking them is only natural. Huangpu Finglay's envy grew with each thought, his drool leaking. It would have been so nice if it were me instead. Alas, it's wasted on an average person like him when it would have shined in the hands of a high venerable. Like yours truly. A darn shame. High Venerable shook his head, which Huangpu Tianyuan ignored, saying to Leng Wuchang, "But since they're here to assist, we do well to use them. No matter what insidious plot they have, my strength will trump it. State Lord is brilliant. This is what I've been waiting for." With a State Lord's unstoppable power, anything can be settled. Even a fight with Zhuo Fan or the imperial family. Leng Wuchang bowed, excited that his long-cherished ambitions were about to come true. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed, strutting, "Come, let us meet these experts, ha ha ha." The others bowed and followed. They soon arrived in a lounge where the divine dragons waited. But the relaxed look on Huangpu Tianyuan had them all tense. Peak radiant stage. The trio exchanged shocked looks. They all knew Huangpu Tianyuan was a peak profound heaven cultivator, yet he had now shown up, 3 months later at the same level as them. His speed was more freakish than Zhuo Fan's. They could feel the threat coming from his blood-reeking figure. It only put the three on guard. Huangpu Tianyuan's sudden transformation had them on edge. "State Lord Huangpu, it's been ages. I am impressed. I wonder what miracle art the Estate Lord used to undergo such an amazing transformation." Fang Kyubai probed. Sima Hui and Shadow King paid their respects as well, tense and eager for the answer. Huangpu Tianyuan grew bolder at their reactions but dodged the question. "Please sit. You have come by the order of the Emperor to help Regent Estate capture that traitor. I am truly grateful. Let us discuss our plan of action." The three glossed over Huangpu Tianyuan's obvious secretive nature and said, "How should we proceed, Estate Lord?" "Ha ha ha, I and Sir Leng have already discussed it." He and Leng Wuchang showed a vague smile before the first continued. "To kill the rider, you first need to remove his horse. We will first clip Zhuo Fan's wings. As you all know, Drifting Flowers Edifices, Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and Sword Mark Ainz Abode are on Zhuo Fan's side. Before we move against Zhuo Fan, we need to cut him off, beginning with his allies." "You just want the houses." Fang Kyubai squinted. Huangpu Tianyuan's wild ambitions were already an open secret. But it all fell under His Majesty's plan anyway, and the three nodded. "Then let us begin according to Estate Lord Huangpu's plan." Sima Hui nodded. Huangpu Tianyuan was giddy inside. That line was the same as having the imperial family validate his thirst for power, that they wouldn't interfere in his campaign. This is the best chance in history. Oh, clear that the imperial family wouldn't butt in because it had its own hands full. He had to move faster, before the imperial family finished settling up its affairs, and the situation would enter a deadlock again. Huangpu Tianyuan thus put in action the plan of attack on the three houses and notified Hell Valley and Pill King Hall to coordinate. What neither side knew was that in the middle of their talks, subtle signals kept pouring out from their location. They spread to the tree outside, then to the stone table, and they kept going further beyond, going from one location to another. It went on for miles. A dozen miles out of Caged Dragon City, in a forest, a figure in black leaned on a huge tree in meditation. When the tree let out a signal as well, the figure opened his eyes and used ascending jade. It flew high in the sky, gone in a blink. Chapter 420. Zhuo Fan's thoughts. Where's Zhuo Fan? I have crucial intelligence. In the Luo clan hall on Blackwind Mountain, Lei Yuding in all black skipped over. She asked once she saw only Yan Fu was around, playing the assistant and handling resources. Yan Fu pointed at the floor. "Go to the bunker. Steward Zhuo has been there for the past few days." "Thanks," Lei Yuding waved. Yan Fu asked before she got away, "Captain Lei, just what intelligence has got you so giddy?" "Nothing much, just that the Regent Estate is on the move, not to attack us but our three allies. We have more time to prepare." "What?" Yan Fu shouted, rushing over. Is the information accurate? Let me see. Lei Yuding raised an eyebrow. What's got you in such a tizzy? It's got nothing to do with you, and this is for the steward's eyes first. An assistant has no right to see it. Yan Fu paused and nodded. It was one of Zhuo Fan's rules to prevent a leak and maintain secrecy. Anyone caught breaking it would be in for a severe punishment. Even with this rule, he was still worried. Captain Lei, let's go to Steward Zhuo. Even if you do report it, with me there as well, he'll allow it. Lei Yuding nodded. The two soon arrived at the bunker. There were people everywhere. Luo clan's guards with the Yun clan's people made up for 10,000 heads, busying themselves in every corner of the cave according to the orders from the front. That was where Zhuo Fan and Yun Shuang were. He was ostensibly making an array, unknown as of yet to what end. Humph, Steward Zhuo, you sure are a good headhunter. Flirting and working at the same time, not missing a single second. Lei Yuding saw the two close, and jealousy reared its head. Yun Shuang blushed and lowered her head. Zhuo Fan only raised an eyebrow. Miss Lei, what brings you here? You should be out there gathering intel. Humph, I came here to report. Lei Yuding threw a jade slip, her tone cold at the lovely couple. Steward Zhuo, how's it going between you and Miss Shuanger? Any progress? Be nice. Shuanger is Yun clan's holy maiden. We're only discussing how to direct her people. Zhuo Fan turned his attention to the jade slip. Zhuo Fan's cold attitude had her even more enraged. So she turned a broken smile to Yun Shuang. Miss Shuanger, let me give you a warning. Zhuo Fan is unreliable. He draws a pretty crowd, but he only sticks around for 3 months at most, taking the girl and all her possessions. Your sister here is a living witness and victim. So I warn you, as someone who has gone through this already, be on guard around the thieving Zhuo Fan. So you are soft towards Steward Zhuo as well. I thought it's only young Miss Luo. Shuanger blinked her large, innocent eyes. Lei Yuding flushed, still holding her head high in stubbornness. No way, why would I look at him? Yeah, you don't like me, so don't talk behind my back, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan opened his eyes and chuckled. Regent Estate is finally moving, and against those houses. Not bad at all, just as I predicted. The others were stunned. Why is he so happy if his allies are in the dumps? If our allies cave, won't we be without cover? Yan Fu grew frantic. Steward Zhuo, when will Regent Estate strike? How will we assist? Why would we assist? Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. This is exactly what I want, for the Regent Estate to attack them. If I had to deal with them personally, besides making it awkward for me, it'll be hard to get them on my side. What? Everyone was in complete shock. Zhuo Fan had no intention of repelling the Regent Estate's raid, but was thinking about how to integrate his allies. Those houses were his support, with Veiled Dragon Pavilion being the very first. Selling them out like this, and even turning on them, would be a new low. Zhuo Fan snickered at their thoughts. You're too naive. There's no such thing as an everlasting friend in this world. Even if we beat Regent Estate and the rest back and crown ourselves kings, our alliance with the houses would have run its course, and we'd have a conflict of interests. They'll look at us as the new Regent Estate. It's better to take this prime opportunity and deal with them, ending with a truly peaceful community. This is the way to go. Ain't that right, Miss Yun Shuang? Zhuo Fan snickered. Doesn't your clan always advocate salvation? That's just what I'm doing. Yun Shuang mulled over his words. Zhuo Fan was as despicable as it got, but changing perspective, it would be for a noble cause, for the people's future. She nodded. Lei Yuding remained silent. Only Yan Fu was fretful. Steward Zhuo, why you really don't care about them? How can I not? Am I not taking them all in with open arms instead of wiping them out? I do have a modicum of conscience, you know. Grinning, Zhuo Fan paused. Here's how it's going to play out. Going by the intel, Regent Estate will act in 3 months, so we'll notify our allies 2 months later. Without any preparation, their 1,000-year legacy won't save them, though they can still flee. Leaves us as the only option to turn to, and since they'll be in our house, they'll know to keep their heads down. We'll use this chance to integrate them while making them eternally grateful for our help. That's just how good I am, doing them a favor. Now ain't that a twofer? Rotten. Everyone revolted. They were sickened by his methods, yet bowed in respect. Such a heartless move could only come from the bottom of a blackened blood pump of a demon like Zhuo Fan. Watching the world aflame and swooping in to reap the spoils, that was his style, all right. He would profit and earn fame, more devious and sly than a fox could ever be. Killing their whole house, yet the victims would be ever grateful. That was only something a conscience-free lowlife scum who felt no remorse about snuffing out a human life would do. But this was the only way for the Luo clan to come out as the biggest winner. Though Yan Fu was morose after hearing the plan, Zhuo Fan asked, "Yan Fu, why the long face? With your usual self, you'd never care about the next person." "Steward Zhuo, could you please save drifting flowers' edifices?" "Dandan." Yan Fu hesitated. The brat must be head over heels. This thought led him to a more worrying one. "Nice. I approve of a man like you. You stand up for that woman in times of danger. Not like a certain unmentionable someone, so callous and scheming even after spending time with their edifice lord." Lei Yuding slapped Yan Fu's back in praise, sneaking a glance at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan frowned, then shut his eyes. After a sigh, he left. His voice traveled to the shocked ears of everyone. "Send word to Drifting Flowers edifices. Tell them to evacuate to Luo clan." As for the other 2 houses, 2 months later. Thank you, Steward Zhuo." Yan Fu perked up and left happy. Lei Yuding watched Zhuo Fan's lonely back, then gave Yun Shuang one last word of sincere advice. "Miss Shuanger, give up while you have no feelings for him. His heart belongs to someone else." Yun Shuang was puzzled. Lei Yuding sighed. "I know him to be a principled man of strength and decisiveness that won't change no matter what. The only 2 times he has lost himself was in Beast King Mountain over Ninger, and now. I reckon it's over the Drifting Flowers edifice's edifice lord." Sighing, Lei Yuding left. "As I cannot move that man, I will give up." Yun Shuang shuddered. She was an ascetic holy maiden with her mind solely focused on the future. But now she has sunk into perplexity. As Zhuo Fan left the bunker, he went deeper into the forest, sullen. A blue-robed person popped up in front of him, Vicious Pill King Yan Song. "Elder Yan, what is it?" Zhuo Fan glanced. Yan Song was flushed from worry. "Steward Zhuo, I heard you've let them use 6th-grade ingredients to make 3rd-grade pills." "Yes, won't it raise their success rate?" Zhuo Fan nodded. Yan Song's heart was bleeding, "But Steward Zhuo, isn't that a waste?" Zhuo Fan grinned. "Elder Yan, here's the thing. In half a year, I plan on seeing 100,000 3rd-grade pills, the spirit melding pill. After so many years of being in your care, that batch of hundreds of people can only make a 3rd-grade pill at best, with a low chance of success as well. To get 100,000 pills, I can only use high-grade ingredients to boost the odds. But isn't it still a waste?" Yan Song was an alchemist and felt pain seeing them go like that. Zhuo Fan mocked, his eyebrow high. "It's fine, we're rich." Zhuo Fan left suddenly and came back with the biggest haul of the century. And the original plan to bake 10,000 pills was up to 100,000. It not only meant more work for them, but it had an even lower chance of success, so Zhuo Fan compensated with riches. No matter how much Yan Song cherished every leaf and petal, he had to accept it, going back slumped and depressed. Zhuo Fan's voice was heard from afar. "Oh, Elder Yan, tell Elder Lai and the others to gather. We're leaving for Hell Valley soon. And those profound heaven fakers, have them come as well." Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted as his mouth curled in a twisted snicker. Chapter 421. Raiding Hell Valley. Whoosh tilde thousands of people landed, their gaze forward. A misty valley stretched just out of reach, black and violet, sinister and creepy. A jacked-up old man walked into the thick mist with a smile. At some point, Lai Jingshan looked back at Zhuo Fan. "Hell Valley sure is cautious, activating their 5th-grade array already. We'll need at least a day to break it." Which house doesn't have misgivings in these troubled times? "It's all within my calculations." Zhuo Fan went to the front and investigated the mist with a mocking gaze. "As for punching through, it won't take that long." Zhuo Fan's right eye flashed in a double golden halo, Divine Eye of the Void's 2nd stage, Void Annihilation. Whoosh tilde a vibrating ray shot out of Zhuo Fan's eye and into Hell Valley. Followed by a series of booms and bangs, the mist trembled twice before lifting completely. Lai Jingshan looked at Zhuo Fan in glee and a thumbs up. He, that's our steward Zhuo. Breaking an array like this is so damn convenient. When it comes to arrays relying on space, you just have to burst their bubble and the array would unravel by itself. That's what this move of mine is all about. There's nothing great about it, Zhuo Fan casually said. But Lai Jingshan sighed inside. If it's that easy, do you see anyone else doing it? Zhuo Fan's every move was simple yet astonishing to anybody who witnessed his feats. Lai Jingshan held Zhuo Fan in even higher regard. The array is open. Attack, Zhuo Fan motioned. Lai Jingshan led the charge, taking thousands of bone-tempering cultivators and rare profound heaven ones deeper inside. The men shouted and roared, the black cloud unleashing a frenzied raid on the valley, swallowing it. The patrols couldn't even shout as the massive influx of people was in their face. The shock and fear was buried so deep inside that they were reduced to standing there dumbly rather than sound the alarm. Oh gods above, what the hell is this? Did the array fail for so many to come in? How did they all get in so fast? They were so out of it, they simply waited for the attackers to reap them. The only reaction out of the patrols was when spiritual weapons pierced their chests. The cries became wails as blood and gore splattered everywhere, their bodies slumping lifeless. The assault kept on charging unimpeded. Enemy attack! A final shout rose up every disciple, discovering their home was invaded, and they shouted out in panic. Zhuo Fan's timing was excellent, catching them at their lowest, finishing off the panicking Hell Valley disciples. Oh, there were some brave defenders popping every now and then to stem the tide. But they didn't even get to take out their demonic treasures as a group of elite youths surrounded them for a second, then left behind a mangled body as they moved on to the next target. The captains in this assault were the stalwart guards Zhuo Fan had Captain Pang train in the Wraith art 10 years ago. This was their first sortie of this scale, and for some, their very first kill. Yet they all took to it like fish to water, showing no remorse. Unlike the wretched and excruciating torture called training, watching the friends around them fall one by one, the killing here was a breeze. Zhuo Fan had sent them to hell to come back as fiends that not even the likes of a cruel and bloody war could shake. These kids will be the cornerstones of the house. Zhuo Fan stood on a distant peak, watching and analyzing the situation. Lai Jingshan nodded in praise. Steward Zhuo, the training of all those years has paid up, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan closed his eyes, tuning into the natural symphony around him, of cries, wails, pleadings, slumping bodies in their own blood, forming a sweet melody to his ears and bringing an innocent and genial smile to his lips. These sounds gave the signal for the Luo clan's expansion, Luo clan's march to rule them all with an iron fist. It was what he had hoped and aimed for. This goal of his was finally taking shape. Meanwhile, a stone gate flew open as a bloody and filthy Hell Valley disciple plopped inside, blood gurgling from his throat. The 4 elders inside cried, "What is going on out there?" "Enemy, attack." The disciple gave his very life uttering those 2 words. His head slumped, his life gone. All that remained were eyes filled with horror, further unnerving the men. This is absurd. Just what the hell is going on? Who are the ignorant fools that dare set foot in Hell Valley? The leader roared. Another said, "But why has there been no reaction from the array? Has it been breached?" The 4 panicked. It had to be done swiftly for these elders to not notice until now that they had been invaded. What power must have done this? The 4 released their discerning fields. Their mind's eye view had them all gasping. They saw a swarm of people shouting as they killed anyone they saw. Their 10,000 disciples couldn't muster a token of resistance against a meager few thousand. The 4's senses looked further and noticed 2 men on a hill. One was in the 3rd layer of profound heaven stage and was ignored, turning to the peak radiant stage expert next to him. The 4 men felt like crying. The number of peak radiant stage experts in Tianyu could be counted on one hand. How come one of them has come to Hell Valley? The High Venerable was in the 5th layer while the rest were only in the 4th. Not even together could they hope to beat that freak. For God's sake, who the hell is it? Regent estate or imperial family? What did we do to have them wipe us out? One complained. High Venerable shook his head. No, Valley Lord said, we're still allied with Regent estate. As for the imperial family, it's now stuck dealing with problems cropping up in the last 1,000 years. It won't come. And that radiant stage expert's aura feels familiar. High Venerable, do you know him? The rest shouted. High Venerable shuddered and sighed. How could I ever forget? We all know him. Didn't we witness him clashing with Huangpu Finglay on the eve of the Luo clan ceremony? Mad Dipper. They all cried. High Venerable nodded depressed. What's worse? What other profound heaven expert do you know of who stands by his side? It's Yuo Fan, that demonic steward of Luo clan. We all saw him taking Lai Jingshan and Huangpu Finglay's all-out attacks like nothing. We have no hope of winning. The other three's hearts sunk to the bottom, their faces ashen. They couldn't even handle one of them. The four old men felt like weeping. Yuo Fan has finally struck. We get it that you have to attack at some point, but why come to us? Wasn't the Regent estate always against you at every turn? We've already lost enough elders to you, so why come back for more? Think we're pushovers now, is the tit? They all felt like heaven had beset them with the greatest grief in the world. But reality came knocking and they had to man up to the danger. High Venerable's eyes flashed with resolve. Old Third, you are the fastest. Fly to Valley Lord and report the situation. We three will buy you time. Elder brother, Old Third teared up, but High Venerable nodded with a reassuring smile. Yuo Fan had his eyes turned to the source of those discerning fields. Oh, 4 senses have picked us up. So what's taking those geezers so long to come out? Are they scared and huddled together? He, totally. Lai Jingshan laughed. Chapter 422. Singing another tune, whoosh tilde 3 figures flashed on the battlefield, ignoring the whales below and going in Yuo Fan's direction. Yuo Fan mocked. Humph, such guts to come at me instead of running. He. I think they are instead coming here to die. Lai Jingshan snickered. The 3 venerables appeared in their sights. They all came with clear thoughts of becoming martyrs while holding the enemy back. But seeing the 2 savages had them shaking still, High Venerable scrutinized them, gulped and found any word lacking in this situation. The other 2 sighed, scared before even fighting. Now what? Brother, we have to buy the Old Third some time. Recalling his mission, High Venerable took a deep breath and scrounged up the scraps of courage within to shout. Yuo Fan, you've gone too. Yuo Fan had no time to indulge in this guy's pedantic style and asked, weren't there 4 senses? Where's the other one? High Venerable's courage got stuck in his throat. Yuo Fan's haughty and obnoxious attitude, like a big kahuna, lorded over them with such pressure that their heads jerked back. This was called the power gap. They were like first-level spiritual beasts facing a 6th-level spiritual beast, with no chance whatsoever at coming out alive. The 3 threatened to burst out in tears. They were radiant stage cultivators, Hell Valley's venerables, but they couldn't even get a worthy death. Lai Jingshan cracked up, jarring to their ears. Yuo Fan shook his head. Not like one missing person would make a difference. Yuo Fan took out a gourd and let bloodworms wiggle out. They looked downright eager to get out of that darkness they had known all their lives, ready to enjoy the big outdoors. Here's the deal. Eat it and you're one of us, becoming Luo clan's elders. Don't and I'll just have to take you back as corpses. Yuo Fan was like a tyrant in his demands. The 3 jerked and panicked. Yuo Fan had actually come to them to offer an olive branch. With Yuo Fan's illustrious reputation of a savage demon and the bad blood between the houses, they had the impression that he had come here to cull them. They were even ready to lay down their lives. So why were they so happy? To a dead man, a glimmer of hope would blossom in his heart, the instinct of self-preservation with a force that couldn't be denied. It was like jumping off a cliff and then finding out that there was an extra rope beside you. Would you capture it or let it slip? What kind of dumb choice is that? Who's so retarded to take splattering as an upside to life? But the life veterans that the old fogies were, agreeing so quickly would net them what? A lower status. Hence, ergo and propter hoc, High Venerable stroked his beard, held his head high and put on airs. Zhuo Fan, if you're going headhunting, isn't it a bit thin? We are, after all, Hell Valleys. Elder Lai, kill him. Zhuo Fan deadpanned. Lai Jingshan grinned, cracking his knuckles as a fire lit in his eyes. The three jerked like mice, waving around in panic. Let's be reasonable. Don't resort to violence. Humph, you old coots, I've already said my piece. One more or less will hardly make a difference. Yet you dare posture before me. It's the afterlife with you. Zhuo Fan snorted. The three jerked and bobbed their heads like cute children. Holding out the gourd, Zhuo Fan watched them each swallow a bloodworm. And so, easy-peasy lemon-squeezy, Luo clan gained 3 more radiant stage elders. Though Zhuo Fan didn't give a flying fig about them, they were of even less value than Yan Song, a peak profound heaven expert. But every penny counted, even if those pennies were so thin and corroded that you wanted to throw them. They all had their use sometime in the long future, and the newly baked elders. Now they were clued in as to why a die-hard expert like Lai Jingshan fell in with Zhuo Fan. Besides Bloodworm's control, Zhuo Fan's attitude left no room for dissidence. Sir Zhuo, Steward Zhuo. Zhuo Fan's icy tone warned. High Venerable jerked and nodded. Steward Zhuo, we have another elder sneaking out to report. He is still close. Should I call him to join Steward Zhuo's camp? The other 2 bobbed. The 4 of them were a clique. With 3 of them coerced into working under Zhuo Fan, the day would come when they'd have to kill their brother. So having the old third join the gang in one big happy family worked out smashingly. Zhuo Fan shook his head. No need. 1 less won't make a difference. The 3 looked downcast. Steward Zhuo never gave a hoot about us. It was best to play it safe and not get on the young master's nerve. They reckoned not even Lai Jingshan could take his punishment if he did. While they would downright breathe their last in the process. Better wag my tail at every order. Luo clan is a den of monsters. We are 3 radiant stage experts here, yet this young master doesn't bat an eye. Tears welled up again. The fond times of being at the top seemed so far away. You 3, the fighting isn't over. Go lend a hand. Zhuo Fan glanced at the slaughter below and ordered. They shuddered. The fighting was one-sided to begin with, and them going would only speed things up. Zhuo Fan was having them go for another reason, to make them kill their own disciples. A second ago they were still Hell Valley's venerables, yet in the next moment they were ordered to go kill their own clansmen. It was a little hard to take. Steward Zhuo, a man of power, should look after the ones below him. How about I try and get Hell Valley's disciples to join the Luo clan? High Venerable looked on pleading. Lai Jingshan nodded. It's not a bad idea, Steward. Kill. Zhuo Fan snapped. Your status in Luo clan is based solely on merit. With no merit, we'll be off with your head. Luo clan does not raises pansies. SSS tilde Zhuo Fan clearly wanted Hell Valley dead to the last man, dog and weed. If the 3 venerables dragged their feet any longer, they'd soon join the bloody mud. This wasn't as simple as turning coats, but was cutting off any relation with Hell Valley. And these 3 were demonic cultivators, without shame or remorse. Now that they had grasped a lifeline, would they let it get cut over something as insipid as integrity? The 3 swooped in without preamble. They had tried their best to plead the kid's case to Zhuo Fan. It's not our fault Zhuo Fan wants us to kill you. Kill brothers, stand your ground. One tall disciple shouted, waving his sinister saber, pushing back the 5 enemies around. I've already notified the venerables. They will soon provide help, just hold on. Whoosh tilde a gray robe appeared before him. The disciple shouted in joy. High Venerable, you're finally? PFF, the bright smile froze on his face as his chest gained an extra large breathing room with blood seeping out. The High Venerable flashed to his next target. Just that this one, who had been holding on for the better part of an hour, froze on his spot as happiness was replaced with doubt. What the hell? Why is the High Venerable attacking us? In this moment of greatest doubt in his life, he lost his life. Each venerable flitted across the battlefield, across every corner, because they were radiant stage experts who were Hell Valley's venerables. Once they joined the war effort, they mowed down the disciples by the scores. Zhuo Fan watched it all with a cold, critical eye and a snicker. Lai Jingshan didn't get it. "Steward Zhuo, why did you shoot down that old guy's proposal? In times of war, one needs to avoid surrendering before even battling. We are on the brink of clashing with Regent Estate, and I can't have unknowns left in our midst. If anything, I don't have enough bloodworms to control them all." Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. "Besides, what Luo clan lacks is experts. These 3 coots got invited to cover this weakness. Letting them come on board with their entire clan will make this harder, maybe even capsize us." Lai Jingshan shuddered inside and cupped his hands. "I am in awe of Steward Zhuo's impeccable scheming." Chapter 423, Slaughter and Desecration. The raid on Hell Valley ended as quickly as it had begun. Valley Lord Yuanshan and the elders were visiting Regent Estate for the plans on how to deal with Drifting Flowers edifices and the others. Of the 4 venerables guarding the valley, 1 escaped, 3 turned, and the valley now looked like the aftermath of a tornado. Even with a number of 10,000, the disciples couldn't handle the incoming raid of just a few thousands of Luo clan's guards, for more than a few short hours, and were killed to the last one. At the first light of a glorious red dawn, the hellscape of the valley laid bare. The howls halted, the place deserted, with only streams of blood flowing down the mountains, releasing its repugnant stench. And as a true picture of hell, it couldn't do without corpses, lots and lots of them to make a mountain. All strewn about, waiting for anyone to come give them a proper burial. "Steward Zhuo, it's done." Lai Jingshan glanced below at the genocide and turned a flat face to Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan spoke after a pause. "Take the bodies back to Luo clan. We can now get on to more serious matters." "Getting serious? Taking Hell Valley wasn't serious enough?" Lai Jingshan asked. Zhuo Fan grinned. "Ha ha ha, did you think I'd need so many people to destroy Hell Valley? Us 2 are more than enough." "Then," Lai Jingshan probed, Zhuo Fan said, "Desecration?" Lai Jingshan shuddered and gasped. "Steward Zhuo, the dead are to be respected. Is your hatred with Hell Valley running so deep that you need to dig up their ancestors?" "Ha ha ha, you're jumping too far ahead. I never cared a whit about Hell Valley 9 years ago, and it goes double now. Besides, the most people I've killed came from this house. They should be the one hating me to the bone, not the other way around." "Then why?" Lai Jingshan was lost. Zhuo Fan had a crafty smile. "Go to your part while I do mine." Lai Jingshan left because he believed Zhuo Fan's every decision was backed by reason. The Luo clan obeyed Zhuo Fan's orders to the letter, taking it like any ordinary day back at the job. Only the Hell Valley venerables were jumpy. They had turned their backs on Hell Valley in exchange for their lives and were now forced to do such tasks. Faced with the order of digging up their ancestors, they just couldn't do it. That was where Hell Valley's elders, Valley Lords and Venerables, were laid to rest. What logical explanation did the posterity have to dig them up? "This is outrageous. The trio were going to see Zhuo Fan about this. Preach reason, that the 2 clans weren't enemies to such a degree." Lai Jingshan saw through their intent and glared. "You, newbies, listen up and listen well. In Luo clan, Steward Zhuo's word is law. Any complaints you have will be met with a quick trip down under." Lai Jingshan flew away. The trio sighed in helplessness, stopping in their tracks. A guest could only play a guest in a host's home. "Since Steward Zhuo wants us to shame our ancestors to get our trust, we're his men. They took this task as Zhuo Fan's test of loyalty, to have them break all ties with Hell Valley. After flipping over one's granddaddy's tomb, one lost all right to call this place home. A darn shame that all their conjectures were wrong from the get-go. Zhuo Fan never cared about them, but to prove their change of heart, they worked the hardest in tomb raiding their long ancestors. Lai Jingshan didn't take much to have them figured out and laughed. "Steward Zhuo, these old coots will do anything to get your trust, ha ha ha," Lai Jingshan mocked. Zhuo Fan had a faint smile. Nothing strange about it. Respecting one's ancestors is the righteous way, while demonic cultivators only pay attention to power. That makes digging up one's old man more common with demonic cultivators. When taking people in, one needs to keep an eye on their character. These 3 are expert demonic cultivators. I don't care if they bear any grudge for me after this, since all you have to do is sit on them and they'll be as meek as lambs. Steward Zhuo is a genius. That's why you sent the order to have them dig their ancestors. You never feared their resentment. You truly know the heart of a demonic cultivator? Lai Jingshan laughed. Zhuo Fan shook his head. Hardly. Righteous cultivators aren't any different. Give them enough incentive and they'll do the most menial and nasty thing you ask. Just that they had to always dress it up with fancy justice. Like they do it. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan had a strange smile, throwing Lai Jingshan off on a loop. Lai Jingshan's eyes lit up, having picked up something in the corner. The Luo clan members were digging up Hell Valley's ancestors everywhere but there. 24 people moved around the place and looked around, not doing much of anything. They were the Emperor-bestowed profound heaven fakers. While the rest of the Luo clan was putting their backs into it, they didn't do so much as lift a pebble. Blast it, these guys were last in the Battle of Hell Valley and now they're goofing off when it comes to work. See how I'll give them an earful. Lai Jingshan stomped, but Zhuo Fan stopped him from going. Elder Lai, easy, let them go. Besides, they've completed their mission. When we return, take care of them and make sure the 3 newbies see it to drive fear into them. Their mission. Yep, leaking, Zhuo Fan snickered. Why else would I bring these losers along, to drag me back? Then you, let them inform the Emperor. Zhuo Fan smiled. Even before the Luo clan rose to power, the Emperor had these guys play the moles. That's why I had Elder Lay handle them all this time, letting them report only what we wanted. After feeding them for so long, they finally have a use to report to the Emperor? What? But, Steward Zhuo, why do this? Isn't the Emperor focused on you? Lai Jingshan jumped in fright. Zhuo Fan was reckless. If the imperial family joined Regent Estate in coming here, they were finished. Zhuo Fan could escape with his ridiculous power, but the Luo clan members would fall for sure. All the efforts spent raising them for the last decade would go to waste. Zhuo Fan laughed. Elder Lai, that's only half true. He isn't focused just on me, but on everyone. Taking the lone road means everyone in this world is your enemy, be it in the court or outside it. Blinking, Lai Jingshan was still lost, and Zhuo Fan continued. Elder Lai, who do you think he wants to kill right now? You, of course. He even allowed the 7 houses to use the demon-purging decree. Ha ha ha, wrong. He wants to get rid of chess pieces. Me, Regent Estate, and Zhuge Changfeng included. How will the nation change if he only gets rid of me? Regent Estate will get the houses, becoming the biggest power outside court and a threat to him. While in court, Zhuge Changfeng will be against him every step of the way. This is something he wants to avoid at all costs. So after getting wind of what we're doing here, he will not only sweep it under the rug, but even help me. Zhuo Fan's eyes shined, his voice firm. That confused Lai Jingshan even more. Help you? Indeed. Zhuo Fan smiled. I can't kick the bucket just yet, or Regent Estate will have free reign. We got word that he has sent divine dragons to assist the Regent Estate. To help, all right, but it's only a thinly veiled disguise to force them into fighting us. He doesn't want us to remain in a stalemate. But when I make my move, because Regent Estate is stronger, they will act faster than me. At that time, the help will drag the Regent Estate down to give us room to build strength and fight only when we're on equal footing. That's the best way for the Emperor to swoop in and swallow us both. By letting those fools snitch to the Emperor. I am in fact telling him that I've made my move and plan on removing his biggest thorn, the 7 houses. This will make his day for sure, and he'll tell Fang Qiyubai to hold back Regent Estate's campaign against our allies while giving me time to take these corpses back and refine them. That's all we need. Once we get these bodies ready, no one in Tianyu can stand up to us. It will be ours for the taking, ha ha ha. Cackling, Zhuo Fan's eyes shone with confidence. The Emperor had taken into account every step across the board. But what he overlooked were my killer moves. This will be his downfall. Lai Jingshan stared at him befuddled, then exclaimed, Steward Zhuo, although I am rough and a bore and can't understand a word, I do sense you have victory in sight. He, that's great. You guys play your schemes as mere games. If I had my own faction, I'd be twisted around your fingers till I breathed my last. Chapter 424, Worse Than Death. Whoosh tilde the Luo clan needed 10 days to dig the entire cemetery 3 feet deep, the ancestors across countless generations seeing the light of day once again. There were over 1,000 profound heaven experts and hundreds of radiant stage experts. Zhuo Fan looked mighty pleased at the lineup. The 1,000-year legacy of the 7 houses isn't just for prop. Lai Jingshan flashed before the profound heaven fakers. Take the bodies to the clan. Understood. The fakers bowed and got ready, but Lai Jingshan blocked them. The 24 fakers looked at him doubtful, snickering. Lai Jingshan said, "That is meant for the others. I have something special in mind for you." "What?" Lai Jingshan grinned. "To add you to the pile," the men cried. Elder Lai, why? What did we do wrong?" Leaking information, playing tricks, disobedience, to name a few. Lai Jingshan stressed every word with malice. The fakers shivered, having been exposed as spies. They were on their knees in a heartbeat. "Spare us, Elder Lai, it's not what we wanted either." Boom. A mere flick sent such a violent wind that scattered them all over the place, blood and gore raining down. "Humph, had you just owned up you'd still have a corpse, but you just had to caw in my ear, making me do it myself." Lai Jingshan flicked, ignoring the gory sight. The Luo clan's disciples were used to their elders' methods, taking it in stride. They moved the corpses like nothing had happened, while the newbie trio gulped and panicked more as they saw the people's faces. Are these guys Asuras from hell? Don't they feel anything? Their comrades in battle just got wasted, yet there's no reaction. Are they made of stone? Most of the Luo clan's disciples were around 20 years of age, but this sight had the elders shaking in fear. They had no clue how Zhuo Fan shaped them up into such cold-blooded killing machines. Watching the dead faces of the youths filled them with dread. Is this the real Luo clan? The trio rejoiced for turning sides. Even if Luo clan wouldn't get to rule the land soon, these youths would grow into a fiendish squadron that would level the nation in the future. Compared to Luo clan's strong elders, these youths were the most frightening asset. Zhuo Fan isn't normal. Even though they were demonic cultivators themselves, they'd never thought of running their disciples through hell, to say nothing of doing it en masse. Besides fear, the trio now had respect when looking at the distant Zhuo Fan. Demonic cultivators worshipped strength. Zhuo Fan not only had power, but endless tricks, opening their eyes to the true meaning of the term demonic. "You 3, listen up." A shout roused the trio out of their reverie. Lai Jingshan stared at them, and they lowered their heads. "Escort the people carrying the bodies back to Luo clan. Don't mess up. If I find out that you've been up to no good, Humph, well, let me tell you, you've taken Steward Zhuo's bloodworm, and in 1,000 miles he can have your heads." Get the picture? Yes, totally. Don't worry, Elder Lai, we will never slight this. The 3 bowed in unison. Lai Jingshan nodded and flew back to Zhuo Fan. The elders had finally taken their betrayal seriously, not like they had a choice. Be it Zhuo Fan or Lai Jingshan, both of their methods were cruel. They didn't even flinch slaughtering their own men. Won't killing us come easier? Scared of Lai Jingshan's display, the trio became meek, taking their mission as their calling, being stuck on escort duty. Zhuo Fan took out a parchment with many lines on it, Hell Valley's domain map and its cities. There were also thousands of red dots on it. Handing it over to Lai Jingshan, he said, "Elder Lai, gather 1,000 swift men and have them dig 3 feet on these spots. Also, send word around of our purging of Hell Valley, have those vassals of theirs crumble in fear." On it. Regardless of doubts, Lai Jingshan followed his orders as always. The 1,000-men detachment spread in all directions, sweeping the Hell Valley domain in search of their targets. Zhuo Fan and Lai Jingshan began their own search. Beneath a huge tree, they dug up a man-sized clay figure. It looked human, yet lacked the feel of one. It also had a natural vibe to it, just like ginseng, yet this one was in the shape of a human. It had closed eyes and withered just like a plant. The more Lai Jingshan looked at it, the odder he felt, like this thing in front of him was human yet wasn't. "Steward Zhuo, just what is this thing? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lai Jingshan asked. Zhuo Fan shook his head. It is a man and our clan's scout. He had to be buried here for 3 to 4 years. What? Lai Jingshan cried. Zhuo Fan explained. Elder Lai, you understand the cruelty of wraith art. To a martial fanatic like you, it means nothing, but if those children train in it, well, you know the odds of success are slim at best. Lai Jingshan nodded. But do you know what happens to the rejects? Zhuo Fan had a deep look as he regarded Lai Jingshan and patted the clay figure. Yes, they turn into this, becoming our ears. SSS tilde gasping, Lai Jingshan looked stunned. The clay doll had no human feel. No matter how he scanned it, it was just not human. Yet it once was. Steward Zhuo said just now that it can send information, but how? Zhuo Fan continued. On failing to cultivate the wraith art, one would die at worst, while at best they would have their meridians shattered and live the rest of their life as a vegetable. But the demonic path has a skill, myriad breaths, a soul-cultivating cultivation method, though not without its caveats. Only the soul alone can be trained, turning the vessel into a dried husk. In time, the soul's aura will, along with the body, blend in with nature, turning into this human pillar. Don't take it for just a clay man, when in fact it has a soul stronger than a profound heaven expert's. And with its sublime feel, tuning in with nature itself, not even a radiant stage expert can pick up on it. I had the kids who failed to train in wraith art, train in this myriad breaths and become human pillars. Miss Lei and her team buried them in the 7 houses vicinity at their doorsteps. Through their souls, they send out the information in a 1,000-meter radius. In this way, it is relayed to our scouts 100 miles away where it is decrypted through another method and safely brought back to me. How else could we have known of Regent Estate's plan to attack our allies? That Valley Lord took his elders to Regent Estate and left his home empty for us to attack. Although Luo clan was late in setting up its intelligence network, we are without a doubt the best in Tianyu. Zhuo Fan laughed at Lai Jingshan's goony look. There is such a magical art in this world. And Steward Zhuo used it to gather intel. Looking down at the silent clay man, Lai Jingshan sighed. Just who could make such a degenerate cultivation method? What's the point of having a strong soul if you'll end up like this, a frozen husk? This is a life worse than death, living in constant pain. Correct. That's just what this cultivation method offers, a life worse than death, and its creator didn't even train in it. Zhuo Fan smiled. When that old demon created it, he had his disciples train in it to devour their souls and boost his own. Because of the soul's natural feel, it was easily assimilated. In just 1 year, the geezer entered the radiant stage from the profound heaven stage. In 3, he was in the ethereal stage. You can actually do that? Lai Jingshan's sad look turned brighter, drooling at the clay man. The kid training in myriad breaths can be such a wonderful tonic. Who knew? Zhuo Fan mocked. Elder Lai, let me stop you right there. There's no such thing as shortcuts in cultivation. I haven't finished telling you how the old demon met his end. His speed was fast, but the souls of his disciples were filled with anguish and despair. And because anger and despair built up so much inside of him, his soul disintegrated under the strain. If not for this, I'd have used the thousands of Luo clan human pillars for myself. Shuddering, Lai Jingshan chuckled awkwardly. I should have known by now Steward Zhuo isn't one to let any chance slip. This goes to show the method has issues. Chapter 425. Fodder is fodder. Zhuo Fan took Lai Jingshan across the central area of Hell Valley, picking up human pillars and spreading rumors of Hell Valley's destruction at the hands of the Luo clan. This breaking news created a wave that shook all of Tianyu. No one had seen it coming, that Luo clan would ignore everything and strike down Hell Valley without a rhyme or reason. Any Tianyu citizen worth his salt knew that the 7 houses and imperial family were in a balance, and that the imperial family would never allow for another house war to break out. The testament was Regent Estate holding on to its ambitions for drifting flowers edifices for the past 1,000 years, just so that the imperial family wouldn't get an excuse. But Luo clan, in all its insufferable boldness, had ruined everything. It tore its confinement, lashed in the face of the people, and ripped Hell Valley off the face of this world. It was not just a petty house squabble either, but a show of force to the emperor. All clans had now turned their gazes to the emperor, waiting for his response. They were also praising Zhuo Fan's powder keg-like temper, thinking that lashing out at the emperor wasn't bad enough for him to go ahead and drag his clan down with him as well. This was a hefty crime deserving of total annihilation. In the face of the new house's rebellion, the people were looking forward to the emperor's response. But the average citizen had no clue how the big bosses above him were clashing, that every faction was looking at this development with eagerness. The emperor was the most excited, who should be laughing his heart outright about now. Ha ha ha. The emperor was having the time of his life reading the latest report. I didn't help him all these years for nothing after all. He finally showed himself, and not with half measures, but while striking Hell Valley off the map. He didn't even spare their ancestors' graves. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, desecration may be a bit excessive here. Even I have to disagree with this. Dugu Zhanshan at his right nodded in anger. I get the feeling that the kid is a real man sometimes, while also a degenerate rest of the time. It's all fine. All I wanted was for him to make his move. He can do anything else for all I care. The more revolting his actions, the better. It will help me a lot when going against the houses. They'll have no way to use the excuse of rewarding my loyal officials with the axe. He. How can you cherish someone who does crimes against humanity? The emperor revealed a twisted smile. Dugu Zhanshan nodded. The setting the emperor had laid out was cunning and vile, unlike his candid nature as a god of war. But for the safety of the people, on eliminating these variables, he would fall in line and obey the orders. Your Majesty, when will I act? No rush. Let them squirm around a little longer. The emperor sighed. However, I do need to show the people my stance. The emperor yelled at the servants at the door. Draft my orders. The 8th Nobel House, Windgaze City's Luo clan, is accused of manslaughter and desecration, of most heinous crimes. By my order, the clans are to root out this evil and bring me their head. The reward shall be the title of Noble House. Understood. The servant left. Dugu Zhanshan's face twitched and he sighed inside. Your Majesty, that right there is pure rubbish. If it were that easy to get Zhuo Fan's head, he'd have taken it ages ago, though the edict still had its perks, giving Dugu's army the righteous reason to purge him. While the Luo clan and regent estate would be duking it out, Dugu army would swoop in to obliterate the former, only to destroy them all. The emperor was aiming for this, but thinking of his godson, Dugu Zhanshan's heart couldn't bear it. Meanwhile, Yu Ming was at the second prince's new house, waiting on Valley Lord's orders. Second prince stormed into the room. Something huge has just happened, Sir Yu Ming. Second prince, easy. There's a solution to everything if you keep your calm. Yu Ming waved. Second prince paused to cool his jets and bowed. Sir Yu Ming, you are truly cut from a different cloth. You have my complete admiration. I have always been on edge and can't calm down. But I still need Sir's help in the future. Second prince is too kind. Yu Ming nodded and asked, Now, Your Highness, just what happened to get you so flustered? Nothing much, just that Zhuo Fan raised Hell Valley. What? Yu Ming was outraged. What did you say? Where's the report? Here. Second prince took out the paper from his sleeve. Sir Yu Ming is so open-minded, tranquil in the face of anything. Even as your own home lays in ruins, you don't bat an eyelid. I am truly amazed. God damn it, why so long-winded? Reading the paper turned Yu Ming's face pale. The paper fell to the floor as he stood there frozen, slaughtered and desecrated. Zhuo Fan, are you that cruel? Yu Ming's eyes trembled, his body rigid, and only his mouth moved. Zhuo Fan, you rotten lowlife. He forced me. Sir Yu Ming, is everything all right? Second prince asked. Sighing, Yu Ming resumed calmly and said, Your Highness, I have some matters to attend to. I will be gone for a few months. Please don't act rashly in my absence. Goodbye. Yu Ming left right away with hurried steps, his eyes flashing. He had to plan his escape carefully. Only the second prince was left behind hanging and speechless. At the same time, in a valley 100 miles away from drifting Flower City, many experts were gathered, even the heads of many powerful clans. Bam Yuanshan slammed the jade slip into the ground. This is outrageous, Zhuo Fan. I will have you ripped to pieces." "What happened, Valley Lord you?" Huangpu Tianyuan asked. Yuanshan panted and cupped his hands for the first time ever, tears trailing down his face. "Estate Lord Huangpu, you are the head of houses. You must give Hell Valley justice." "I just got word from the Third Venerable that Zhuo Fan along with Lai Jingshan has raided Hell Valley. The other 3 venerables fought back, but I fear they have fallen as well. Please, Estate Lord Huangpu, send your men to assist." "What?" Huangpu Tianyuan was stunned. "We haven't even begun our attack on Drifting Flowers edifices, and yet he struck Hell Valley." Yuanshan gave a mournful nod. The Hell Valley's elders were enraged, turning to Huangpu Tianyuan with expectant looks. They all looked on with hope that their boss would give his support. Huangpu Tianyuan only stroked his beard. "Sir Lang, what do you think? Hell Valley is our ally. Valley Lord Yu is our close friend. Of course we'd go out on a limb to help him." Lang Wuchang shouted. Hell Valley's contingent perked up, looking at him with gratitude. Huangpu Tianyuan looked at him dazed, though. Since when did the shrewd Sir Lang turn righteous? But Lang Wuchang showed his true color soon enough. "Be that as it may," Lang Wuchang sighed. "Zhuo Fan's treachery knows no bounds. Going without a plan will like playing into his hand. We have to avoid that. Valley Lord Yu, rest assured, we will avenge your home. But we are now on the eve of striking Drifting Flowers City. We must first handle Drifting Flowers edifices." Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Drifting Flowers edifices is in cahoots with Zhuo Fan. "Taking them out will soothe Valley Lord Yu's anger?" Everyone nodded. Pill King Hall and Mary Woods enjoyed the show, sneering all the time at Hell Valley. Yuanshan was fuming, his face red. He flipped around and shouted, "Sir Fang, you are His Majesty's reinforcements to quell Zhuo Fan. That wretched servant is running amok in Hell Valley and you are just going to do nothing." Zhuo Fan's mind is a maze and his actions a mystery. Sir Lang is right. We need to take it one step at a time. First comes Drifting Flowers edifices, sweeping clean all places he might turn to when he is desperate. Then we will go after him when he has no place to hide. Valley Lord you don't need to worry. Fang Qiyubai spoke. He had long since received the Emperor's order to have Zhuo Fan and Regent Estate mind their own business for a while longer. Of course, he dragged this out as well instead of pitting the two ahead of schedule. As for the fate of cannon fodder dubbed Hell Valley, neither cared a whit. Fodder was fodder. They'd all die sooner or later. The hegemony for the world would ultimately come down between Zhuo Fan and Regent Estate. The rest couldn't affect it one damn bit. Yuanshan saw the open taunts, and his anger reached boiling point, yet he was unable to do a thing. Chapter 426. Drifting Flowers Edifice's Siege. In Drifting Flowers Edifice's main hall, Grandmother took the seat of honor with a frown. On each side of her were the 15 overseers. Bang. Grandmother threw a sending jade on the table and sighed. This is the Luo clan's 10th message. And like the ones before it, they all warn of a great disaster that we need to retreat to Luo clan. What do you all say? Humph, that vile ingrate, our edifice lord sacrificed so much for him, and this is how he repays us. By stealing our most sacred treasure. Who'd believe his messages? I bet it's just another one of his sick, twisted schemes. Peony Overseer was the first to show a negative attitude, her anger having reached a boiling point. Iris Overseer nodded after a pause, yet the frown never left her. Nevertheless, even with Zhuo Fan's insidious mind putting us on guard on every one of his actions, it's better to believe the worst than be skeptical and suffer because of it later. Taking up arms won't harm us in the least. I have already activated our defenses for any eventuality. Grandmother nodded. As for the credibility of these jades, it remains to be seen. Boom! A rumbling sound came from outside, rattling their ears. All overseers looked on in shock. Grandmother shook and turned downcast. Zaya O'Dandan burst in as fast as her legs could carry her. Oh God, enemy attack. Dandan, speak clearly, Peony Overseer said. Zaya O'Dandan gasped a few times. Drifting Flowers City's guarding array is under attack. Senior sisters are now inside to defend it. What do we do, Grandmother, Master? We're really under attack. The overseers were incredulous, turning to the jade slip with regret. Zhuo Fan meant nothing more than to simply inform them by sending those messages. Grandmother! The 15 pairs of eyes turned to her. She was feeling as much regret as the next woman there, but she couldn't let it show. As the leader, everyone believed her words were always right, even when wrong. Any doubt would cripple their morale and the battle would be half lost from the start. Grandmother flashed her eyes with steel determination, conveying confidence in this great crisis, confidence she didn't have. Iris, ask the 3 venerables to come. Peony, send jade slips to our allies for help. The rest of you follow me to meet the enemy. Let's see which bastards dare challenge Drifting Flowers' edifices. Grandmother hammered her staff as she made her way forward with dignity and strength. The others regained their calm and flew out of Drifting Flower City. Iris and Peony set about their tasks. Only Zaya O'Dandon was left there pouting. Didn't he tell us again and again that this'll happen? Now even if you do believe him, we are cut off and can't run. Dandon, what are you mumbling? Who taught you to talk of your betters behind their back? Peony Overseer glared. Zaya O'Dandon retorted, what talking back? It's the truth. We got a clear warning for 3 months that this was going to come. You know nothing, Peony Overseer barked. Don't you know who Zhuo Fan is? He even stole Bod Hai Root from us. How can we trust him? How can we be sure it's not another trick? But it was Yan Fu who told me. He'd never lie to me. Zaya O'Dandon was stubborn. Peony Overseer shook her head. You brat, Yan Fu was never good to begin with. Now that he's with Zhuo Fan, he's even worse. No matter how sincere, he needs to first prove that Zhuo Fan had nothing to do with it, that it wasn't false. You think I don't know where you'd been running to these months? Besides bringing the 10 sending jades, you still have 28 more love letters from that kid. How can a pure girl like you be like this? Have you no shame? Zaya O'Dandon blushed and huffed. That's beside the point. They have been giving us real information all along, yet you always second-guess his intentions, thinking there's a plot where there's nothing. You silly girl, you've been growing bolder, I see, to talk back to your master. My lessons haven't been thorough enough, it seems. Peony Overseer was at a loss and blushed with shame and anger. Zaya O'Dandon ran away with Peony Overseer on her heels. Their mission forgotten, Grandmother took her overseers outside and gasped at the sea of black. Leading the army were Hell Valley, Mary Woods, and Pill Kinghall's lords. Against such a lineup, even with the home field advantage, Drifting Flowers' edifices array would be under immense strain. Gulping, Grandmother grew anxious. The overseers were scared out of their minds, shaking all over. Yuwanshan's side laughed. Grandmother, we 3 vow to take Drifting Flowers' edifices. Surrender now, cease these needless hostilities, and there won't be casualties. Yuwanshan held his head high. Grandmother squinted. Valley Lord, what's the meaning of this? Have you forgotten Tianyu's laws? The 7 houses are banned from engaging in civil war. Marching towards Drifting Flowers' edifices with such fanfare, His Majesty will hear of this and will exact punishment. Grandmother's speech was full of dignity and logic. But Yuwanshan laughed harder, his mocking gaze thicker. He, old hag, why else would we be here in the first place? It's all by His Majesty's leave. Yuwanshan shouted, There's no one out there coming to help a bunch of broads, ha ha ha. What? Grandmother was incredulous. Keeping the 7 houses in check had been the imperial family's policy since the dawn of the empire. How can they change tactics, letting the land devolve into anarchy? Impossible. Grandmother refuted. What crime could we possibly have committed for His Majesty to treat us so, to let you attack us? Ha ha ha, old crone, don't play dumb. Who doesn't know of your ties with that wretched spawn Zhuo Fan? With the mess he made in the imperial palace, he is the nation's #1 criminal. And with your connections, you aren't far behind either. At Yuwanshan's cackle, Grandmother shuddered and sighed. Zhuo Fan raised us and now he crushes us. While Zhuo Fan was on his power trip, Drifting Flowers' edifices had never been safer. But now that Zhuo Fan had become the national enemy, the others used this excuse to get to Drifting Flowers' edifices. Their 1,000-year-old legacy would lay in ruins. Was it truly the right choice to have an alliance with Zhuo Fan? Much good did that thinking do at this point. All they could do was buy time for their allies to come help. Grandmother flew up and shouted, "If you want to destroy Drifting Flowers' edifices, then come. I will face any contenders." Ha ha ha, I've heard so much of the Lady of Steel and have long wished to try you out. Yuanshan flew forth, covered in gray energy, letting out eerie cries of infants. Hatred and grief filled the sky, sweeping grandmother in its clutches. With the shrieks of agony, malignant specters made of anguish bit at her. Hell Valley's profound ranked martial art, demonic face seal. The hearts of the overseers were in their throats. Demonic face seal was a soul attack, creepy and powerful. Grandmother had no power against it. Yuanshan laughed, finding victory in his grasp. It was then that a glaring white light flashed. The howling sea of agonized faces came to a halt as ice spread all over them. They cracked to pieces, pulverizing the demonic faces, leaving room for grandmother to walk out and send Yuanshan flying with a palm to the chest, and leaving behind a scarlet trail. Chapter 427, Crisis, PFF. Yuanshan spat out frozen blood as he wobbled to his feet. Drifting Flowers' edifices profound ranked martial art, heavenly austere ice palm, trained to such perfection it can even freeze my demonic face seal. Congratulations, Lady of Steel. Valley Lord Yu's demonic face seal is too exquisite even for me to take lightly. It's all thanks to decades upon decades of hard work that I had the honor to match Valley Lord Yu's skills. With how grandmother wheezed, looking thin and pale, she wasn't faring much better either. Yuanshan cupped his hands and withdrew. Yan Bagong laughed, stepping in next. Ha ha ha, grandmother has aged with grace, coming above even the likes of Valley Lord Yu. How about you humor this old man next? Yan Bagong, you lowlife, you just want to take advantage of grandmother having fought a hard battle and being exhausted. You're just picking on the weak. One overseer cursed. Yan Bagong took it all in stride and showed a light smile. That's a little off, my lady. We three houses joined hands just so we don't have to go one-on-one. How does picking on the weak fit here? We just want to duel with grandmother right now for a bit instead of starting the assault. We're doing you all a favor? Yan Bagong justified himself, leaving the overseers speechless. Grandmother let out a cold laughter, her eyes icy. Yan Bagong implied he was giving Drifting Flowers' edifices leeway, but one thing remained unchanged. In an all-out war, Drifting Flowers' edifices had the disadvantage, but it wasn't going to fall that easily, not when having a defensive array. While grandmother was the pillar of Drifting Flowers' edifices. With her being dead, the battle would already be over. Even with the array, when there was no one to direct it, defeat was certain. Yan Bagong and company wanted to cut the head and the body would follow. These duels were in fact in their complete favor. The astute grandmother picked up on their little trick right away, but she accepted anyway. The three lords' defeat would have the same drastic effect on the enemy as her death. It went without saying that it would work wonders in cutting Drifting Flowers' edifices' casualties short and would stall for their allies' support. It really was the best choice in Drifting Flowers' edifices' current situation. No matter how weak grandmother felt, she had to push on. Just that revulsion at Yan Bagong preaching righteousness always came to her. Both sides are fighting a battle of minds for their own interest, yet you want to look cool doing it. Yan Bagong, come. Grandmother had an icy air and a smirk. Yan Bagong smiled there, calm and carefree. But the next second he turned savage, launching Rainbow Cloud Palm with both hands. Pill King Hall's signature move. Grandmother knew it was coming and had a shield of ice around her as she went on the offensive. The poison was acidic, but it wouldn't eat through the clear ice that fast. It took no longer than a flash for grandmother to pass through the heavy poison cloud and reach Yan Bagong with a palm strike. Watching the icy palm inching towards his chest, Yan Bagong's heart tensed. His fate would soon be the same as Yuanshan before him. He might be on edge at the incoming ice, but not panicked. He even had time to show off a creepy smile. Grandmother had a bad feeling about this. Whoosh tilde from the thick fog, one man shot in front of Yan Bagong and punched. It was Mary Woods' Lin Rufeng. You, grandmother cried. Lin Rufeng grinned. One and only. The punch and palm collided. Lin Rufeng's savage power pierced the ice on her palm and wreaked havoc in her body. With a sharp sound, the icy shield collapsed and 10 fierce blows hammered her body, sending her flying. She shot through the poison cloud and into the ground. The blood she spat tinted the ground in eerie colors. This was the worst outcome. Grandmother was heavily wounded and poisoned by the rainbow cloud palm. PFF, puffing out more blood, Grandmother glared at the two above with endless hatred. Mary Wood's profound ranked martial art, empty cloud art? Our empty cloud art is based on speed, splitting an attack into several blows to tear up your insides. The more advanced the cultivation, the more splits. You may have ice protecting you, but not even that can block all of them. I have managed to unleash 20 splits, ha ha ha. Lin Rufeng laughed in pride. The overseers rushed at Grandmother's side, giving a hateful glare at the two lords above. You no good two-bit filthy scumbags. Is that how a house lord acts nowadays, stabbing people in the back? Oh, no, no, no. Didn't I say that already? This is a coalition of 3 houses, anything goes. Besides, us two work great together and we haven't even surrounded you with our forces yet. What's wrong with that? Yan Bagong snickered. The women's eyes spat fire from all the rage boiling in their hearts. Grandmother panted, finding it hard to even speak. Take me back now. Yan Bagong snickered. You won't get away that easy. Attack, their head is down. It's the perfect moment to take them all down. Understood, the sea of people came in like a tide. The overseers rushed to get Grandmother back to safety. But Yan Bagong's team of 2 was faster, making a sinister strike at the retreating Grandmother. Take her out of the picture, and the drifting flowers' edifices would follow. The other women rushed to defend her. The overseers stood no chance in front of 2 house lords. They were dead in one blow, unable to stall 1 second. 2 more turned back to attack, but Grandmother stopped them. Grandmother, they all cried. Grandmother sighed. I won't be able to survive this, but you are the future of drifting flowers' edifices. Go, withdraw. Let Iris become the edifice lord. I will hold them off. Grandmother, no. They all teared up in sadness. Grandmother barked. You bunch of ignorant girls, how can you not see what's in front? I have to hold them back or we'll all die. Go back and wait. We will get our chance when support comes. Grandmother trailed off. Not even she was certain that drifting flowers' edifices could come out alive, but held on to hope still. The women saw the steel gaze of Grandmother, and despite their distress, they nodded and withdrew to drifting flowers' city. Grandmother showed a clear smile, watching them go. Silly girls, take care. Ha ha ha, Chubijun, you should care about yourself first. The 2 closed in, Yan Bagong's creepy voice reaching her ears. Grandmother had a cold smile, her mind set. Humph, Yan Bagong, Lin Rufeng. As long as there's one breath left in this body, you will never tread 1 step in drifting flowers' edifices. Grandmother flew high at the 2. The 2 met her fearlessly. She had the Lady of Steel moniker, but with how downtrodden she was from that last blow, they wouldn't qualify as house lords if they backed off now. With a bang, the 2 sides clashed. The shock wave turned everything around them to dust. The 2 kept on attacking, even as Grandmother was spurting blood and lost consciousness. Her frail and damaged body slammed into the ground. Grandmother! The women shed tears of pain at their helplessness and their weakness. Yan Bagong walked over and struck again. Ha ha ha, the great Lady of Steel's head is mine for the taking. Something shot straight for Yan Bagong. He squinted and looked shocked, killing with intent. A radiant stage expert, chapter 428, 3 venerables. Bam. Yan Bagong panicked at the incoming soul attack and put up his defenses. Despite being a mere profound heaven cultivator with no chance against a radiant stage expert, the intent left the 2 groaning. Yan Bagong even flew away, leaving a trail of blood in the air. Lin Rufeng stopped dead in his tracks, trembling and rooted. Russell tilde 3 graceful figures floated between Grandmother and the lords, drifting flowers' edifices venerables. Looking back at the unconscious Grandmother, one shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get her out of here." Understood. The overseer's morale soared, flying away with Grandmother. They were at ease knowing the venerables had their back. The tide of people came to a halt as well. Humph, You lowlifes dare set your eyes on drifting flowers' edifices? The venerables faced the thousands with angry rebuke. Yan Bogong barely stood his ground, pale and weary, yet not a trace of fear. He, big words for just a bunch of broads. If not for the imperial family's help in the past millennium, you'd never see today. Don't think for a second that being in the radiant stage will change anything. Which of us houses doesn't have its own venerables? Now more than ever, when we have the great regent estate taking the lead. Ha ha ha, we are the ones behind this siege. Laughter shook the area. To everyone's shock, an astonishing power surged as a grizzled old man showed his face. His eyes flashing like lightning, his face excited. Each of his breath felt like the world was sucked away, then unleashed back as a storm. The three venerables squinted and shouted in shock. Huangpu Finglay? My purpose here is to deal with you three. His head held impossibly high, Huangpu Finglay flicked his hand with disdain. I am not one to pick on women, so I'll take you all on. Twitching, the three turned grave. Despite living in seclusion, they had all heard of Huangpu Finglay's name. He was a rare, peak, radiant stage expert in this world. The ones capable of fighting him in Tianyu could be counted on one hand. Sure, there were three of them, but the strongest was only in the fifth layer. It'd hardly make a difference. But as drifting flowers' edifices venerables, having enjoyed its resources for decades, they weren't about to flee in the face of danger. They were women, but they were principled. Even more so than some men, with a deep breath to steady their nerves, one showed her will to fight or die trying. Sisters, today's the day we will fight for justice? Ha ha ha, it won't matter. We've lived together and we'll die together. A fitting end for our 100-year friendship. The two laughed. The first smiled. Having reached an understanding, all flew at the mighty Huangpu Finglay with not 1 ounce of fear. Huangpu Finglay praised. I've heard of drifting flowers' edifices, women being staunch, and now I see it for myself. You are far better than some male wolves drunk on power. Huangpu Finglay continued, I will give you 3 free shots at me before I attack, seeing as I'm so kind. Begin. Humph, thank you for your consideration, sir. We're happy to accept. Huangpu Finglay was tough, and the three were not fools. If the guy gave them 3 free moves, they weren't about to refuse. They had a non-zero chance, impossible odds, true, but there was always the luck of the moment. The least they could manage was injure him, stopping him from breaking the array. It would give some value to their deaths, knowing to have returned the kindness drifting flowers' edifices offered them for so long. With one less warrior on the enemy's side, drifting flowers' edifices' chances would rise. The three turned solemn, each taking a direction and making a sign. The wind picked up and the Yuan Kai surged. A white mist formed between the three, linking them and feeding off each other's strengths to their very peak of power. An ice phoenix took form between them, 300 meters large and shrieking. Huangpu Finglay's brow shuddered. Combination martial art. I never knew you'd be so in tune with each other, of the same heart and mind. Humph, who needs your praise? You should take this instead. The leader of the three scoffed and pushed out her palms. The other two matched her perfectly. Shrieked Tilda, the ice phoenix unleashed its full killing intent on Huangpu Finglay as it charged. All in its wake turned to ice, even air itself. Yan Bogong cried out in shock. Radiant stage experts weren't without their fame, while a combined attack from three went farther. Such an attack would wipe them out. Peak profound heaven experts, along with half the people there. Forget about fighting drifting flowers' edifices at this point. It was a miracle if the army stuck together. Yan Bogong and Lin Rufeng exchanged a glance, and cold sweat ran down their spines. Thank the Maker they had Regent Estate on their side, with High Venerable's personal interference. The casualties would have been horrible without him. These broads sure are tough. Unlike everyone's panicked look, Huangpu Finglay praised and looked on with a calm expression. When the ice phoenix got near him, he waved. Humph, this skill sure is dangerous, but not to me. Huangpu Finglay clutched the ice phoenix's neck and squeezed. With a bang, the phoenix crumbled into glittering ice. Huangpu Finglay grinned. First. The ice fragments released an unbearable coldness, unleashing a frosty wave straight towards Huangpu Finglay. It swallowed him in its midst, leaving behind nothing, not even Huangpu Finglei's body, just a sparkling human-sized ice sculpture. "High Venerable," everyone cried. With Huangpu Finglei getting done in from the three hags' attack, how would the rest fare? Amidst their anxiety and fear, cracking sounds revealed the breaking of the sculpture. With a bang to finish, Huangpu Finglei was revealed in all his glory with a manic laughter. Who knew such an attack hit an even stronger one? Ha ha ha, how amazing! Not that it did any good to the likes of me. "High Venerable is invincible," the crowd cheered. Whooshes sounded as the three venerables flashed right in Huangpu Finglei's face. "Huangpu Finglei, we knew this attack won't work, so we prepared a little something," the leader shouted. The other two also yelled, and their fingers formed a sword. Profound ranked martial art, Dark Heaven Finger, Huangpu Finglei gave his all to resist this time around. But the ice and coldness from before had him slowed down, giving the three venerables enough time for their sword fingers to hit his pressure points. With the sound of freezing water, Huangpu Finglei felt icy coldness invade his body and freeze his veins. He was shocked that Yuan Kai could hardly stop it. This can't be with his power, not even these three together could freeze him. Yet now, Huangpu Finglei turned grave and doubt sprouted. His fists clenched and body shuddered. Chapter 429, Death Before Dishonor. The leader had a cold smile. "Huangpu Finglei, did you think that combination art was all to deceive you? Wrong, so very wrong, ha ha ha." The ice on Huangpu Finglei grew harder and thicker. His body soon became rigid and only his eyes were moving. He ended up getting caged inside the ice like a lion, poised to jump out at a moment's notice and rip its quarry to pieces. "Don't look at me like that. There's no chance of coming out of this. The Ice Phoenix's cold energy is keeping you frozen, not to mention the icy energy in your body keeping your Yuan Kai sealed. This way, our Dark Heaven Finger works in tandem with the first attack and freezes you solid." The leader's eyes sparkled with the joy of victory. "Ha ha ha, you may be a peak expert, but with your Yuan Kai on ice, even if you get out of our move, your power will be cut in half. Huangpu Finglei, you brought this on yourself." Despite being frozen stiff, Huangpu Finglei didn't panic, speaking in a sinister tone. "Hags, don't write me off so early. Your parlor tricks are no match for me." Huangpu Finglei let out dragonic roars and exploded in a golden shower. Roar, 9 golden dragons shot from inside him. The powerful Yuan Kai waves shook the ice off and sent the three women flying as well. The three left a trail of blood as they hit the ground. Looking up, they watched Huangpu Finglei come down like a god, wrapped in 9 dragons and with an overbearing aura. That relentless power surging around him was testament to his state of health, undamaged, untouched. It came at an even greater shock to the women, followed by despair. If even their combined attacks couldn't do anything, this man was a freak, godlike. They lowered their heads, bitter, having lost all hope. Huangpu Finglei eased up on the glaring light show and overlooked them like the emperor as he raised a second finger. "Imperial tyrant body art is the strongest cultivation method among the houses. No one can stop me." That was the second move. "Sisters, we have one more chance." "Have you thought about it?" The leader showed resolve, ready to die. The other two smiled. "What's there to think? Of our peak skills, we can only use that. Let's do it." The leader nodded, getting their feet under them and watching Huangpu Finglei above without any fear. "Huangpu Finglei, you better keep your word. Since you said you'll give us 3 free moves, then 3 is what we have." "Of course. My word is my bond, but what could you possibly come up with that can work, humph?" Huangpu Finglei snorted. The leader was calm. "Nothing, only our blood for our house." The three jumped high at Huangpu Finglei with power and speed. Huangpu Finglei frowned, unclear of their aim. What other combination art are they using? "Why can't I sense anything?" The venerables took 3 directions around him and shot their palms forward. With 3 sounds, the palms impacted Huangpu Finglei's perfect body without so much as a scratch. Huangpu Finglei just took it like a champ, with arms crossed. He looked at them curious. "Is this your final move, a palm?" There was not even a skill behind it. "There's no way you can harm me with that. You've lost your last chance." Ha ha ha, thank you Sir Huangpu for giving us these free moves, but this palm is only half of it. With an odd smile, the leader made a sign. The other two followed. Huangpu Finglay was puzzled. Do they want to use some super-secret art? But why did that sign feel so familiar? He shot his eyes wide open and cried, "Self-destruction? You! This is our last move, death before dishonor." The women grinned. Huangpu Finglay was scared silly. With the three radiant stage experts so close and primed to blow, not even imperial tyrant body art could bear it. He used all his Yuan Kai to unleash a golden glow and make the trio fly. Too little, too late. With one last smile, to Huangpu Finglay's frantic look, three earth-shattering explosions wrecked the place. Boom tilde, the huge balls of flame swallowed the sky, shaking up everything. Even with the array in place, Drifting Flowers City was now in ruins. Yan Bagong ducked just as the tide of flames passed him. One careless twitch could burn his head clean off. Once the cool wind set in again, the people looked shell-shocked. The mountains around them were now flatlands while the trees floated around as ashes. The bone-tempering disciples had their meridians crushed and died. Maybe they wanted a closer look at death, or just sheer bad luck. They stuck their neck out to see the glorious apocalyptic flame, only to have half their body burnt, testament to their folly. Yan Bagong's heart was shaking all over. What a frightening explosion. And that came out of three radiant stage experts' self-destruction. Then what about the person at their core, their High Venerable? He looked around in panic and shouted, "High Venerable, are you all right?" Bam! A black figure slammed the ground. Yan Bagong rushed over to see Huangpu Finglay's face burnt black, laying there broken and robbed of any air of superiority. PFF. Blood spurted out and Huangpu Finglay wheezed. Looking around at the faces, he rejoiced at his new lease on life. "High Venerable, you're amazing to come out alive from that. You're the only one in Tianyu to pull it off." Yan Bagong gave a thumbs up and a good ass-licking. Huangpu Finglay had no time for his gibberish, frowning. Why did they do it? You mean those Drifting Flowers Edifices Venerables?" Yan Bagong smiled. "Who cares? They couldn't beat you, so they decided to drag you down as well. But they never thought even this couldn't kill you. You're still in one piece." He, they died for nothing, the idiots?" "No," Huangpu Finglay shook his head weakly. "A cultivator that has reached the radiant stage would cherish his life above everything. They would never throw their lives away unless it is the very last resort. They could have used the Drifting Flowers Edifices array to stall me and escape. So why?" Yan Bagong paused, pig-headed, perhaps. "Ha ha ha, that's putting it mildly." Huangpu Finglay barely propped his body. Drifting Flowers Edifices, a women's domain, hasn't survived all these years on empty words alone. Huangpu Finglay limped away. Yan Bagong asked, "High Venerable, aren't we attacking?" "Of course we are, fool." "But that's your problem. I need to dress my wounds. Can't you see I can't even fly and have a busted leg?" Glaring back, Huangpu Finglay cursed, but he didn't leave without a final piece of advice. Don't get careless. Drifting Flowers Edifices women's can't be underestimated. Yan Bagong nodded, exchanged a glance with Lin Ru Feng. "Looking at your wretched state, we can glean that much." Though, they looked back at Drifting Flowers City and felt a headache coming. Without a radiant stage to support them, how many years would it take to break through? The Regent Estate's experts only acted as support, leaving the heavy lifting to them. The only helper, Huangpu Finglay, was now away on medical leave. Chapter 430. Baiting the aid. Boom! The explosion shook all of Drifting Flowers City. Houses crumbled and turned to dust. Drifting Flowers Edifices' main hall had calm and wise women handling everyday's affairs, but they were now crying in panic. Grandmother, pale and weak, lay on the floor, rocking to the explosion's rhythm. The odd bump into the ground of her head had her frowning and opening her eyes. "Aunt Tao, grandmother's awake?" Peony Overseer perked up. Drifting Flowers Edifice's head alchemist, Tao Danyang, rushed over. "Grandmother's injury is stable, but—" "What?" Peony Overseer asked. Tao Danyang sighed. "Removing the rainbow cloud palm's poison is beyond these wrinkled hands' ability. They alone hold the antidote. What do we do now?" Peony Overseer asked. Pill King Hall is right outside our gates. Are we supposed to go out there and grab one to force an antidote out of them? Everyone shook their heads from how powerless they were. Pill King Hall was already strong by themselves, but now in the three-house coalition, it would be even tougher for Drifting Flowers edifices to deal with them. Going out now was plain suicide. Iris Overseer smiled. Peony, don't be nervous. Pill King Hall had a monopoly on the Rainbow Cloud Palm's antidote until now. Did you forget how Zhuo Fan deciphered the antidote at the 100-pill meeting, curing Grandmother, Aunt Tao, and many of our sisters? Even their top alchemist, Vicious Pill King, is now under the Luo clan, and with him as an ally, there's no need to fear any poison. Yeah, we just have to get in touch with them and Grandmother will be fine. Aunt Tao nodded, relieved. She felt like having Zhuo Fan as an ally was the best thing that ever happened to them. The Rainbow Cloud Palm squeezing on them every minute of every hour was now a thing of the past. Peony Overseer pouted, her face unnatural. But that prick stole our precious heirloom. How can we trust him? It will be great if he returns it. But if he doesn't? Grandmother's faint voice trailed off weakly. Then she came to a decision and spoke firmly. All we can do is move on. If Drifting Flowers edifices is to survive, we need to compromise. We need allies like him the most right now. What is the point of getting the treasure back only to find a city filled with corpses? All became pensive. Their respect for Grandmother was growing. Grandmother had earned the respect of all houses for a reason. And for the same reason, she kept Drifting Flowers edifices afloat all this time. As a house lord, she had to have the mind and eyes that went beyond the scope of the common man, with vaulting ambition and steel resolve. Always thinking long-term and never nitpicking on the details. And in their final hour, Drifting Flowers edifices needed allies the most. They couldn't throw away Zhuo Fan over some Bodhi root. It was the same as cutting off one's legs. So you want to lean on Luo clan. Peony Overseer pouted, still against it. Zhuo Fan stole their stuff, yet they still turned to him for help. Wasn't that like asking a thief for asylum? Drifting Flowers edifice's name would be dragged through the mud, her sisters as well. Grandmother smiled in reply. Yes, Zhuo Fan had made us a promise back when he was in trouble. We can rely on him. Now that he is one of the big players, he is our support. It's all just a repaid investment. Ha ha ha. Peony, you usually go off the deep end and are frank. You are kind at heart, but not suited to be the edifice lord. As the one bearing the responsibility of Drifting Flowers edifices, one has to be flexible and set your gaze beyond the present moment. A useless thing like reputation will only drag us down. Grandmother shook her head. Peony Overseer blushed, knowing her own defects as well. What was that large noise just now anyway? Grandmother turned to the rest. They all shook their heads. Someone burst in tears. Grandmother, Overseers, the three venerables. What about the venerables? Grandmother asked frantically, sniffing. The girl wailed. The venerables self-destructed to deal with Huangpu Finglay. What? Grandmother shuddered, then spat blood, tears streaking her face. Grandmother. The others panicked. Grandmother waved them off. It was my mistake to lead them to their doom. If only I heeded the Luo clan's warnings and retreated, they would have been alive and wouldn't have died in vain. Grandmother, the only one to blame is Zhuo Fan. He betrayed our trust first. We could never overlook this transgression, Peony Overseer advised. Grandmother shook her hand, talking after a pause. The three venerables' death is on me. But we can't bicker over Drifting Flowers edifice's calamity. What about Huangpu Finglay? What's going on outside? Grandmother, Huangpu Finglay is badly hurt and has withdrawn from battle. Yan Bagong and the others are attacking our barriers while sisters are pushing them back. They can hold on for the time being. Regent Estate's High Venerable. What about the Regent Estate itself? Grandmother asked. The girl shook her head. Grandmother, there's no sign of them. That means Regent Estate isn't involved. Grandmother squinted. Overseers, join the defenses and never attack, only resist. Guard Drifting Flowers edifices and wait for our allies. Understood. Everyone bowed. Meanwhile, Yan Bagong, Lin Rufeng, and Yu Wanshan attacked the city for 3 months. Although three houses united was a force to reckon with, Drifting Flowers' edifice's defenses were like a steel wall. Even after all this time, they had only punched through 26 barriers, with dozens more to go. How many years would that take? For God's sake, I should have just brought all my venerables. Lin Rufeng panted, peering over the city and at the mountain in the distance. What the hell is Regent Estate and those rotten divine dragons doing? They decided on this attack, yet now they are taking the backseat while we risk our necks. What's so scary about Drifting Flowers' edifices anyway? If we'd all pitch in, it'd be over and done with by now. Calm down. Yuanshan advised. Sir Leng said we're baiting the aid. While we have Drifting Flowers' edifices on the ropes, they'll attack the reinforcements. I heard Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Abode's forces have been beaten back many times already. Humph, Regent Estate can handle those guys with a modicum of effort. What's the point of having all of them in the back as support? Lin Rufeng mocked. Yan Bagong shook his head. House Lord Lin, don't say that. They aren't much hassle, true, but what if Zhuo Fan comes? Rumble. Lin Rufeng's face fell and his voice was cut off. On the day of Luo clan's ceremony, they all witnessed its power and glory. Besides the abomination dubbed Zhuo Fan, they had 10 elders, each stronger than the next, violent and savage. Not even Regent Estate wanted to pick a fight with them. Lin Rufeng waved his hand. Let's just keep attacking. Yuanshan and Yan Bagong chuckled inside. Yuanshan slapped his chest in full confidence. Worry not, the city will soon fall. My 3 venerables are coming in 2 days. With Radiant Stage experts clearing a path for us, their guarding array will be no obstacle. Yuanshan beamed with pride. Want to break Drifting Flowers City? Only we can do it. Yan Bagong snickered. With Valley Lord Yuzhoma wreckage, you don't need Radiant Stage experts to defend it, while our men are just too homesick to leave, ha ha ha. Lin Rufeng mocked. Yuanshan's face fell. It cut him deep, each time he was reminded of the ruined Hell Valley. What he wanted was to get merit in this battle and earn Regent Estate's compensation. But Lin Rufeng and Yan Bagong, the bastards, had to poke where it hurt. Humph, you'll see. Zhuo Fan will take good care of your shacks just as well. We'll see who's laughing then. Yuanshan's mind was filled with malicious curses. Chapter 431, Most Dangerous Ally. Sir Leng, any updates? In a quiet little room, Leng Wuchang was sitting at a desk deep in thought when Huangpu Tianyuan came in laughing. With Drifting Flowers' edifices under siege for 3 months now, small fries keep on coming. It's so boring. When will a big fish bite anyway? Sir Leng, what do you reckon that big fish is planning right now? After a bow, Leng Wuchang sighed. Estate Lord, our plan and reality do not match, I'm afraid. Where exactly? Huangpu Tianyuan asked. Leng Wuchang spoke. Our main plan to bait the aid involved faking an attack on Drifting Flowers' edifices to draw Zhuo Fan out. With Estate Lord's 9 dragons' diamond body, we'd catch Zhuo Fan by surprise and finish him off in one swift blow. However, what? Huangpu Tianyuan asked impatiently. Leng Wuchang shook his head. The way it has played out is that we've fallen for it. What? How? Huangpu Tianyuan jerked. Leng Wuchang said, by being a borrowed knife. Unsettled, Huangpu Tianyuan eyed him. Leng Wuchang explained, it may be that we predicted Zhuo Fan's aim all wrong. His vision is far wider. We thought he would protect his allies to secure his power. But with Drifting Flowers' edifices under siege for months, yet there being no sign of Luo clan, it goes to show that he has abandoned them. If anything, he was counting on us to destroy Drifting Flowers' edifices for him. What? Huangpu Tianyuan trembled. To what end? What does he get from this? Humph plenty. Leng Wuchang snickered. A man without roots is the easiest to sway. Even if Drifting Flowers' edifices survived and he won in the end, Drifting Flowers' edifices, being who it is, will remain only an ally. But when Drifting Flowers' edifices falls, he'd accept the women with open arms, getting them on his side and leaving only the world for the taking. Such a cunning plan, what a twisted mind. Even I could only deduce this from the current state. Zhuo Fan is a truly diabolical mastermind. By my calculations, he not only wants us to destroy Drifting Flowers' edifices, but all his allies. He will then take them in like a good Samaritan, and they, in their moment of gratitude and weakness, will accept the conversion wholeheartedly. Even Lang Wucheng felt cold sweat on his brow at this point. Zhuo Fan's insidious ploys never left room for errors, using cloak and daggers to stab at his own allies through his enemies. Even Lang Wucheng had fallen for such a mastermind's devious schemes. Zhuo Fan is the most dangerous ally so far. Huangpu Tianyuan panicked inside. Veiled Dragon Pavilion was the first to care for the Luo clan, and Zhuo Fan once had close ties with Chu Qingcheng. Is he that dead inside to throw everything aside and plot against them? That's what makes Zhuo Fan such an abomination. Lang Wucheng sighed. A man of ambition only looks at things from a perspective and never lets some platonic relationships drag him down. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. But how did he know we'd attack Drifting Flowers' edifices with the 3 houses? Ha ha ha, estate lord. Do you remember when we planned to divide our forces into 3 and take them all down at the same time? Who was it that proposed we attack 1 house at a time and bait the aid? Lang Wucheng's eyes glinted. Huangpu Tianyuan shouted, Fang Qiyu Bai? Him indeed. Lang Wucheng nodded. I didn't think much of it at the time, figuring flushing Zhuo Fan out and removing him from the picture at the earliest was better. But now, ha ha ha, it has been the imperial family playing us all along. The emperor's involved too? Yes. Lang Wucheng patted the shocked Huangpu Tianyuan. Huangpu Tianyuan was still finding it odd. Doesn't the emperor want us to eliminate Zhuo Fan? Why is he on his side now? Was that ruckus at the palace all an act for the regent estate's eyes? Not at all. Estate lord is overthinking things. Back when Zhuo Fan and the emperor had a falling out, the emperor wanted to get rid of Zhuo Fan, but also of us. Lang Wucheng explained with a smile. Ha ha ha, here's what I think happened. The emperor had divine dragons come to us as helpers, but used them to find our plan of attack on Drifting Flowers' edifices, and gave it over to Zhuo Fan. With the prick's cunning nature, he knew that standing on the side and taking a beating will get his allies wiped out. So he attacked Hell Valley. The emperor caught onto his action and had the divine dragons propose the baiting the aid plan. Not to draw Zhuo Fan out, but to give him time to ruin Pill King Hall and Merry Woods. The imperial family's master plan isn't to have one of us 2 destroyed, but to have both of us on our last leg at our weakest. Lang Wucheng got the gist of it, more or less, except for one thing. It was Zhuo Fan's intelligence network that got wind of their plans, and it was him cueing the emperor in, leaving the imperial family to be 1 step behind. Zhuo Fan had complete control of the situation across the board, something the imperial family never intended to happen. But it wasn't something one could hold against unwanted contriver, since the human pillars were a super-secret art from Zhuo Fan's endless bag of tricks. Even if he smashed his head and combed through the gray matter, he'd still not figure it out. Figuring as much as he did was quite commendable, though. Sighing, Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Damn the emperor and his sharp mind. Just how can I take advantage of you? What's the point in staying here then if Zhuo Fan is a no-show? Men, everyone go back to Drifting Flowers' edifices and capture it in 1 move. We'll then handle Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise abode the same way. We just have to be faster than Zhuo Fan. Catch him when he's down, then take the emperor's head. Not so fast. Lang Wucheng said. Estate lord, we have to follow the emperor's intent. Or instead of watching from the sidelines, he'd see Zhuo Fan weak and help him from the shadows. That's the worst outcome for us. What's there to fear? With my 9 dragons' diamond body, the world. It is for this reason that we need to exercise caution. Lang Wucheng cut him off. Your secret is to deal with Zhuo Fan. If it comes out now, he'll place some counters and we'll have an even harder time dealing with him. Estate lord, don't you want to take in these vagrants? Huangpu Tianyuan showed a wide smile. Sir Lang, you mean? Zhuo Fan's scheme is groundbreaking and ingenious. Why not apply the same idea to our side? With a sneaky smile, Lang Wucheng continued. He wants us to help him get his allies in line, and that's what we'll do. But won't he help us getting our own allies as well? Hell Valley's people are already homeless and can only turn to Regent Estate for shelter. That only leaves Pill King Hall and Merry Woods. Estate Lord only needs to seize this chance to subdue them and their lands for the future. Isn't it a shame to let such a prime chance go? Huang Pu Tianyuan cackled. Sir Leng, you're saying we should thank Zhuo Fan for giving us such a wonderful idea. We'd never thought such an ingenious trick can get us all the 7 houses and without any bad blood between us either. Ha ha ha, you should show your thanks by leaving his corpse intact. Leng Wuchang smiled. Huang Pu Tianyuan laughed. After all the talks, nothing had changed. Regent Estate's experts were still lazily waiting for the baiting the aid to catch something, and Huang Pu Tianyuan's 3 allies were still working their asses off attacking Drifting Flowers City. A few more days later, however, Drifting Flowers City was still holding solid, but with heavy casualties. 7 overseers had died as well. The defenses wouldn't hold for long if this kept up. Whoosh, in their moment of great despair, a green jade slip flew into Grandmother's hand. Grandmother laughed. It's from our allies. We're saved. Hope blossomed. Grandmother scanned the jade slip and froze. With a crack, the jade scattered into pieces on the floor. Chapter 432, On Your Own. What's wrong, Grandmother? Everyone cried. Grandmother sighed. It is a message from Pavilion Lord Long. Regent Estate has indeed assisted in our siege. But instead of helping Hell Valley and the others, it is stopping our reinforcements. Pavilion Lord Long's side has suffered heavy casualties and was forced into retreating. We're on our own. What? The women shook their heads in grief. They had held on so far, hanging on to the hope that help was on the way. But with even their support under heavy attack, they had sunk into the pits of despair. They could hold on for just a few short months before they would be breached. Drifting Flowers edifices was hanging by a thread. Everyone sighed, feeling death closer than ever. Grandmother's eyes flashed with determination. Overseers, split into 5 teams and break out tonight. We will meet again at Flying Cloud City 1,000 miles away, Grandmother. I know this is dangerous, with a high chance of being wiped out, but it's better than sitting around for the axe to drop. We still have dozens of defenses in effect. They will never expect us to make such a risky move. Breaking through is our best bet. If we wait any longer, they'll raise their guard. Grandmother squinted. The others nodded. It was the most dangerous, yet most promising course of action. Waiting any longer would have even this chance robbed off of them. The overseers bowed. Understood, Grandmother. The moon hung high in the night sky, with a seldom cloud marring its glow every now and then. Outside Drifting Flowers City, the disciples of the 3 houses withdrew after a long day of work, leaving a few hundred guards. One overseer took its 1,000 disciples under the cover of the night outside the city. They moved fast, like panthers, and were upon the unsuspecting guards in seconds. The guard's cry was cut short at the swipe of a Drifting Flowers edifice's disciple's blade across his neck. His eyes were still wide as he hit the pool of blood on the ground. Drifting Flowers edifice's disciples split in teams of 3 to 5 members, robbing the lives of guards and ensuring the success of this mission. Slip-up was bound to happen at some point regardless. A guard threw a jade slip into the air. The jade slip exploded in a shower of light, revealing the shadows in its glaring display. The overseer shouted, "We've been spotted. Sisters, forget everything and just attack." Charge. The 1,000 disciples rushed together towards the garrison of the 3 houses as they shouted. The house lords were out at the first sign of warning, guiding their disciples. Seeing it was just 1,000 people coming at them, they relaxed. That's it. These broads make a night raid with 1,000 warriors. That's not nearly enough to get us warmed up, ha ha ha, Lin Rufeng disdained. Yan Bagong nodded with a smile. True. With only some average overseers in the lead, what can they do even if they reach us? Since when did that Chu Bijun shrew turn senile? You should send more people if you want to attack. These few are of no use. And what if they have different plans? I intend to capture an overseer and wring it out of her. This'll be some nice and easy merit. Yu Wanchen's eyes glinted. The other 2 nodded inside. Yu Wanchen sure makes sense. They both charged as well. With their level, this would be a walk in the park. Yuanshan snickered in the back, carefree. Bam! Lin Rufeng was the first to arrive with his uncanny speed. A single palm had the overseer flying and heavily wounded. Lin Rufeng snickered, glancing at Yan Bagong coming over with cocksure attitude. Ha ha ha, it looks like the credit is all mine. Humph, of course it comes easy to you when you run faster than a hare. As for how much credit you get, it remains to be seen. Yan Bagong smiled. Lin Rufeng brushed his remark off, grabbing the woman. Merit is merit either way. Ha ha ha, lass, why are you attacking at night? The overseer merely held her head high, watching the moon. Her 1,000 disciples were defeated as well, most dead, others captured, and very few escaped. Lin Rufeng's hand tightened and flooded her body with Yuan Kai. The woman's brow creased and sweated from the unimaginable pain, but she still didn't make a peep. Humph, you sure are tough. Let me relieve you of a hand first, Lin Rufeng shouted. The woman was still moon-gazing. Lin Rufeng was pissed, but Yan Bagong stopped him before he got to any cutting. Ha ha ha, House Lord Lin, this girl is an overseer. Standard interrogation won't work on her. I have with me 100 ant pill. It will feel like thousands of ant bites all over the body. Such pain and torment is worse than death. Can I give it a try? Humph, you rotten geezer. You're stealing my thunder. It was obvious to Lin Rufeng's what the old man's game was, but it wasn't like he was getting anything out of the stubborn lass either. If by some chance the info she had was priceless, delaying it would have Regent Estate yell Mary Wood's ears out. Lin Rufeng sighed and handed her over. Fine, let's see if your 100 ant pill is as good as you say. Prepare to be amazed, ha ha ha. Yan Bagong forced her jaw open and threw the pill in. The woman twitched and jerked and started sweating harder than ever. But she still kept her lips tight, even chewing them to the point of bleeding. Ha ha ha, it must hurt like hell. Stinging, itching, tingling, and let's not forget the excruciating pain. With a cackle, Yan Bagong approached her ear. No one can stand it more than 2 hours. You better fess up and I'll relieve you of your torment. Why must you be so stubborn? Talk, why are you attacking? The woman gnashed her teeth harder and her face contorted. Yan Bagong wasn't going anywhere, just looking at her in confidence. Then help yourself to a world of hurt. Just let me know when the going gets too tough, all right? I'll be waiting, ha ha ha. Yan Bagong spoke like a winner. Yuanshan at the side had a lazy and vague smile. An hour into the torture, the woman was red like a ripe tomato and could no longer take it. Give it to me now. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Yan Bagong glanced at Lin Rufeng in pride and threw a pill in her mouth. The woman calmed down while shivering. Ha ha ha, now talk. Don't think for a second that I'll believe you if you say you came to capture our camp with so few people. What's your aim? Speak the truth. Yan Bagong smiled. The woman looked at the sky and showed a pleased smile. Ha ha ha, it's too late. You're too late. What's going on? Talk. Yan Bagong frowned. The woman mocked him. I led my team here knowing full well that all we'll find is death. Our mission was quite simple, really. To kill the guards and fake a raid and once discovered, stall. Grandmother and the rest have already left. You're too late in catching up, ha ha ha. What, this was a diversion? Yan Bagong shuddered and cursed. Damn that bitch and her schemes. That hag acted all dignified for so long, and we never thought she'd sacrifice an overseer to save herself no less. Humph, you really showed me, Lady of Steel? Yan Bagong fumed under the woman's sneer. Lin Rufeng was already thinking about how to explain this to Regent Estate. Only Yuanshan had a prideful look and a crafty grin. Chapter 433. Life in Desperation. The sun's morning rays spilled on the land, dispelling the darkness and promising hope. In a gloomy ravine, Grandmother took her group to a creek for a drop of water. They all looked weary and tired, with Grandmother having it worse due to the poison. Grandmother, here's some water. One disciple showed consideration for her. Grandmother patted the child's head and looked to the east heartbroken. I heard from last night's 5 teams, Gelder Rose's team was spotted. For the sake of our journey to safety, they drew the enemy and must have died by now. I have let them down. Grandmother, Overseer Gelder Rose is like all of us, willing to lay down their life for drifting flowers' edifices. She would never blame you. Peony Overseer appeased. Grandmother shook her head in tears. Whoosh, Iris Overseer flashed in front of them. Her face turned heavy, looking around as she spoke. "Grandmother, the way forward is blocked and they're now searching for us on their way over here." "What?" Grandmother cried and shook. If not for someone holding her steady, she would have collapsed by now. "Did they foresee our plan to escape?" "How?" Grandmother asked incredulously. "Who is coming after us?" Iris Overseer replied. "Grandmother, their group is made of youths led by Hell Valley's Grand Elder and Fifth Elder." "Did Hell Valley guess our attempt to flee?" "Ever since Yugiki died, they've never had such guile." Shaking her head, Grandmother felt bitter regret festering inside. "I've completely lost." Back in Drifting Flowers edifices, they could still hold on for a couple of months with their defenses. But here, turned into stragglers, they stood no chance against any group. Their escape was a bold gamble. Wynn and Drifting Flowers edifices would one day rise from the ashes. Lose and their deaths would be all the more tragic. It was quite obvious now what hand she had played. "I have been farsighted all my life only to make mistakes over and over at the end, ruining Drifting Flowers edifice's legacy. I am ashamed to meet my ancestors in the underworld." Grandmother cried. The others sighed as well, hanging their desolate faces on a hill behind them. Footsteps sounded that had everyone on edge. All the eyes looked over tense and frightened. Meanwhile, Hell Valley's army of thousands was combing through the area, zeroing in on Grandmother's location. Between Grand Elder and Fifth Elder was a man in gray, Yuming. Taking in the lush vegetation, Yuming's eyes flashed. "Yuming, you've grown so much in skill over the years. I still can't believe that old hag would leave the city and its defenses and make for such a daring attempt. We never would have had such an easy time trapping so many of them if it weren't for you. I wonder how much merit will this get us?" "Ha ha ha," Grand Elder praised. Elder nodded. "Ha ha ha, Yuming is turning out to resemble the Seventh Elder more and more." "No, I do not want to become my master. I want to surpass him." Yuming sighed. "Grand Elder, has Grandmother been caught?" Grand Elder shook his head. "In their attempt to flee, we've captured 4 teams, but neither had that old hag among them." "Perfect." Yuming nodded. He gave the signal to stop, peering at a hill in front of them. "Wait here while I look ahead." "Yuming, why is it that you always go ahead?" "Are you trying to take all the credit?" Fifth Elder asked. Yuming smiled. "I am only an advisor, Fifth Elder. How can I take down thousands of people by myself and steal your credit? I only want to check for signs of them passing through here and their direction. With all of us going ahead, it will mask all the clues." "Old Fifth, you're so petty," Grand Elder glared. "Yuming earned the most merit in the first place with his plan. Why would he steal ours then?" He, I was just messing around. Don't mind it, Yuming." Fifth Elder scratched his head. Yuming nodded, rushing up the hill. What he saw beyond the hill had him wide-eyed. Grandmother and her people were tense, but ready to fight to the last. The only choice now was to go down fighting. Yet Yuming made a signal for them to stay quiet. They all looked stumped. Yuming turned around and shouted to Grand Elder. "Drifting Flowers edifice's team passed through here. They must have gone in that direction. You might catch them if you give chase." Yuming's finger picked a random spot. Grand Elder was overjoyed and led his men into a chase. With their trust in Yuming and the hills separating them, they had no clue their quarry was just over yonder. They were so close yet oh so far. The women were stumped, looking tensed at Yuming. Why would someone from Hell Valley help them? With the army behind him gone, Yuming said. "Everyone from Drifting Flowers edifices, east and west, are blocked. Only north and south have been searched already, and there's no one there. But I highly recommend going south. In those tall mountains and dense forest, it's easy to hide." Yuming left. "One moment," Grandmother cried. "Thank you, sir, for your timely rescue, but why did you help us?" Yuming mocked. "Help you? Ha ha ha, you're rich. It's never worth betraying my house over some strays. Just send this message to Zhuo Fan. He owes me one." Yuming flew after Hell Valley's men. Grandmother felt bitter and despondent. Yuo Fan had cast such a huge shadow that even the enemy had people hoping to get on his good side. The youth just now wouldn't have helped them otherwise. They all felt sour at the revelation. Grandmother was known to all houses for 100 years, yet her name had less weight than an upstart. Who'd have thought Zhuo Fan's name can make one betray his house? How could we be so different? No one knew that the true mastermind behind their current plight was none other than their savior, Yu Ming. He did it all for Zhuo Fan. Not that Zhuo Fan asked him, of course, but Zhuo Fan's handiwork had left him with no other choice. Ever since Zhuo Fan raised Hell Valley, the guy was homeless. It hit him the instant the news reached him. Zhuo Fan took care of Hell Valley to force him to renounce his unflinching trust for his house. As long as Hell Valley stood, he was one of them, and betraying one's king never came easy. But with his home up in smokes, Hell Valley was gone for good. Even though Yuanshan took his elders to follow Regent Estate to attack Drifting Flowers' edifices, and Regent Estate would never entertain the notion of helping them rebuild, deciding on a far better approach, to absorb them. As it stood, this vagrant who used to be at a three-way crossroads found only two paths forward, Regent Estate and Zhuo Fan. Under these circumstances, he had put aside the good of the house and was putting himself first. Breaking Drifting Flowers' edifices was gaining credit in front of Regent Estate, while letting Drifting Flowers' edifices go was doing Zhuo Fan a solid. No matter which of these two behemoths ended up ruling the lands, he had a way out. This was his plan, to be a double agent. I can't help but wonder who'll be my lord in the end. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming shook his head. The women heeded Yu Ming's advice and escaped the 4 houses siege and bumped into their rescue team. Grandmother, Steward Zhuo has had us waiting for you here for ages. Qiu Yanhai cupped his hands. Chapter 434, Rescue and Attack. The women got startled thinking the enemy was upon them. But on a closer look, it was only Luo clan's power couple, and thus they breathed easier. Bowing, Grandmother spoke. Elders, it's so good to see you in this hour of desperate need. Our houses are allies after all. It's only natural to help. Qiu Yanhai replied in kind, then turned serious. Grandmother, there's something I don't understand. We've clearly given you ample warning about Regent Estate's assault, yet why were you so passive? Grandmother and the overseers flushed, hanging their heads in shame. These elders are clearly hinting at our mistrust in the Luo clan. That we stalled making a decision for so long. That was like calling them petty and suspicious. But at least they did rescue them. With a cough, Grandmother fought through the awkwardness. To be honest, I've been in seclusion for so long, and the information was left to the others. They were too shallow in their thinking and didn't take it seriously that the Regent Estate would attack. When I came out, I was beset with enemies at the gates, and it was already too late. I am truly ashamed. Ahihem tilde Grandmother coughed with a red face. It was a first for her to tell such an obvious lie in front of everyone and to shift the blame on her girls. It only made her more ashamed. What other choice was there? She couldn't just come clean and say it was an honest mistake on her part. It had cut away at the house's trust. With how they had turned into strays, they couldn't afford to push away Luo clan's help. Oh, I see. Qiu Yanhai and Zhu Qingjian said while beaming inside. Zhuo Fan had called it ever since he got Drifting Flowers' edifices call for help. And these two were obviously clued in as well. Just that, to complete Zhuo Fan's master plan of adding Drifting Flowers' edifices to the Luo clan, these two had to rein in the teasing, lest they ruin the demonic steward's scheme, so they could only laugh inside, nodding at the hag's lame excuse. But they couldn't wipe that silly grin off their faces. Grandmother figured out on the spot that the two were in on her difficulties and turned away from those taunting stares. Humph, you don't know how to take help at face value, so you suspected our info. He, look who's down in the dumps now. Grandmother felt bitter inside. Peony Overseer was outraged. Since you knew about the attack on us for so long, why didn't you come help earlier? Were you waiting for us to be destroyed before acting? What kind of an ally are you? Girlie, we wouldn't be here in the first place otherwise. Qiu Yanhai was a radiant stage expert. He showed class to the women on behalf of Zhuo Fan, but would he let a profound heaven overseer just talk back to him? Grandmother mediated. Elder Q, please calm down. Peony is just so brash. Please don't mind her. Grandmother then chastised. Peony, Elder Q has come from afar to help us, so the least you could do is show some consideration. Apologize. Humph, screw apologies. If their rescue is real, why are there so few of them and without even Zhuo Fan? They have no intention to help us, clearly, Peony Overseer shouted. Qiu Yanhai snickered in rage. Ignorant lass. What does a bunch of thoughtless broads like you know of Steward Zhuo's intricate planning? When he received your plea for help, Steward Zhuo knew you'd never look at him the same way for taking your Bodhai route or believe his messages. Steward Zhuo even warned us not to say this, or it would break the ties between the houses. But you've given me no choice. Humph, does that give him the right to steal our precious treasure? Peony Overseer didn't back down even against a radiant stage expert. Grandmother kept on pulling her, but it was no use. These two are with Luo clan now, but they're still known as monsters in Tianyu. How could you irk them? Confronting them here was the dumbest thing one could do. Qiu Yanhai clenched his fists. You listen here, girl. If not for Steward Zhuo, I would have snapped your neck for this gross lack of respect. Qiu Yanhai's savage aura exploded and sent shivers down everyone's spine. Grandmother paled, pulling Peony Overseer behind her and glaring at her to keep her trap shut. They had barely gotten out alive from one siege and were now about to find their end at their own allies' hands over a petty squabble. They are stronger than everyone here, yet you're still nagging. Grandmother sighed, feeling like giving Peony Overseer a good ass-kicking. It's been so long, yet your temper has never mellowed. We may even die from it. They all gulped with fear, watching Qiu Yanhai on edge. Zhu Qingjian diffused the heavy mood with a smile, pulling Qiu Yanhai over. Ha ha ha, we're all on the same side. Why must we bicker? Right, Grandmother? Yes, Elder Zhu is totally right. Grandmother was quick to grab the lifeline, bowing to Qiu Yanhai. Elder Qiu, forgive me. I have failed to teach her properly. It is all my fault, and I ask that Elder Qiu restrain his anger. Grandmother's bow was real low, her Lady of Steel vibe gone, leaving her with no prestige. This scene dawned on every overseer that they were now homeless and had lost all their pride. Qiu Yanhai snorted. Zhu Qingjian smiled. Big lug, they've already apologized. Show some consideration. Humph! Qiu Yanhai flared his nose, his chin still way out. Zhu Qingjian turned serious and kicked his ass, launching into a tirade. Now you're ignoring me, is that it? I thought I told you to show some consideration. Qiu Yanhai's cocky attitude was gone, looking at Zhu Qingjian like the victim. Then he waved it all off with a cough at Grandmother. It's fine. I'm not so petty, hem? Perhaps it was all too awkward, but he coughed and raised his head again. Drifting Flowers Edifice's women were stunned, even Grandmother. She snapped out of it with a thanks, though, while the women laughed inside. Ah, that explains it. The savage Elder Q is whipped. Zhu Qingjian came to Grandmother and Peony Overseer with a smile. Don't mind him, his temper is always burning hot. It comes and goes just as fast. As for the Bodhai route, Steward Zhuo forbade us from mentioning it. You will have to ask him when you meet. I wouldn't dare. Grandmother shook her head, relieved. Zhu Qingjian had her consideration in mind, guaranteeing Qiu Yanhai wouldn't mess with them later. The stress of having an 8th layer of radiant stage expert after you would give one nightmares. Also, Zhu Qingjian said, after hearing your plea for help, Steward Zhuo split his forces. While we were here as relief, he led an attack on Pil King Hall. Pil King Hall? Why? Peony Overseer became a sourpuss again, but a glare from Grandmother shut her up. Qiu Yanhai mocked, that's why I said you are ignorant. In his infinite wisdom, Steward Zhuo knew of your siege and was thinking about how to assist. He foresaw Sword Markwise Abode and Veiled Dragon Pavilion coming to help, but getting pushed back with heavy losses. You thought Steward Zhuo would lead his own people into a trap. I'll have you know that Steward Zhuo is attacking Pil King Hall to get them to fall back. Reports on the attack on Pil King Hall should be coming in right about now, getting Regent Estate and the rest to come to its rescue. Wouldn't that relieve your city of the siege? We would then come in with our thousands of troops and coordinate with you in destroying them. A shame you couldn't even last that long. Drifting Flowers Edifices' people felt like crying. Blast it. We got out too soon. We should have stayed put a few more days, and the relief would have come, saving drifting flowers' edifices. Grandmother felt sick to her stomach. It was a severe lapse in judgment. Only the power couple giggled inside at their mournful looks. Side drifting flowers' edifices almost got played to death, tossed between Steward Juo and Regent Estate. But this is sure to guarantee their change of heart. Chapter 435, True Expert. Ha ha ha, Valley Lord Yu had his men capture the drifting flowers' edifices runaways and have earned great merit. A toast to you, Valley Lord Yu. In a wide courtyard, Regent Estate held a feast. Huangpu Tianyuan sat in the main seat, with the house lords and divine dragons at his sides. Huangpu Tianyuan looked flushed, laughing like the world was his oyster and toasting to Hell Valley's success. Yuanshan faked modesty. Huangpu Tianyuan, estate lord, is too kind. It was my duty. Humph, hypocrite Yan Bagong and Lin Rufeng spat in their minds, eyeing him with ill intent. While the two of them were breaking their backs attacking the arrays, this guy had it easy casting his net and capturing the fleeing women. Like a treacherous scum. The two wanted to tear into Yuanshan there and then. Yuanshan noticed their envy and turned around with a genial smile. It only worked to stoke their anger. What are you gloating about, you stray? You have no home. Oh, Valley Lord, you impressive move there, capturing drifting flowers' edifices women. Only, how exactly did you know what they were going to do? Leng Wucheng asked. Yuanshan bowed and reported. Sir Leng, the success isn't all mine, but the credit falls on my capable assistant. Yuanshan pointed at a gray robe. He is Hell Valley's new advisor, Yu Ming, the last disciple of the late Yu Giki. Everyone turned to Yu Ming. Yu Giki was the third greatest mind in Tianyu. Although a shame he fell at the hands of Zhuo Fan, he was quite the character. It went without saying that his disciple ought to at least live up to the name of his master. So everyone scrutinized Yu Ming, even Huangpu Tianyuan. Yu Ming bowed and took his seat again. Leng Wucheng sized him up, nodding. I see now why Hell Valley has moved with purpose and precision as of late. You have an advisor now. Ha ha ha, heroes always come young. Sir Yu Ming, by your guess, where do you think the fleeing, drifting flowers' edifices women turn to? To be quite frank, I do not know. However, knowing how stubborn grandmother is, and going by her name as Lady of Steel, she isn't one to give up. Sooner or later this day was bound to come, and she planned accordingly. I just never imagined she would be so bold as to break the siege while they still had some fight left in them. Capturing so many of her disciples was just a happy coincidence, although it is regrettable that grandmother and the overseers got away. Yu Ming sighed. My skill is still poor and many things escape me. Hope Estate Lord can forgive me. Yan Bagong and Lin Rufeng's faces twitched in tandem. Poser, my stars and garters, this punk is just like Yuanshan, bragging and faking humility. If you grabbed all those prisoners by mistake, does that mean the two houses who got Jack Squat should hang themselves? The two lords flared their nostrils and panted in rage. The siege of drifting flowers' edifices had come up with the vagrant Hell Valley as the definite winner. Something these two would never accept. Leng Wucheng smiled. Sir Yu Ming is so modest. How can it be a mistake when you have gained such merit? Ha ha ha. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Yu Ming, you truly take after your master. Hell Valley will go far with you by their side. Estate Lord is too kind. Yu Ming nodded. Yuanshan laughed in pride, believing rebuilding Hell Valley was just around the corner. Yan Bagong mocked. Humph, what future can a house with a robbed home ever have? What did you say? Yuanshan roared. Despite Hell Valley's heavy looks, Yan Bagong still had a look of contempt, turning his head in mockery. A whoosh announced the arrival of a green flash. Yan Bagong caught it. He read the jade carefully and paled. He dropped to his knees then and there and begged. Estate Lord Huangpu, I beg of you, rescue Pill King Hall. What on earth has happened, Hall Lord Yan? Huangpu Tianyuan asked. Yan Bagong was erratic. Zhuo Fan is laying waste to Pill King Hall. My house's legacy is about to be turned to dust. Please, Estate Lord, send aid. What? They couldn't believe their ears. Zhuo Fan was now after Pill King Hall. Huangpu Tianyuan and Leng Wucheng looked shocked, but a glimmer of a smile was hidden in their eyes. Yuanchen enjoyed how the tables had turned, laughing carefree, he, talk about righteous retribution. You. Yan Bagong's eyes went red. Who told him to look down on another man's misfortune? He had no way to retort and looked pleadingly at Huangpu Tianyuan. Estate Lord Huangpu, you must help me. The entire Pill King Hall will be eternally grateful. Stroking his chin, Huangpu Tianyuan turned to Leng Wuchang. Leng Wuchang had come prepared, putting on a heavy look to match the mood. Zhuo Fan is too vile and insidious. Going in without a plan will set us up for disaster, falling for his devious ploy. To the best of my knowledge, we should instead attack his allies to force him away. We will attack Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and that will make him come to their rescue. Won't that relieve Pill King Hall? Zhuo Fan would have given Leng Wuchang the biggest thumbs up if he was here. Nice, you took the words right out of my mouth. The two were in tune with each other on this, using each other's actions as an excuse to further their personal agenda. Besides, I'm providing relief, just not directly. I have my best insider working on it as we speak. So you can't fault me for being a bad ally. The result? The 8 noble houses were falling one by one, leaving Luo clan and Regent Estate the only ones left standing. The Exodus had no choice but to rely on them, boosting their power. In short, all of them would be laid to waste, with only these 2 masterminds making out alive like bandits. Yu Ming saw through it as well and sighed inside. Now this is an overt plot. You may know every detail but would still be powerless to stop it. Each side has their own mastermind acting as coordinator, and the houses are the fodder. Be it an ally or an enemy, all of you will end up getting chewed and spit out. Seeing Yu Wanchen's condescending look for him, Yan Bagong sighed inside. He had finally figured out the difference between Yu Giki, Leng Wuchang, and Zhu Changfeng. Skilled at working behind the scenes, yet powerless in the face of an open scheme. Zhu Changfeng, Zhuo Fan, Leng Wuchang, the Emperor, all are true experts. Meanwhile, within 2 months, Zhu Qingjian finally got the thousands of drifting flowers edifices women back to Windgaze City. Zhuo Fan had long since come out to welcome them, of course. Grandmother, as I live and breathe, I welcome you. Zhuo Fan spoke with hands behind his back. Grandmother bowed from dozens of meters away. I thank you, Steward Zhuo, for the assistance in Drifting Flowers Edifice's hour of need, for taking the time to come see us in person. I can't say how honored I am. How can you say that, Grandmother? We are allies. Of course I'd help you. It must be that Grandmother must still be hurting for what I did back then. Zhuo Fan sighed. It is all my fault for betraying your trust and for your suffering now. The more Zhuo Fan showed his remorse, the more guilty she felt. She had been suspicious of him from the first message that arrived, and still blamed it on him leaving her with an even worse feeling of making the wrong accusations. Peony Overseer had no such qualms. Talk then, why did you steal our heirloom? Peony. Grandmother glared. Zhuo Fan waved. I admit it was wrong stealing from you. I have no excuse. For that, I have let everyone down when you needed me the most. I didn't wish for this to happen. There's no need for excuses. Steward Zhuo, you have done nothing wrong. Zhu Qingjian intervened. Did you know that Regent Estate had young Miss and young Master in their clutches, forcing Steward Zhuo to commit such a vile act? What would you have done, Grandmother? Elder Zhu, you're out of line, Zhuo Fan berated, but Drifting Flowers Edifices got the full picture. That the bastards from Regent Estate had pushed him, Chapter 436, Refining a War Puppet. That devious Regent Estate and Leng Wuchang, that snake? Grandmother gnashed her teeth. Zhuo Fan sighed. Grandmother need not say that. They're not that vile. It was me who betrayed you despite our ties. It is all on me. The only one you can take it out on is also me. A man has to do what a man must. I can take it. Oh, no, Steward Zhuo, I am not so unwise as to take it out on you. I could never blame you now that I know the source of our misfortune. Elder Zhu is right. Anyone would have done it if it were them, including me. It is not within my right to judge you, Steward Zhuo. The more Zhuo Fan gave his head on a platter, the more he made Grandmother feel bad, riddling her with guilt and shame. She ended up cursing Regent Estate some more. That wretched and vile and degenerate regent estate wanted to incite discord among us. Leng Wucheng is even worse. I bet he came up with that despicable plan. He stands back while regent estate is put to work, forcing you into driving a wedge between us. Alas, I did fall for their ploy, doubting Luo clan and resulting in today's calamity. This is all my fault. Grandmother cried again. Zhuo Fan blinked. Whether Leng Wucheng aimed for this when forcing him to get the Bodhi route, he didn't know. But one thing he was certain of, Regent Estate was packed with experts, while Drifting Flowers Edifice's women are impulsive. Not to sound narcissistic, but the task of stealing their great treasure could and would only be done by yours truly. No one else had the skills nor the expertise to pull off such a heist. Yet Grandmother was here denouncing Regent Estate, and he couldn't agree more. Zhuo Fan patted her shoulder. Grandmother, now you know that it was all a trick. We must now stand more united than ever, to have nothing come between us again. Yes, Steward Zhuo Drifting Flowers Edifices is now at its weakest, and we will do everything you ask of us, for vengeance and rebuilding Drifting Flowers Edifices. Grandmother nodded with conviction. Zhuo Fan did the same. You honor me with your deep sense of duty. I will never let you down. I noticed you are poisoned with the rainbow cloud palm. I will have someone give you the antidote. Thank you, Steward Zhuo. Grandmother bowed again, and the disciples helped her into the city. Zhuo Fan watched her go. Drifting Flowers Edifices, every member passed by him with apologies. At Peony Overseer's turn, she dodged his gaze and was no longer as fiery. Well, I'll be honest. Steward Zhuo, you sure know how to turn excuses into a high-class act. We could have just told them when we first met. Why drag it all out till now? I felt my ears explode hearing that Peony nag us on and on. With the coast clear, Zhu Qingjian looked at him puzzled. Zhuo Fan sighed. These ladies have just experienced a change of heart, and supplied with. Elder Zhu, do you know the difference between fetching and sending? Zhu Qingjian shook her head. Ha ha ha, like they say, easy come, easy go. When someone gives you something, you don't give it much value. If you had used the same excuse from the start, no matter how good, they still wouldn't believe you. Only through their constant inquiry, forcing me to say it, did they take it as truth. And another thing, these excuses cannot come out from me. It has to be from a third party. That's why, Elder Zhu, thank you for your hard work along the way. Your ears must be in agony, ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan laughed. Drifting Flowers Edifices are in ruins, and my helping hand will be seen as God-sent. Now that all doubts are cleared as well, they will trust no one more than me. This trust will also affect the incoming houses as well, making the reform of the 3 houses a done deal. Elder Zhu, Regent Estate must be gunning for Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise Abode now. Send them a word. Urge them to leave their homes and come to Luo clan. Homeless, they will only have us to rely on in the end. Yes, Steward Zhuo. Zhu Qingjian cupped her hands, but paused. Steward Zhuo, what is Sir's age again? Why do you look more and more like a sly old fox? Human yet vile at the same time, you still got the 3 destitute houses moved to tears from your generosity. Ha ha ha, it's not me who made them homeless, but society. Zhuo Fan said, the signs of conflict and chaos have appeared, and I can't stop it. All I can do is stave off the anarchy at my gates. Elder Zhu, you will learn in due time. What I have in store for them is for their own good. While I want them integrated and re-educated, everyone else would have them purged. Zhu Qingjian just bobbed her clueless head. You're telling me it's common sense to thank the guy for wrecking your 1,000-year-old legacy? It makes total sense. The vile and deceitful Steward Zhuo sure acts quite a nobleman. Zhu Qingjian didn't understand, and it wasn't like Zhuo Fan wanted her to. How is it going on Elder Q's end? Per your orders, I escorted Drifting Flowers Edifice's disciples, while the old guy is waiting for Regent Estate to vacate their city before they'll desecrate Drifting Flowers Edifice's ancestors and fetch you those bodies. Marvelous. Zhuo Fan nodded, flying towards Blackwind Mountain, leaving a few more words. Elder Lai and Elder Yan have gone to take care of Pill King Hall. Wait for Elder Q to return and you two can go deal with Mary Woods. Yes. Zhu Qingjian bowed. Zhuo Fan was back in the bunker, sending the Luo clan members and Yun clan people away. Rows upon rows of pits lined up in his sight according to the Taiji diagram. Each pit held two bodies in the middle, with spirit stones all around them. One looked haggard but desecrated, while the other was dried up and human-like yet did not have the feel of one. The human pillars. On either side of them were countless materials and a pair of spiritual beast wings. Besides this one, there were tens of thousands of pits just like it. But only a few pits had bodies in them. Petting the human pillar's head, Zhuo Fan's eyes glinted. Around 10 years ago, I had Captain Pang train you, but you failed and turned cripple. I had Miss Lei teach you myriad breaths, while she called me a cruel monster knowing what it did. But I believe letting you live your lives as cripples was the ultimate cruelty. That's why I told her that even if you live a life worse than death, I'd still have use of you. That time has come. You won't be the strongest, but will reach your peak all based on your talent. You will make the Empire see that you are no cripples but great warriors. Hum-tilde waves came from the human pillars, something Zhuo Fan picked up on only after he made certain signs. What's with the can I move questions? Ha ha ha, you will do more than that, more than your wildest dreams. You will become the Luo clan's strongest guards, Luo clan's pride and honor. Hum-tilde another wave of ripples told Zhuo Fan of their joy. He was no goody two-shoes and planned on refining war puppets, devastating weapons of war. He'd use those ancestors and refine them with countless materials to make them as tough as diamonds. As for the souls to operate them, that was where these loyal human pillars of the Luo clan came in. Because they were dead to begin with, even with the human pillars controlling them, they wouldn't be able to cultivate and were thus dubbed human weapons. It was the only way to describe a cultivator who hadn't achieved his potential, but they were more than enough for a weak empire like Tianyu. Due to material limitations, he planned to make 1,000 of them to start with while letting nature take its course with the rest of the human pillars. But thanks to Kun Peng's hefty endorsement, he hoped to provide these children who sacrificed themselves for Luo clan's intelligence network a body they could move in. It was the best reward for their dedication and devotion. 1,000 war puppets were tough enough to fight the imperial family. But by the looks of things, that number was quickly gaining 2 more zeros. He could go toe-to-toe with Dugu Zhanshan's 3 million army if this kept up. That was why he said that all of the Emperor's planning had this as its single flaw. How long would he keep hold of his throne once this army showed up and fought back Dugu's army? Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed with cruelty as he shouted, "Open the gates of the world and let the clouds simmer, bringing down the heavy dark rain of war, so that the souls of the ancients may trample down on this land once more." Rumble-tilde the world itself was shaking as the sky blackened and lightning flickered. Ghastly black winds rose on Blackwind Mountain, kicking up a storm and swallowing everything. Wingay's city was on the verge of being swept up in it. Grandmother and the rest, having just found peace, were now panicking and were at a loss. When the world experienced change, someone was going against natural order, bringing about heavenly tribulation. Just what was about to happen that would bring about destruction upon the living, Chapter 437. Road Pass. SSS-lightning snaked all over the corpses as the materials and the wings shone. They liquefied and entered the body, fusing together. It went just like what Zhuo Fan had been through the first time, but way easier. Unlike the live refining he underwent, this time it was done on cold, dead corpses, unfeeling and uncaring about some trifling stuff like a destroyed soul. So, Zhuo Fan went big this time, 1,000 of them at the same time. With the job done, the bodies had a metallic sheen to them. Zhuo Fan made a sign, "Change places and let the souls return." Bang-tilde the human pillars exploded into a shower of blood and viscera. As the gruesome display splashed the ground with a sickening sound, it left behind faint flames of a spectral green glow. Zhuo Fan made another sign, and the flames entered the corpses. The corpses rattled, and their eyelids shivered. Zhuo Fan went through another sign, and the corpses opened their mouths, while he sent a pill in. "Fuse and let spirits assume their rightful place." Another sign, and the rumbling continued constantly as the sky had a hole in it spewing out a lightning shower. The mountains shook and Blackwind Mountain's arrays were close to crumbling. Windgaze City's people paled, taking this unnatural phenomenon as the end of days coming to take everything they knew. Zhuo Fan shook with the earth, knowing this was heaven's way in showing its wrath, tribulation. Any items this world did not condone incited the heavenly tribulation to have them all purged, disintegrated, to guard all living things from destruction, decreed by the world's Tao. Zhuo Fan, while refining war puppets, was doing just that, going against heaven and bringing down the fury of the world on his head. But he had put too much work in this for a puny heavenly tribulation to come ruin it all. Since he was fully intent on refining the war puppets, he had a way to keep the war puppets alive, so to speak. The snap of his fingers echoed out. The 4 arrays started up and spewed out pitch-black mist all around Windgaze City. The black mist wiggled and spun, swallowing all lightning strikes. Shroud the Heaven's Eye, the Sun and the Moon, 10th grade array, Hidden Shadow Dragon. With a whistle, the black mist swept over the war puppets, covering them completely. When the Black Sea passed, Zhuo Fan saw flat ground with all the war puppets gone from the bunker in his sight. The rumbling in the heavens was on hold, having lost its target. The black clouds scattered, having nothing better to do. The land no longer shook, and Windgaze City returned to normalcy. But what had just transpired had every one of its citizens filled with a bad feeling. Sighing, Zhuo Fan wiped his brow, overjoyed. At least he had the foresight to use the new authority of the Luo house and mine his domain, gathering the spirit stones needed to set the 10th grade array up. Everything would have been wasted otherwise, with even his home base laid to ruins under Heaven's tantrum. Heaven was quite generous, though. It would strike down with unbridled fury and unmatched force when anything foreign was taking shape, but will leave you be, once it was done shaping up. Through the Hidden Shadow Dragon, Zhuo Fan hid the war puppets until the fusing finished. Then he'd have nothing to worry about. The world shall soon follow, with 100,000 puppets sweeping the lands in every direction. Ah ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan looked around the bunker one last time before leaving. Only the world's odd phenomenon had left a mark on its people, yet they had no way of unraveling the mystery. This event was the start of a quirky habit, happening every other month. With Zhuo Fan keeping mum about it, none was the wiser and everyone became more puzzled than ever. It was like the world's ant flow was doing its thing. With no losses to worry about, no one bothered with it. This was how the next few months passed. Regent Estate used this time to lead its allies like an unstoppable flood towards Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquise abode. Learning from Drifting Flower's edifice's miserable ending, the two didn't resist and stuck to fleeing. Regent Estate's attack on the houses met hardly any resistance since the houses were long gone, taking less than a week to trample both of them. But unlike Drifting Flower's edifices, these 2 houses hadn't suffered many losses. While the wretched Zhuo Fan was the real big baller getting rich over this war. He robbed Pill King Hall and Mary Woods blind, tombs included, but didn't forget to include his precious allies as viable targets for some relaxed desecration. It went like this. Once Regent Estate knocked itself out after attacking a house, his team would swing by for some quality digging. The true winner in all of this was Zhuo Fan by far, getting close to 100,000 powerful corpses with bone-tempering stage as the minimum. He had already refined tens of thousands of puppets, just that none of his allies were clued in on this little tidbit, following him like good little doggies and blaming it all on Regent Estate. It was safe to assume that a heavy war would break out if they found out who was behind all this. Up till now, the foundation of the 7 houses laid in rubble as 2 sides formed. All that remained was a cruel and hard war for supremacy. Blackwind Mountain's main hall was packed with leaders of every house. Zhuo Fan and Luo Yunhai represented Luo clan, taking the main seat, while the rest were their 3 allies. Zhuo Fan glanced over them. The imperial family is beset with inner and outer conflict, while the Regent Estate is running rampant across Tianyu. Both camps are at a breaking point. War is knocking and we can't avoid it. Then we don't. We've suffered the past 1,000 years at their hands, and now they've even ruined our homes. Long Jiu snorted. We didn't fall out all this time for the nation's sake, but now we have you as a brother, Luo clan, and together we can fight them. We have you to lead us to destroy them. It is the only choice left to us. Yeah, we'll destroy them, the others echoed. The disciples of the houses present were all homeless, runaways in the truest sense and form. When they had nothing left to lose, why would they shirk from this? And with victory promising to restore their lands, they were all for it. War was the answer, and their thirst for it only grew. Zhuo Fan put his trademark evil grin on, perfect. He held his hand up for silence. Be assured, friends, we understand your plight. Our Luo clan's ancestral teaching is all about being righteous and moral to our neighbor. You've all helped us when we were at our lowest. We never forgot your great generosity. Now that you all are in difficulty, Luo clan will step forth and bring you justice. This is my declaration of war. We will fight them to the end. Oh, Tilda. Fists were thrown into the air, some sighed, praising Steward Zhuo's loyalty and Luo clan's benevolence. Only Luo Yunhai turned somewhat pink, sweating buckets like every other Luo clan elder present. Granted, Luo clan's ancestral teaching was about righteousness, having heard Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunchang talk about it. But ever since Zhuo Fan took helm, that word was crossed out and written off from Luo clan's vocabulary, replaced with a better and truer aim, like self-interest to start with. Zhuo Fan used it just now only as a tool, but selling it with his pretty speech and heartfelt act. Everyone was inspired, driven, and filled with thirst for battle, to the point of giving their life for it. Funny enough, if it were plain righteousness, they might not be so keen on going along with Zhuo Fan. But with him being so despicable and vile to throw in some incentives for everyone, they were all in. Like Zhuo Fan once said, in this world where the strong ate the weak, going by righteousness alone would get one into a sorry dump, like the Luo clan when he found it. Understanding this, Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed and he rose. Everyone, as the clan head of the Luo clan, I will draft the declaration of war to quell Regent Estate and give you all justice. With a dignified act and powerful voice, he drove an even stronger sense of camaraderie into their hearts. Zhuo Fan nodded inside. The kid grew up at last. Without darkness to back it up, light would be like dust in the wind. On the other side, Regent Estate already had its declaration of war ready, sending it to their final goal, Luo clan. The people cleared the room once the negotiations finished. Only Yuming stayed behind, and Leng Wuchang smiled. Sir Yuming, I heard you were close to the second prince. He trusts me completely. Yuming nodded. Then please return to his side. We and Zhuge Changfeng have an understanding in place, but when it comes to that old fox, we still need assurances and need to prepare a plan B. As we are about to go to war with Luo clan, there's nothing I would hate more than to have the imperial family stick its nose in it. Yuming squinted and grinned. Ha ha ha, you are just like Zhuo Fan. Pausing, Leng Wucheng looked at him. Ha ha ha, I see. So he gave you a road pass as well. Chapter 438, Chance. The declarations of war took wings, pasted across the streets of Tianyu, and drove horror into the hearts of its people. Regent Estate, by its imperial right, declared itself king. It would first rid the land of that traitor Zhuo Fan and Luo clan, vowing to purge the nation of its descendants, bringing peace. Zhuo Fan accused Regent Estate of its degenerate actions, deceiving, plotting, and scheming in order to take the 7 noble houses for itself. Its crimes were beyond count. With the power invested in the Luo clan as the 8th noble house, they took upon themselves the duty of a ruler's loyal servant to rid the world of these heinous lowlifes and to dispel the darkness. The average citizen looked more lost than ever. Tianyu was under Yuan clan's rule. Whoever marched in the name of the imperial family had righteousness by his side. The emperor had Zhuo Fan turn into a wanted man, and Regent Estate was tasked to remove him. Everyone knew that. But from Zhuo Fan's declaration, It looked as if Regent Estate had made the emperor come to the wrong conclusion through coercion and slander. Sticking to the fact that loyal officials were usually framed by corrupt ones, Zhuo Fan claimed to be a bastion of loyalty. His wanted status was all due to Regent Estate schemes and playing the emperor for a fool. He wanted to remove the corruption and allow the emperor to think clearly. Hence the rise against Regent Estate. Zhuo Fan looked to have enough reasons to do it as well. But what got the entire populace staring blankly was who was in the wrong and who was right. It ought to be the imperial family who'd clarify this point. Yet the sovereign was eerily quiet. It was the emperor who had issued a decree to have Zhuo Fan killed, but now he had turned a deaf ear. The great emperor feinted senility. For argument's sake, if he did speak out, would he have the reason to attack them both later? It was better to let them slaughter each other, and then finish them off in due time. As for who was right and who was wrong, it all came down to the emperor's decision. No, the emperor's plan was ingenious, fooling the whole nation. But one thing they did know was that Luo clan and Regent Estate were mad about putting the other one down. The noble houses with their long-standing legacy were leveled in a short time, leaving only these two factions. These small-time clans couldn't mess with any of these big shots. It was a safer bet to wait for the winner to come out before hugging their leg. Even though this action carried a slightly reproachful tone, it was way better than making the wrong choice and ending up a corpse in the mud. The emperor was shrewd, but the clans weren't that dumb either to get swept up by the vortex. Who cares who's vile and who's playing nice? The victor has always been and always will be right. That old coot is playing deaf. You asked me to deal with Zhuo Fan and now you won't even back me up. Rotten bastard. Huangpu Tianyuan raved. Lang Wuchang smiled. Estate lord, we knew this was coming. The imperial family wants to be the third party, so how can it give us just cause? It will only work to boost our forces. Not to mention he hardly has an excuse to deal with us. He must be thinking he has us and Zhuo Fan right where he wants us. Humph, delusions is what he has. Before he even gets the chance, I'll make sure his backyard burns. Huangpu Tianyuan slapped the table. Lang Wuchang smiled with a wise look. Zhuo Fan was laid back, waiting for the war to come knocking. He had figured out the imperial family's reaction ages ago, and had drafted that ridiculous and flashy deceleration for the same reason. He painted himself as the picture of loyalty, since no one was there to refute him anyway. Or Regent Estate would have taken the name of a loyal official to boost his ranks, and he'd be left with nothing. This way is much better. He, I am as guilty as you are righteous, making this war fair and square. As for the imperial family throwing its hooks in, humph, his backyard won't be so quiet for long. With a twisted smile, Zhuo Fan looked in the imperial capital's direction, confident in his contingencies. Anywho, in the imperial palace, the emperor in his throne had a shifty look in his eyes now and then. Marshal Dugu, it's time. Order me, your majesty? Dugu Zhanshan bowed. The emperor said, Marshal Dugu, with purging traitors as the reason, assemble 1,000,000 men. I'm sure you know what to do next. I understand. Sighing inside, Dugu Zhanshan shook his head in defeat. The emperor wanted him to root out all traitors. As for who these were, he didn't say. It was the same as asking to kill them all, and the emperor was sure to have their list of crimes ready to publicize any time. But to go to war against his godson was something this all-marshal found toiling. But the emperor had given his order and he had to obey. Your Majesty, my departure will bring great chaos in the imperial capital. I fear. It's fine. Dugu Zhanshan was wrecked with worry, but the emperor cut him off. I have made plans for this eventuality. Marshal can go with ease. This plan will settle Tianyu's critical situation. No mistakes are allowed. Understood? Dugu Zhanshan bowed and left the palace. The emperor was struck with grief seeing him go. Marshal, for the good of the nation, I can only be ruthless. Days later, news of Dugu Zhanshan's army being on the move spread to every ear. Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Tianyuan snickered. Only the prime minister was frowning. Obscure wolf slipped before him once again. Excited? Prime Minister's huge. Even Dugu Zhanshan has left the emperor's side. This is our best chance so far. We wait. Zhuge Changfeng's brow was locked in a tight scowl. Hu Lianchai grew unsettled. Prime Minister, sir, all of the Emperor's loyal subjects are gone. He is defenseless. If we wait for him to settle all conflicts in and out of court, it'll be too late. The garrison has been putting pressure on us to leave since a few days ago as well. We can't wait much longer. Sighing, Zhuge Changfeng's mind was a mess. Finally, he spoke. We wait. For what? Prime Minister, sir, what's holding you back? Hu Lianchai was angry now. The Quanrong's finest weren't here on a sightseeing trip. Going around the place doing nothing all the time would end up being the shame of their army back home. But this was all on the Prime Minister. Flicking his sleeve, Hu Lianchai was gone, leaving Zhuge Changfeng alone with his jumbled thoughts. Whoosh! His two elders appeared at his sides, bowing. Lord Prime Minister, what plagues you? Of the 5 divine dragons, we've only ever seen 3. Now who do you think the other 2 are? Zhuge Changfeng said. The yin-yang elders understood his plight and said, Lord Prime Minister, you've held back all this time because of these 2 divine dragons? Know yourself and your enemy and you will be ever victorious, even against divine dragons. If I do not know who they are, our impetuous action will be the death of us. Black Elder said, Lord Prime Minister, I have a conjecture but find it inappropriate. A man of your power has traveled far and knows much. No matter what happens in Tianyu, however people hide themselves, nothing comes as a surprise to you. Yet we have no information on these 2 divine dragons. They may not even exist, made up by the imperial family as a bluff. SSS Tilda Zhuge Changfeng gasped. You mean to say the old man has been using the empty city tactic? This is one dangerous bet. He would rather send everyone to deal with Regent Estate and Zhuo Fan, and only then settle the court. That would mean not acting now will be a waste. But what if it's all a trap and everything we've worked for would go down the drain? That old coot's scheme is brilliant. I am truly in a dilemma. Zhuge Changfeng sighed, but his gaze steeled. Send the order to get ready. Second Prince was pacing in his new manner, excited and worried. Whoosh tilde a second later he found himself looking at a gray robe and said, Sir Yuming, you're back at last. The situation. I know. Yuming had a crafty smile. Your Highness, this is your moment. Truly. Second Prince beamed, too excited to speak. Chapter 439, Rebellion. Come night. Second Prince and Yuming were sitting in the main hall waiting for information. Below them were military officials, with the commander of the city guards in the lead. Since the Emperor had left the safety of the capital in the Second Prince's hands, these men were his to command. To seize the throne and rule the lands, he needed a proper foundation. What's taking so long? Second Prince's feet bounced, waiting with anxiety. Yuming, next to him, shook his head. Second Prince wears his heart on his sleeve. How can he be ruler material? If by some miracle he gets the throne, he'll soon get kicked off anyway. Unlike the current emperor who, despite being known as incapable, had his own thinking. He had toyed with Tianyu's old foxes for decades. A true master of the mind, just how can such a father have a hothead for a son? Humph, that midwife must have been at fault. She must have dropped him on his head at birth. Star reader, the literal translation, she had to have thrown away the baby thinking it was the placenta rather than the true baby, i.e. calling him brain dead. Yuming mocked him inside. Second Prince had no clue that his most trusted advisor had no trust in him at all, only waiting impatiently for the spy. Whoosh! A man appeared in front on his knees. Second Prince jumped to his feet. What's the situation? Your Highness, Dugu army has been marching for a month and is thousands of leagues away. It will be impossible for them to return in time, even if it is only Dugu Zhanshan or the 4 tigers of Tianyu. Truly? Second Prince was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, Dugu army is gone for real. Father is wide open. Commander, assemble the 30,000 guards and attack the palace and force Father to abdicate. By morning at court, I'll be the new emperor. No one can do anything, ha ha ha. Yes, your majesty, long live the emperor. The commander bowed. Second Prince laughed harder, his face beaming, writing himself off as the emperor already. He, Let's see who will dare say I'm not fit to rule when I have the imperial palace in my palm. Second prince left with the captains right behind him. Begin, capture all officials. I don't want any chaos. 30,000 imperial guards are enough to seize everything. We will settle it tonight. Your Majesty is invincible. The men chapped their lips. Only Yu Ming stayed behind with a mocking smile. Humph, the tallest tree gets all the wind. The imperial capital doesn't lack men with power and ambition, so why the hell don't they act, leaving you to go first? Idiot, your only use is to be someone else's pawn. I've done what Zhuo Fan and Lang Wuchang asked. The imperial capital will be in chaos. Dugu Zhanshan's army will have to return, and they can fight to their heart's content. Ha ha ha. Yu Ming slunk into the dark night. The main street of the imperial capital was soon crawling with soldiers. One busybody got too curious but was scared away by the display. Some stubborn officials were under house arrest, with nobody going in or out. Sighing, these men guessed what was going on. Someone was rebelling now of all times when everything was in chaos. All they could do was to wait for the resolution, knowing the night would be a chaotic one. Huge Changfeng was at his home, consulting the details of his operation when he heard the commotion outside. One servant reported seeing guards around the house. Everyone was frantic, especially a man with sideburns, shouting, "Humph, didn't I tell you? He even has the Prime Minister's house surrounded. Just which captain dares to do this?" Minister of War, settle down. Huge Changfeng smiled. Ha ha ha, they're only making a scene, that's all. But Lord Prime Minister, to have guards surround the Minister of War is a direct affront to me. The man was outraged at the gross lack of respect. Huge Changfeng laughed. There's no need to feel shame when they aren't even your men. Our men are still waiting outside. Just let these brutes search all they want, then we'll decide on our course of action. Huge Changfeng's eyes flashed. The Minister of War showed a crafty grin in reply, nodded and sat down. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor was at his desk when he heard a cry and a servant frantically came over. "Why, your Majesty, this is terrible." "Slow down." The emperor remained calm. Taking a deep breath, the man said, "A revolt, your Majesty. They're attacking the imperial palace and we're being overrun." "What?" The emperor rushed to his feet, but the servant begged before he could go, "Your Majesty, it's too dangerous. Please use the secret tunnel and flee." "I am the ruler of this nation. How can I flee from my lands?" Snorting, the emperor walked out. "Just who dares to act with such impertinence?" At the emperor's steel gaze, the servant sighed and followed behind him. They just stepped out and flames flashed across the sky with shouts and roars echoing everywhere. They saw a tide of soldiers smashing into the imperial palace and the imperial guards being pushed back. He also recognized who the rebels were, the city guards. Panting out of the 3,000 imperial guards, only 300 remained, bloody and wounded. They all circled the emperor, their faces grave. Squinting, the emperor looked unhappily. "My child, why are you using the city guards for your own means and charging on the imperial palace?" "Ha ha ha, O imperial father. How do you know that I am leading the city guards and it's not them rebelling on their own accord?" A brash laugh announced the arrival of second prince surrounded by 10 radiant stage experts. Snickering, the emperor mocked. "Commander of the guards is not impulsive and certainly not stupid enough to stick his neck out." "You..." Second prince was infuriated. The emperor was mocking him for his rash actions, for that useless thing he had on his shoulder, even worse than a city commander. "Imperial father, I know you've only cared for the elder brother and always looked down on me. But now you shall see what I'm made of." "Oh, I think I've seen quite enough, a brainless buffoon. If I'd left the empire in your hands, the Yuan clan won't even see the end of the year with the nation falling into anarchy." The emperor patronized. Second prince was fuming. "You can look down on me all you want, but history is written by the winner. I have you surrounded, the entire imperial palace is under my control. Make me an emperor now and I will let you retire and leave in bliss." "Humph, you really are my son, but what if I don't plan on retiring? Maybe I'll keep this seat a while longer." The emperor belittled. Shuddering, the second prince spat. "Imperial father, don't push me." What, you'll kill me? Kill your own flesh and blood, the Emperor taunted. Second Prince's eyes were red. Imperial Father, you will abdicate whether you want to or not, or our ties will be cut in blood. Second Prince shouted, Guard, bring His Majesty a pen and paper. He is about to abdicate. Kill anyone who interferes. Understood. The Guard army roared like a tsunami, filled with zest and power as it pressed on. The Emperor was not the least bit scared, but one couldn't say the same about the Imperial Guards around him, shirking back slowly. Second Prince saw them still acting firm and looked to his left. One radiant stage expert caught his meaning and flew for the Emperor. But a figure cut that expert's path while someone shouted, Second brother, stop! Chapter 440, Oriole behind. Bam! The clash rattled the men, making both sides drop their weapons in favor of covering their ears. The two experts separated, and the radiant stage expert fell back to the Second Prince's side. The other was next to the Emperor, followed by 7 more, the remaining radiant stage guards in the Imperial Palace. Yongning scrambled over, ranting. Second brother, how can a prince stoop to such disgraceful acts as to take up arms and revolt? Stop this right now and ask Imperial Father for forgiveness. Shut up, Yongning. This has nothing to do with you. Second Prince never spared her a glance, only glaring at the Emperor. Imperial Father, ever since the fiasco with Zhuo Fan, your radiant stage guards are heavily wounded. You have no chance. I do not wish for patricide to be labeled a king's slayer by the people. I advise you to abdicate. The Emperor mocked. Son, the throne has always been acquired through succession or war. I'll be honest with you. I never cared much for you, nor did I plan on making you the next in line. If you want my throne, you will just have to take it from my hands. The Emperor raised his palm, although empty. It carried all the imperial power he mustered as he taunted. If you can, that is. Second Prince gnashed his teeth, his nails digging into his palms, and spoke in a tragic tone. Imperial Father, finally you've come clean. You never tried to groom me into an emperor, casting me aside from the beginning. Then all I can say is that today the throne will be mine. Don't blame me, Father, as I'm about to break our ties. Second Prince almost roared, his eyes bloodshot. The Emperor, though, just looked back coldly. Second Prince's heart was struck with dolor. He sensed that his beloved Imperial Father never even considered him as his son, fueling his burning rage. Kill, leave none alive. Get the Jade Seal. I'll draft the order myself. Understood, the men shouted, storming the palace. The 10 radiant stage experts moved as well. With only 8 experts on the Emperor's side and no divine dragons around, they held the advantage. The Emperor would soon lay in chains, and the coup would be victorious. The radiant stage experts were giddy at the prospects. They would become the new Emperor's loyal officials, blessed with riches and resources. The Emperor's radiant stage guards were getting graver by the second, finding themselves outnumbered and unfit to protect the Emperor. Yongning cried, Father, look out! The Emperor still bore the same calculative look, standing firm and unflinching. His eyes flashed at the incoming enemy. Where are the shadow guards? Hutilda black streaks flew from around the Emperor with eerie cackles. They moved onto the radiant stage experts like black clouds in the hundreds. All experts kept calm and retaliated, but their attacks went right through the shadows, having no effect at all. While the shadow guards relied on their strong souls and couldn't enjoy tearing into the enemy, they could at least mess with their minds and unnerve them. There was hardly a radiant stage expert among the shadow guards, but thanks to their creepy methods and their numbers, the enemy had no counter to their harassment. The Emperor's radiant stage guards were filled with bloodlust. With the shadow guards keeping the experts busy, the guards would rob their lives. They moved fast, jumped up in the air, and came down under the cover of the shadows with a heavy palm attack. Second Prince's experts drew a trail of blood as they crossed the sky. As for the city guards, they were pushed back in but few moves from the radiant stage Imperial guards. Second Prince's experts could do nothing but lay there wounded. Watching their brothers breathe their last, the city guards' metal cracked and shuddered back. Damn those pestering shadows. Second Prince spat. I knew them to only be scouts, but they're actually so strong, even without the Shadow King around. Imperial Father, is this your last ace? Second Prince muttered. The Emperor's eyes flashed in disappointment. Son, know yourself and your enemy, and you shall be ever victorious. You are truly a lost cause to fight your father without even knowing my hidden aces. Sigh, so many years have passed, yet you never could fix this brash side of yours. Second Prince clenched his fists in denial. His mutiny might have less to do with reaching that fantastical throne and more to earn his father's approval, only to have neither. Second Prince, the Shadow Guards will overrun us. We need to fall back. One radiant stage expert, with blood coming from his mouth, advised. With the imperial capital in turmoil, despite our failure, we will make a comeback as long as your highness lives. Comeback? From this? This mutiny, here and now, was his best chance. He took the city guards for himself and struck while the emperor lay defenseless. This was as good as it was ever going to get. Failing now, he'd be hard-pressed to get a chance even remotely as good as this one. And yet, he looked at the fallen radiant stage experts of his, at the city guards being toyed with by mere hundreds of shadow guards, and the Second Prince closed his eyes in defeat. I've truly lost. Second Prince? Another expert urged. Flashing his eyes open, he steeled his voice. Fall back. Second Prince and his experts in the lead quickly made their getaway. Yet he turned his head at the Emperor now and then as the city guards followed behind him. The Emperor's eyes were struck with lamentation. After them? One radiant stage guard shouted, seeing them on the run. The Emperor sighed, waving, "Leave him be." The radiant stage guards froze, but nodded. Your Majesty is the Lord Supreme, but still a father. Second Prince has revolted tonight, yet His Majesty would let him go. While the Emperor didn't pursue, some shrewder individuals weren't about to let this prime chance go. Second Prince was pulling out of the Imperial Palace while fending off pursuers when a boom revealed torches lighting up just beyond the gates, shining across thousands upon thousands of faces. Second Prince watched the sea of lights and spat. Crown Prince, third brother, have you come to ambush me? Second brother, you had the gall to raise your arms against our Emperor and are charged with heinous crimes. Talk, how is the Imperial Father? Crown Prince stepped forth, demanding. Yuan Kong was worried. Second brother, how are the Imperial Father and Yongning? You couldn't have been so cold as to harm them. Humph, old third, when people speak of lowbrow, bug-eyed, fat-headed fool, they mean you. I thought it would be obvious by now how they're doing by looking at my beaten army. Second Prince mocked. Ha ha ha, elder brother, you sure are considerate. I'm sure you've been waiting for this chance for a long time. With the sin of regicide on my head, you would have all the right to take me down and take the throne for yourself. Humph, like a true Oriole. Now I see why the Imperial Father made you Crown Prince. You really are resourceful. Crown Prince held him in a cold stare. Second brother, you are jumping to conclusions. I only have Imperial Father's safety in mind. Do you now? Then you should be relieved to know that the Imperial Father is the picture of health, strong as a horse. It'll be a long time before you'll take his mantle, decades even, ha ha ha. Second Prince cackled, to which the Crown Prince displayed a bloodthirsty look. Second brother truly is a waste. Chapter 441. Punishment. Third Prince was overjoyed to know that the Emperor was unharmed. Elder brother, Imperial Father, and Yongning are all right. We made it in time. And the heavens are by Imperial Father's side. Crown Prince nodded, looking calm, but when he saw the Second Prince, he barked. Second brother, you stand accused of inciting rebellion. Give yourself in and let us take you before the Imperial Father for your sentence. Second Prince mocked. You've got another thing coming if you think it'd be that easy. I may have failed, but I still have my guards, my radiant stage experts. It'd be easy to get through you. Would it? Crown Prince looked down on him with a smile and shouted at the crowd. Officers of the city guard, have you forgotten whose men you really are? You have taken up arms against your lord, but your name is still on the record. You may run, but what about your families? Will you condemn them to annihilation? Every city guard shuddered on hearing this, and their morale plunged. Frowning, Second Prince picked up on the Crown Prince's trick, and his eyes spat fire. Crown Prince snickered, addressing the men once more. You are all loyal soldiers of the nation, tough and hard-working. This is not how you should go down in history. You are also victims in this mutiny. Stand down, turn back, and I promise in my name as Crown Prince that His Majesty will overlook this act of yours. You will keep your jobs, you will stay as city guards, Crown Prince. Second Prince snapped, jumping at him with a fifth-grade spiritual weapon. Crown Prince was firm, facing him with a fifth-grade spiritual weapon of his own. Bam! Under the screeches of metal grinding on everyone's ears, they saw a terrible explosion as the second prince was pushed back and started spurting blood. He lay on the ground, pale and haggard. Crown Prince stood up with his weapon out, just like before, a cold smile on his lips. The only testament to his power was the cracked pavement underneath. Second Prince, the radiant stage experts helped him up. While the city guards stayed away, as did the commander, Crown Prince had given them a way out. Picking up arms now would doom not only them but their families, their entire clans. The warm smile of Crown Prince showed them how much he appreciated their intelligence, and he now turned to the radiant stage experts. Every single cultivator only fights for resources, spirit stones and pills. Now that he has failed in his rebellion, what could he possibly give you? Give up and stand beside me. I will make you venerables. Or would you rather be on the run with my retarded brother? Ha ha ha, inciting a rebellion is a heavy crime, not something even a radiant stage expert would dare commit on a whim. Or he'd soon find himself hunted down by the Empire. Of course, if you think you're Gu Santong who could fight a nation, then by all means. With a shiver, the experts felt a desperate fear run through their blood. They were just average, not freaks of Zhuo Fan or Gu Santong's caliber to flip the table in the Emperor's face on a whim. It was all about power, something they sorely lacked. Without much suspense, they all sighed and left with hands behind their backs, towards the Crown Prince. Watching his men leave him one by one left the second prince with a sinking feeling, his gaze empty. Ha ha ha, see that? The moment you lose is the moment you have nothing. The experts, the city guards, they didn't do it for you, but for that thing hovering over your head, the title of prince. Now that even that is taken away, you are nothing, just a lonely rebel. Your only choice now is to give up, ha ha ha. Crown Prince laughed at the second prince frozen on the ground. Not only was ruling out of reach, even his status was threatened. Third prince shook his head, sending 2 men to tie him up. His mind was still in shock, walking around like an empty shell only capable of regret and dread. The Emperor was back at his desk, lamenting. Yongning poured him tea, urging, Imperial Father, please cheer up. Second brother's merely blinded by greed, the power having gone to his head. He'd never willingly hurt you. Ha ha ha, I would have been happier if he did. A pity this is as far as my child can go. The Emperor shook his head. Yongning started. What does that mean? Nothing. This is a man's game, something you don't understand and hope you never will. The Emperor patted her head with a fond gaze. I wish for you to stay like this forever, pure and unmarred by the world's corruption. Blinking her big eyes, Yongning nodded clueless. The Emperor smiled. I just love that silly look on your face, ha ha ha. Report. A sharp voice announced the arrival of a servant. Your Majesty, Crown Prince and Third Prince's timely intervention has captured Second Prince's rebel army. The 2 princes are wishing to see your Majesty with the rebel prince. Humph, impeccable timing too. The Emperor snorted. I'll allow it. Yes, the servant left. Yongning watched in worry. Imperial Father, what are you going to do with second brother? The Emperor's eyes flashed, the silence weighing heavy on Yongning's innocent heart. They were kin, born of the same parent. How could she bear seeing her father kill her brother? But even she realized the gravity of rebellion. A prince would suffer the same fate as the next criminal, the gallows. The fact that she could do nothing to plead his case only burdened her heart more. Crown Prince and Blobby brought in a tied-up second prince. Imperial Father, I ask that you forgive me for my late arrival to your rescue. Crown Prince, how did you handle your brother and the guards? The Emperor asked. Crown Prince was candid. Forgive me, Imperial Father, I have taken the liberty to let them go, to let them return to their posts. With troubled times upon us, you cannot blame them. There was no need to exacerbate. Crown Prince, you've done well. The Emperor nodded. Crown Prince bowed with gratitude. I thank Imperial Father for his kind words. The Emperor turned to the captive. Son, I've told you before. You can only have what I give you and never take what I don't give you. You finally see the wisdom in my words. Humph, what use does wisdom have to a defeated general? Second Prince sighed. I never considered the fact that the reason behind my rebellion was all due to my title as prince. The title Imperial Father gave me. Now that you've taken it away, I will be worse than nothing, ha ha ha. Imperial Father, is this what you wanted me to see? The Emperor shook his head. The sky is boundless and the lands vast, but the power of the Emperor goes beyond them all. I only wish to tell you that I am the true ruler of Tianyu. You can pull any stunt you like, as long as you don't rebel. Second Prince sighed, hanging his head. Crown Prince's eyes glinted. Imperial Father, may I ask what is the Second Prince's sentence? The fatty probed. All eyes turned to the Emperor. Only Second Prince's head was still down in the pits of despair. The Emperor took a deep breath. Guards, throw Second Prince Yuan Yang in prison, where he shall spend the remainder of his days. Second Prince shuddered, incapable of believing his ears. He had rebelled and should have been given the noose, so why? A father's love is boundless. You may find it in you to take my life for the throne, but I will never think for a second to kill my son. Take him away. The Emperor mocked and sighed. Second Prince never spoke a word even as he was dragged away by the Imperial guards, but his eyes reddened. The fatty and Yongning perked up. Crown Prince looked happy, but the Emperor picked up on the discontent in his eyes. Crown Prince, a lord needs to show mercy. He can no longer stand in your way. As both a warning and advice, the Emperor spoke with a flick of his sleeve, sending them all away. Crown Prince shuddered, his face gloomy as he shuffled away with a lowered head. Chapter 442. To war. At long last, the sun dawned on the imperial capital after a tumultuous night, finding the city guards at their posts and the order restored. Zhuge Changfeng and many officials were waiting in the Prime Minister's mansion for updates. A shadow burst in and whispered in Zhuge Changfeng's ear, causing his smile to widen. Prime Minister, sir, what's the situation? The Minister of War asked. Zhuge Changfeng shook his head. Like a true failure he is, the Second Prince could never live up to His Majesty's ability. However, and he laughed, thanks to the Second Prince's tantrum, he left His Majesty open to scrutiny. He is indeed playing the empty city tactic. All he has are some shadow guards and wounded Imperial guards. The Minister of War proposed. Then we can. Of course. Zhuge Changfeng was firm, having grasped the truth. The old man has gone all in on this move of his. He has sent his forces to deal with those two, yet sits steady on his throne to blind us. He'd never guessed that his treasured empty city tactic is now in shambles. It's like the heavens are begging us to take this chance. Ha ha ha. Minister, our forces can begin. Take the Imperial Palace within the week? Zhuge Changfeng's eyes flashed, his voice stern. The Minister of War saluted, as did the rest of the excited officials. The time for a new ruler is upon us. News of the Second Prince's rebellion spread like wildfire, reaching Dugu Zhanshan's ears thousands of miles away 3 days later. Dugu Zhanshan panicked and was about to turn back. He didn't even get to strike camp, though, as a yellow flash landed before the marshal's tent, bearing a scroll with imperial edict on it. Dugu Zhanshan convened with his tigers and received the order. Hear ye, the Emperor's edict. Marshal Dugu is to stamp out the traitors and press on with valor. He is not to return without results. The radiant stage messenger was one of the few capable guards the Emperor had left. For him to come at this time spoke of the importance of this order. Dugu Zhanshan took the edict. I am honored. May His Majesty live a long and prosperous life. And then he put on a heavy look. Is His Majesty safe? Rest easy, Marshal Dugu. Everything has been handled. Second Prince's rebellion was put down swiftly. The messenger smiled. Dugu Zhanshan relaxed, yet was pensive, but this would have revealed all the forces by His Majesty's side. His aged face was filled with wrinkles from all the worry once more. The messenger spoke with admiration. Marshal Dugu is indeed loyal to a fault to the nation. To be frank, His Majesty's guard isn't looking good. But as you can see from His Majesty's decree, you cannot return. His Majesty is burning all his boats. For peace in Tianyu, he is willing to forego even his safety. Dugu Zhanshan shook his head. The messenger nodded slowly. After he left, Dugu Zhanshan looked at the thin paper in his hands for a long time. The emperor feared he'd rush back after catching the news of the capital, and sent this radiant stage expert. Any delay would not only promise a swift end to Zhuo Fan and Regent Estates' war, but would also give them time to recoup. There'd be no point in going then, turning into both sides losing. Dugu Zhanshan was once again touched by his emperor's concern, and struck out camp to set off. Only this time, his marching was faster, hoping to settle the matters here and get back to the imperial capital before anything worse happened. Meanwhile, in a deep ravine, Luo clan and Regent Estate were each parked on the hills opposite of each other, each eyeing the other with the thirst for battle. Despite the declarations of war, despite the drive to quell each other, they still had some qualms about fighting, fears revolving around hidden traps. But time was of the essence, and the sooner they got this over and done with, the better. Which led to an accord to the face-off here, at troubled Falcon's Gully, in a head-on and above-board manner. On the Luo clan's corner, besides Zhuo Fan and his radiant stage elders, there were experts from his 3 allies present as well. Each of them glared at Regent Estate with rage and malice for destroying their homes, hatred consuming them. Regent Estate's side was no different. Its allies mirrored the enemy's thirst for blood and deep rancor. It was by Zhuo Fan's grace that their homes were in an even sorrier sight. The desecration of their ancestors tended to bring out the worst in people. Who knew? Their hatred for Zhuo Fan went beyond bone deep at this point. It was in their DNA. They wished for nothing more than to put Zhuo Fan into a press and squeeze him for all the blood he had. Yet all they've been doing these past weeks was measuring egos by means of glares, with neither wanting to take the first step down this bloody war. It had the added effect of fermenting each side's hatred and testing their ever-thinning patience. That was the only thing they could do, as each side's allies were either under direct orders from Zhuo Fan or Regent Estate. With no right to complain, they just had to wait and wait some more. Steward Zhuo, we've been staring at each other for weeks. When do you plan to attack? Grandmother found the limit of her patience once more and came to urge Zhuo Fan, as she had done many times till now. The other houses nodded. Zhuo Fan was laid back per usual in his comfy deck chair, his lazy eyes closed and his voice drawn out. Easy, we're still waiting for the right timing. Still, until when do we wait? Until we become statues of liberty? Peony Overseer snapped. Zhuo Fan swayed in his chair. The same thing was going on at Regent Estate's corner. Yu Wanshan and company were boiling, but Huangpu Tianyuan and Lang Wuchang reined them in. They were all a powder keg of emotions with nowhere to vent. Whoosh, 2 jade slips arrived at the camps. Zhuo Fan skimmed over it as Lang Wuchang did the same. The two were miles from each other, yet reacted at the same time and in the same manner. Ha ha ha, at last there's movement. What do you mean? Grandmother asked. Snickering, Zhuo Fan shot to his feet and barked. Notify the elders. We attack at once? What? They were all baffled. He just asked us to wait, and the next second he is asking us to attack. Just what on earth happened? Nonetheless, they all began war preparations, eager to get the show on the road and the blood flowing. In quick order, rows of experts rolled out into the valley like a black cloud, glaring at the hill 1,000 meters in the distance. Huangpu Tianyuan and Lang Wuchang brought out their army as well. Zhuo Fan, Huangpu Tianyuan and Lang Wuchang's eyes met and they burst out laughing. We finally get to see today when I can tear you to shreds, all to my heart's content. Zhuo Fan, it's high time you paid for taking away my son. Huangpu Tianyuan roared, to which Zhuo Fan only had derision. Huangpu Tianyuan, let's see you try. Lang Wuchang fanned himself with a smile. Estate Lord, Steward Zhuo, we are all bitter enemies here, with each side wishing to destroy the other. Just that there were so many interferences along the way. This is a rare occasion, with Second Prince's rebellion igniting the chaos, yet Dugu army still marching towards us. It won't be long before Prime Minister Zhuge acts as well and gets him to turn back. That only leaves the two of us to tear into each other with a bright smile on our faces. Isn't it great? So why waste time with pointless chatter? We need to settle our grudges with speed and force, giving time for the winner to take the nation. As for the loser, it will become a stepping stone with no regrets. No regrets indeed, Zhuo Fan beamed. I never pegged Sir Leng to be such a bold man. All words now are useless. Everyone has come prepared, so what are we waiting for? Let's do some killing. No matter what hatred we had before, this battle is all that's important. Whoever stands tall in the end. What do you say, Estate Lord Huangpu? Huangpu Tianyuan beamed as well. Ha ha ha, rightly said indeed. Hatred aside, in the race for power the weak gets eaten. Why would the king of the world ever care about some petty squabbles? Zhuo Fan, you are a man of ambition. For me to fight you today with the world at stake, it is an honor. The revenge for my son no longer matters. Why would a man with his eyes on the world ever mind such trifles? Then, Estate Lord Huangpu, shall we? Zhuo Fan snickered. Huangpu Tianyuan had the same twisted smile as both of them roared. To war! Chapter 443. General vs. General. The leaders' roars rattled the skies and their men's ears. Men poured out from each side like black rain, bone-tempering disciples. The two sides' gazes were locked as the wave of men rushed past them and deeper into the valley. These men's eyes turned red, consumed by madness as they exploded with Yuan Kai. It took only an instant to brandish their weapons and hack their opponents. The entire troubled Falcon's Gully was saturated with people, in the hundreds of thousands, drowning any other sound with their endless manic cries for blood and death. There were rules to war. Soldiers went against soldiers, and generals paired with generals. As profound heaven experts and radiant stage experts were pretty much killing machines amidst bone-tempering cultivators, both sides agreed on having their disciples' battle ignored, opting instead to stare off their equals in cultivation just across the gully. They were the real targets. Killing bone-tempering disciples only brought disgrace. Safe to say, the killing inside the gully among disciples reached the heavens, while their superiors were still in a stare-down competition behind them. Huangpu Finglay? Mad Dipper Lai Jingshan stood out, bowing before the High Venerable. We didn't get to finish our last fight in the imperial capital. With this prime chance befalling, will you dare meet me in battle? Ha ha ha, Lai Jingshan, you're on quite the high horse, shamelessly uttering those words to me. Correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't you under me? Laughing, Huangpu Finglay came forward with an intent to fight and a condescending look. Lai Jingshan grinned. Humph, that's all in the past. All I'm asking is if you would dare to come at me. Why wouldn't I? Huangpu Finglay jumped in the air towards him. Lai Jingshan laughed as he did the same. The two met with a resounding bang, blowing away the clouds for a mile around. Their clash was so loud that the house lords on each side had to hold their ears due to pain. Only radiant stage experts and the likes of Zhuo Fan and Huangpu Tianyuan kept standing tall and observing their duel. Huangpu Finglay shone golden, and 9 dragon images appeared on his sides, the peak of imperial tyrant body art. Lai Jingshan flickered in darkness, enveloped in a black dragon image. He was using Wraith Art's power to cover himself. Both were peak radiant stage experts, armed with profound ranked martial arts trained to extremes. They were the brightest gems around, evenly matched. The surging powers at work here had the valley divided. One side was shrouded in a black dragon, with lightning crackling along its way, the other in glorious golden halo and imposing dominance. Yet neither could win over the other, stuck in a constant stalemate. Huangpu Tianyuan's brow trembled, sighing. I now know why Elder Lai threw his lot with the Luo clan. I don't even recognize this art. But for him to stand on solid ground against High Venerable, it goes on to show how much power it has. I can't fathom how the Luo clan could have such wonderful art. Had Elder Lai stayed in Regent Estate, he'd never have reached High Venerable's level even after training for a century in the incomplete imperial tyrant body art. But now, ha ha ha, estate lord, I anticipated Luo clan might be complex. Elder Lai is no fool, and his complete loyalty to Zhuo Fan shows that he got something great out of it. It was his best choice taking the Luo clan's outstretched hand. Lang Wuchang smiled. Huangpu Tianyuan sighed inside. Zhuo Fan is a genius among geniuses. In under 10 years, he dragged a nobody third-rate clan up the stairs of power, turning it into a colossus. Ignoring him 7 years ago is my greatest failure. If only I knew, I'd have sent everything to cull him. Huangpu Tianyuan squinted. Zhuo Fan had a knowing smile, tracing 2 fingers on his neck as a taunt. Huangpu Tianyuan turned to look at the fight above. Humph, Zhuo Fan, be smug all you want. I may not have taken you out when I should, but your time will come soon, very soon. You aren't invincible. You have yet to taste my 9 dragons' diamond body. Humph. Bang Tilda, the body cultivators in the sky had similar styles, unleashing one overpowered attack after another. It took but a second to exchange 10 moves, with no clear winner in sight. Lai Jingshan was out of breath and bruised up. Huangpu Finglay mirrored him in every regard, except for the shocked look. This was his first time truly going against Lai Jingshan. It was natural to be overwhelmed seeing Lai Jingshan's power reach his level after a mere decade. It used to take less than 10 moves to floor him. This expert today was outraged at his inability to reach the same outcome today. Lai Jingshan was ecstatic. He enjoyed the simple things in life, like challenging his ex-boss who could, at one time, deck him good. Lai Jingshan grinned. Huangpu Finglay, have you been losing your touch the past couple of years? You are not swinging your punches like you used to. Is old age catching up to you? Ha ha ha. Shut your pie hole. I'm only going easy on you, and this is the thanks I get, mockery. In that case, I won't leave you with a shred of honor. Huangpu Finglay went red from anger, yet his heart was queasy since he did give his all. Anything more would mean staking his life as well. Did he really have to put his weary old bones on the line to get out of this? While he was having a hard time making a decision, Lai Jingshan had already made his. He had set out to do one thing today, beat his ex-boss. Missing this chance, Zhuo Fan was bound to finish him off at some point. As a martial fanatic, he just had to beat the guy who had wrecked him years ago or he'd never forgive himself. It would have the added side effect of affecting his cultivation. Lai Jingshan gnashed his teeth and spat. Huangpu Finglay, take this. Lai Jingshan's black aura exploded, shooting for Huangpu Finglay as a black dragon wrapped around him. Humph, isn't it the same soaring demonic dragon again? It won't change a thing. Huangpu Finglay snorted with a shiny golden glow around him. Lai Jingshan had a creepy smile on him, though, and just before impact, he halted to make a sign. Wraith Style's third move, Necro Dragon Screech. Roar. The black dragon image ripped the space in its charge towards Huangpu Finglay. Safe to say, even with Imperial Tyrant body art, Huangpu Finglay would have a hard time fending off such an onslaught from such a short distance. And that was the truth of it. Huangpu Finglay was forced into letting his soul take the brunt. A wound on the soul meant a drop in strength, which translated into defeat. Facing his ex-subordinate and losing, High Venerable's name would be soaked in mud. Huangpu Finglay bit his tongue and spat blood as he made a sign. Imperial Tyrant Body Art's 10th stage, Imperial Presence. Tilda, a golden glow washed over him as a golden dragon roamed around him in an airtight seal. The 10th? Zhuo Fan cried. That's stepping into the Earth-ranked martial art category. Does Imperial Tyrant Body Art have a 10th stage? Huangpu Tianyuan was stumped, amazed that Huangpu Finglay had reached such a level. Imperial Tyrant Body Art had 9 stages, with the 10th stage mere hearsay. Only the ancestors of Regent Estate a millennium ago could reach it. High Venerable is a genius of his generation, no less than the eldest young master. If not for the dragon's soul defending him, he never would have been High Venerable's match. High Venerable is a true genius of the millennium, Lang Wuchang praised. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Huangpu Finglay laughed behind the golden curtain. Lai Jingshan, do you see this? This is the true power of imperial tyrant body art, martial and spiritual unity. Be it physical or soul attacks, nothing can break the imperial presence. Think again. Lai Jingxian grinned. His black aura disappeared as an eerie power built up while he extended 2 fingers. High Venerable, the only way to make your defeat true is by taking you down at your best, Zhuo Fan cried. Elder Lai. Chapter 444, A Martial Fanatic's Honor. A dreadful wave shot from Lai Jingxian's fingers. His face went purple, blood leaked from his mouth and the veins in his arms pulsed, ready to burst. Yet none of that could wipe the excitement off his face, releasing every ounce of power he had. That's the profound ranked martial art, Finger of Death. Sensing the energy, Qiu Yanhai cried. Ever since Steward Zhuo has taught it to us, we haven't had much time to practice it. Yet this geezer has already mastered it. He really is the Mad Dipper? Zhu Qingjian nodded in praise. Only Zhuo Fan sighed. Huangpu Finglei, try this on for size. Despite sucking all of his Yuan Kai, the move launched quickly, leaving Lai Jingxian's finger at his shout. Whoosh! With a series of bangs, something unseen came out of his fingers and went straight for his target. The roaming dragon was outraged. It grew dozens of times in size and retaliated. Its power, as if coming from heavens themselves, pressed on the House Lords with such might. Fear festered in their hearts. Huangpu Finglei, wrapped in his pillar of light, showed shock at Lai Jingxian hiding such a killer move. The power of that soul attack went beyond Radiant stage, and not even with the help of Imperial Tyrant Body Art's 10th stage could he fend it off. Huangpu Finglei was sweating, his big eyes taking on a heavy gaze. Qiu Yanhai and Zhu Qingjian were panicking. Steward Zhuo, that's combination art. Zhuo Fan shook his head. The two were even more nervous now, but he's just one man. How can he perform combination art? Elder Lai may very well be the only one who can. Zhuo Fan sighed. Necro Dragon's Screech and Finger of Death are sole profound ranked martial arts and can be combined. But to do that, both have to be executed in tandem, intrinsically at the same time. Even you two will find it hard to achieve it. But with Elder Lai knowing both of them, combining them is not the issue here. Zhuo Fan's frown deepened, gazing at the aged figure above. Different martial arts imply that Yuan Kai takes different paths through one's meridians. When you launch an attack, there's always a pause before the next. Elder Lai, I'm afraid, pulled out all the stops, unleashing the arts at almost the exact same time. This translates into broken meridians from the clashing flows of Yuan Kai, and you'll be crippled. Elder Lai may have achieved it, but his body is finished. What, Elder Lai? The couple's faces fell, turning to Lai Jingxian. His power was plunging after unleashing the two arts. Elder Lai, why did you have to go so far? Huangpu Finglei is strong, but not invincible. There's no hatred between you two, so why must you pay the ultimate price? Zhuo Fan and the power couple were vexed. This is no kill or be killed situation. Zai Tiancheng whipped out his sword, coming before them, and smiled at the figure above. Zhuo Fan, you do not understand a martial fanatic's heart. If you do not surpass an opponent you recognize, it will leave one with regrets. Today is when these two sides will settle their differences once and for all. If we fail, we will die. If we win, we will kill them. With your strength, Huangpu Finglei will most likely die at your hands, something Elder Lai can't stop. It means that this is his last chance to fight his enemy. He must defeat his opponent by any means necessary. This is a martial fanatic's will and glory, spoken like a true martial fanatic. The people watched Elder Lai pant as blood kept pouring out of him, but his eyes were full of joy, his smile wide. It's so hard to understand the mind of a martial fanatic. The way I see it, winning is everything, but to win at the cost of your own life is highly inadvisable. Zhuo Fan shook his head but smiled. Get ready, it's our turn soon. The rest had fire burning in their eyes. The now huge black dragon image above finally clashed with the golden pillar. Bam! The resulting explosion was like the aftermath of a bomb. The pillar shook under the point-blank impact, slowly getting riddled with cracks. With a snap, it fell apart and dissolved into flickers of light, while the black dragon was relentless in its pursuit for Huangpu Finglay. Boom! Huangpu Finglay felt his brain explode and an excruciating pain riddling his heart. Spitting blood, he slammed the ground, his soul in critical state. While his feeble consciousness still held on, he jumped towards Regent Estate. He knew he had lost this fight. Standing around longer would only mean death. Huangpu Finglay recalled his glorious name as Regent Estate's High Venerable, and grief struck him. The fact that he had lost it all in a single move made this grandpa's aged heart wrought with sorrow. Old Lai, I'll get you for this next time. Lai Jingxian had no time to wait that long. His wretched body had already passed the point of no return. He had to fulfill his wish, no matter the price. Blackness exploded from Lai Jingxian once again, but so did blood. He bore through the pain as he jumped at Huangpu Finglay. Ha ha ha, High Venerable, let's settle our grudges. Wraith Style's first move, soaring demonic dragon? We never had any grudges. It's you who is so pig-headed to push it this far. Huangpu Finglay saw the black figure chase after him and was stunned and puzzled. He noticed Lai Jingxian's odd situation. You should lick your wounds first. We have no hatred. So stop forcing yourself to come after me, all right? Huangpu Finglay felt like crying, unable to make sense of it all. He'd never guessed that Lai Jingxian operated on much simpler motivations, to kill him with his own two hands. High Venerable? Huangpu Tianyuan shot forth, bringing joy to Huangpu Finglay's eyes. Estate Lord. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed golden in the nick of time, cutting Huangpu Tianyuan's timely aid short. Zhuo Fan? Huangpu Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. Zhuo Fan grinned. Elder Lai is on my side, and I will respect any decision he makes. You won't be going anywhere. Humph, we'll just see about that. Huangpu Tianyuan's right hand was enveloped in a golden dragon image for a second before turning into a scaled claw and attacking. The sharp talons whistled through the air. Transformation. Earth Dragon Claw. He knew this move all too well, since he had as well courtesy of his own dragon soul. So Zhuo Fan responded with the same coin. Clang! The clash resulted in screeches grating the ears of others. The two separated, finding the clash even. Zhuo Fan beamed. So you did train in 9 Dragons' diamond body, but that can't be all that a legendary Earth-ranked martial art can do, right? Ha ha ha, Zhuo Fan, this is all thanks to the Bodhi root you got for us. But I won't be going easy on you. You are destined to die today. Is that so? Zhuo Fan chuckled, followed by a shifty smile. Chapter 445, King Against King. Estate Lord, save me. Seeing the manic Lai Jingxian fast approaching, Huangpu Finglay swallowed his pride and begged for help. But with Huangpu Tianyuan and Zhuo Fan doing the tango, help was on hold. To settle this battle, all Huangpu Tianyuan had to do was squash Zhuo Fan. And with the target right in front of him, victory was not something the life of a High Venerable could outweigh. Safe to say, High Venerable's cries for help went unanswered. Leng Wucheng had a contingency set for just this possibility, calling for the rest to move in. Zhuo Fan had the estate lord blocked, but what about the others? Dozens of radiant stage cultivators and profound heaven experts shot for Huangpu Finglay. Regent Estate's 20-plus venerables were even faster. Anyone would panic when their boss life was on the line. Zhuo Fan moved seeing the crowd, and Huangpu Tianyuan stepped in to block him. Zhuo Fan chuckled, not minding it in the least. Whoosh tilde others would handle the radiant stage rescue party, not to worry. The power couple and the 4 scheming demons, with a few radiant stage experts from their 3 allies, moved in. While Yu Wanchen's team of profound heaven experts was facing Grandmother's team, it was Zhuo Fan's plan and his order. No one was to interfere in Elder Lai's fight. Leng Wucheng took in the new battlefield inside. No matter the outcome of today's battle, High Venerable's life is forfeit. Lai Jingxian arrived at last upon his target, the black aura having reached its peak. Huangpu Finglay paled. With the rescue team up a creek, he was left to fend for himself. Shouting, he shone golden once more, roaring, Lai Jingxian, don't test me or I'll fight you to the death. Ha ha ha, just what I want. Lai Jingxian turned into a black dragon as it went head first. Boom. Black and golden glows clashed, shaking the world around them and turning many heads. As the dust settled and smoke rose, the bloody figures became visible. Lai Jingshan was soaked in blood, his chest was caved in, vessels had burst and bones were snapped. His eyes, however, held that look of joy, of pride. Huangpu Finglay was as pale as a sheet of paper, his pupils dilated and half of his body laid shattered, with vague signs of life. Half of his face shuddered, expressing a contorted and grisly image of unbelievable despair. He ran unchecked over Tianyu for 100 years, and never conceived it humanly possible for the day to come when he'd lose in such a wretched and nasty way. Lai Jingshan, we have no hatred. Why must you be so obsessed with my death? Words slipped out of Huangpu Finglay's stiff face. Coughing from the pain in his chest, Lai Jingshan's smile never left him. Huangpu Finglay, today you lost to me in 3 moves. In your blind arrogance, you once said to me that I was of poor talent, only worthy to be behind you. You were strong then, shaking me to the core as I looked up to you as my role model. But 30 years passed while I trained imperial tyrant body art to the 7th stage, only to have my cultivation cut short by your refusal, saying that I'm not worthy to pursue the complete art. When I argued, you beat me up in 1 strike. Then you said that I've reached my limit, and no matter which cultivation method I train in, it'd all be wasted on me, and I'm not fit to follow you. Ever since that day, I've only been a mere guest venerable, an outsider to your venerable circle. And seeing those nondescript regent estate venerables training in the full cultivation method, I could never accept this. Even more so when you said that I have reached my limit. I never cared for being an outsider at all. From then on, you have always been my rival, and I vowed to myself to defeat you one day. That day has come, ha ha ha. Lai Jingshan spluttered blood. Huangpu Finglay felt like crying. Lai Jingshan, you narrow-minded fool, you've held on to that trifling event till now. To you it may be pointless, but to me it was unforgettable. My path has no end, and no one alive can say otherwise, not even you. Lai Jingshan shouted through the pain. Huangpu Finglay sighed. It is my mistake, my. His eyes closed, his face twitched and relaxed. He had let go of all hatred, finding peace. Lai Jingshan showed a confident smile. High Venerable Huangpu Finglay was a man who would put honor above all, but he admitted in the end that he was wrong about Lai Jingshan. Because Lai Jingshan had beaten him, that too in less than 10 moves. Lai Jingshan's cultivation was far from over. I won. Closing his eyes, Lai Jingshan collapsed. Zai Tiansheng appeared beside him, helping him up. He only relaxed after sensing his breath. As a fellow martial fanatic, the headstrong Lai Jingshan was a prime example. He hoped for one day to beat his own rival. Zai Tiansheng's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhuo Fan, shouting, Zhuo Fan, Elder Lai is fine, only blacked out from the wounds. Zai Tiansheng took Lai Jingshan away. Zhuo Fan relaxed, but Zai Tiansheng's look had him stunned. Why does it feel like he's looking at me like an enemy? Aren't we allies? Zhuo Fan smiled dejectedly and turned to Huangpu Tianyuan. Elder Lai and Huangpu Finglay's battle has reached its end. Our top general's fight now has a conclusion carrying a sad tone with it. What sadness! As kings vying for the crown, power is everything. Huangpu Finglay died because he was weaker. I'm not sad, so why should you be? Huangpu Tianyuan snorted. Zhuo Fan sighed. I am not sad about your high venerable. Elder Lai's story has moved me. A story about someone posing for decades, of how his showboating cracked at the seams in his final moments. It's true what they say, posers get thunderstruck. He got what he deserved. Shouldn't Steward Zhuo take heed then, having the same style? Huangpu Tianyuan quipped. Zhuo Fan scratched his nose and nodded. Yeah, after Elder Lai's lesson, I think it's best to not only kill those posing in front of me, but also those I'm posing to. Now that you mention it, Estate Lord Huangpu, have I ever posed with you around? Always, but can you kill me? Huangpu Tianyuan raised a taunting eyebrow. Zhuo Fan looked him right in the eye as the calm gave way to endless bloodthirst. He flashed in his enemy's face, right hand glowing red. Huangpu Tianyuan found the punch already on his chest, reacting only as he was sent flying. Rumble tilde Huang Pu Tianyuan slammed into 3 mountains, cutting them down to size. Huang Pu Tianyuan ended up buried under all the rock slides. Zhuo Fan's grin contorted. I've yet to meet anyone who I've wanted dead but who has survived. Estate Lord. Regent Estate sighed, shuddered, restless. But there was no sign of movement from the rubble. Just as everyone started to believe that he had kicked the bucket in one hit, an eerie cackle came. Hi, Zhuo Fan, is that all your mighty punch can muster? Zhuo Fan deadpanned. Sure enough, 9 Dragons Diamond Body isn't just a fancy name. Now let us begin our fight, king against king. Chapter 446. Unbreakable Diamond Body. Roar tilde dragonic cries echoed from the rubble, 8 of them. The dust around glittered as a golden glow reflected off it, flooding the entire sky. The thick dust had no chance at containing the mighty light show. Zhuo Fan watched the display, fully on guard for anyone or anything that might jump at him. Bam! The rubble pile made of 3 ruined mountains erupted, sending rocks around at breakneck speeds. It took just a blink for the faint figure within that rubble to go from there to over here. The sight of it sent everyone gasping. Calling it a human was putting it mildly. It had the head of a dragon, 4 sharp talons designed to claw the heavens, covered in scales and with a steel-like whip to boot. That thing was a man-eating savage beast. 9 Dragons Diamond Body, full body transformation, unbreakable diamond body. Zhuo Fan gasped. Huang Pu Tianyuan cackled. This is the pinnacle of dragon transformation. 4 dragon souls have become Earth Dragon claws, 1 Earth Dragon body, 1 Earth Dragon head, and the last, Earth Dragon tail. Zhuo Fan, you only have 2 strong arms, of which only one is an Earth Dragon claw. You stand no chance against the might of this unbreakable diamond body. You're finished. Huang Pu Tianyuan's eyes shined with bloodlust. Regent Estate's side got fired up. Except for Regent Estate's venerables. Everyone was in the dark about Estate Lord Huang Pu's newfound power focused on dealing with Zhuo Fan alone. The worry of how to deal with an exemplary freak like Zhuo Fan was now gone, giving way to confidence. Estate Lord's indifference at High Venerable's death became obvious now. He had upgraded himself to the ranks of freaks. Regent Estate's morale was at an all-time high, with victory in sight. While this had the opposite effect on Drifting Flowers edifices, Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Markwise Abode's side. It went beyond their predictions for Huang Pu Tianyuan to come fully trained in 9 Dragons Diamond Body. That made relying on Zhuo Fan to score a win for them somewhat problematic. Anxiety was building. Only Zhuo Fan was casual. Of the 9 dragon vein souls, 1 was his and the 8 were right in front of him. But this guy has only used 7 in his transformation. Is there perhaps 1 more transformation? What will he turn into then? Taking in Huang Pu Tianyuan's monstrous visage, Zhuo Fan failed to see what other transformation could be added to it. He took this as a warning sign for what may come. The last dragon soul may very well be the move to kill me. All the more reason he had to force the enemy to reveal it, create a counter for it, and win this thing. Zhuo Fan flicked his arms. Earth Dragon Soul Transformation! Roar. The roar came from Zhuo Fan's left hand, glowing bright gold and revealing the same claw that Huang Pu Tianyuan had 3 to spare. His right hand turned red as well, bringing out the power of Qilin Arm and Earth Dragon Claw. Huang Pu Tianyuan opened his sharp maw in a taunting laughter. Like I said, you only have the Earth Dragon Claw while I have the unbreakable diamond body. It's time I bring back the 9th Dragon Soul where it belongs. Huang Pu Tianyuan was upon Zhuo Fan in a blink. Zhuo Fan widened his eyes at the sheer speed, just short of shift. He clawed with his left arm on instinct. Clang! The 2 Earth Dragon claws screeched on contact, locked in place. Grinning, Huang Pu Tianyuan revealed a savage look while holding Zhuo Fan's left arm busy. Zhuo Fan was clear on his plan, wanting to turn this into a contest of raw power. And with the old guy's entire body prepped and primed, like Gu Santong's, he had no weaknesses. While beside his 2 beast fists, Zhuo Fan was all human. Even after the grueling refining, it fell short to an earth dragon's body. That made a contest of strength the worst choice. Something Huangpu Tianyuan insisted on. Snickering, Huangpu Tianyuan had Zhuo Fan's earth dragon claw busy while using another claw to slam his brain pan. Bam! This time the clashing sound came from the impact between Zhuo Fan's right arm with the earth dragon claw. The pitch-black eyes looking at him dead in the eye made him clench his teeth. I am more than clear on your left arm, though I am curious. How did you get your right arm to match the earth dragon claw? He, quite a fine specimen. I guess I'll just have to rip it out of your cold, dead body. Huangpu Tianyuan's mouth revealed rows of fangs. Zhuo Fan snorted. Estate Lord Huangpu, your sons were naive, and you're no different. If my head was such an easy target, I'd have long since lost it by now. But where the Emperor and Gu Santong failed, you think you'll succeed. He, that only makes it vintage, becoming my life's prized trophy. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed, his left earth dragon claw tightening on Zhuo Fan's killing arm. Zhuo Fan fumed inside. He tensed his arms to get away, but found them in a vise. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed. Even if you use an earth dragon claw like me, I am a peak radiant stage cultivator, while you are a stage short. Now that you're going nowhere and your arms are locked, you're like a gimp. But even without these two arms, I can still take your life. Huangpu Tianyuan unhinged his jaw and bit on Zhuo Fan's head. The whistling wind between those sharp fangs made Zhuo Fan shiver. His allies were shaking with worry. Zhuo Fan was pinned down and had no place to dodge. Huangpu Tianyuan had to just clamp down, cutting short his life and this war. Zhuo Fan squinted, his brow soaked, waiting for the last moment as he stared into the mouth of darkness and found the tooth decay of logic festering therein, before ducking his head. Bam! The snap of those fangs rattled the ears of everyone while almost blowing out Zhuo Fan's eardrums. It was a testament to its savage power. Zhuo Fan sighed relieved, unlike the tense audience. He had made a lucky escape, but his position was still very much precarious. His hands were still in deadlock, making him easy picking for the monster looming above. Zhuo Fan struggled, but those arms just wouldn't budge. Huangpu Tianyuan toyed with him. He, Steward Zhuo, everyone reaches their end, and today it's yours. You dodged my bite from above, but how will you escape when I attack from below as well? Huangpu Tianyuan opened his mouth again as the tail whipped at Zhuo Fan. The shrill sound that tail made as it traveled stung his mind and vexed his heart. It was more than capable of splitting his head down the middle. But dodging it would put him right between those fangs. Zhuo Fan was pushed into a corner. Luo clan was worried for him, their hearts in their throats. They wanted to come to his rescue, but with how not even Zhuo Fan could overpower Huangpu Tianyuan, their odds were slim at best. Regent Estate's allies had it better, everyone smiling at Zhuo Fan's plight. They'd see the hatred for their ancestors' desecration be repaid in full. Estate Lord Huangpu reigns supreme. Yu Wanshan and others got to an early celebration. But in the face of such a problem, while tied and facing the jaws of death, Zhuo Fan showed no fear. Maybe his flashing right eye had something to do with it. Chapter 447. Stomp ya! Divine Eye of the Void's first stage, shift, whoosh. Zhuo Fan appeared 100 meters away just as Huangpu Tianyuan chomped down with another resounding snap. The tails swept in tandem, cutting the air with such force, a shockwave flew at a lonely hill a kilometer away, whipping it out of existence. The people tensed up at the overbearing display of power. The slightest twitch from that tail will have any one of us gone from this world, just like that hill. Zhuo Fan's eyes were fixed on the ghastly creature, rejoicing at his timely escape. He had Divine Eye of the Void to thank for the lucky break. Alert as he was against 9 dragons' diamond body, facing it was still deadly. The earlier display was enough to make his skin crawl. That's what got him so confident that he can handle me and Gu Santong once he got the Bod High route. Zhuo Fan settled his frantic heart with a long breath. Crack tilde turning his head, Huangpu Tianyuan's neck let out snapping sounds, mocking. Ah, almost forgot you have that as well. You're fast, sure, but are you faster than me? Huangpu Tianyuan flicked his tail and was on Zhuo Fan in a blink. Zhuo Fan saw two claws going for his head and the steel tail coming at him again. Zhuo Fan's eye flashed golden again, and he was gone. But just as he appeared, Huangpu Tianyuan flicked his tail to be in his face moments later. While Zhuo Fan was popping all over, Huangpu Tianyuan was with him every step of the way, leaving no room to even breathe. Everyone was a bundle of nerves watching them go. It was a first to see the ever-cocky Zhuo Fan being on the run, taking with him the confidence they had in winning this war. With Zhuo Fan on the run, who else was left to deal with Huangpu Tianyuan? Zhuo Fan was overwhelmed as well. No matter where he went, the guy was there to welcome him, putting the squeeze on him more and more. It worked to show that his divine eye of the void had room for improvement. His training lacking, Yuanshan and the others were overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Hutilda two blue wings sprouted from Zhuo Fan's back. See phantom wings. Their bluish glow spread, and Huangpu Tianyuan felt his mind slowing down, his view becoming hazy. But as he had trained in 9 Dragons' diamond body, he was a peak radiant stage expert and had the soul to fight back the illusion. But it proved to be a delay enough for experts of Zhuo Fan's caliber. This is my chance. Zhuo Fan used this gap to use his red right arm to punch. Bam! Huangpu Tianyuan was blown away. Zhuo Fan's mouth curled up, but then his face froze and trembled. No way, the mighty Qilin arm actually. Rumble. Huangpu Tianyuan tumbled in the air a few times before getting upright again. He looked at his chest and grinned. There was a faint imprint there, but nothing he couldn't handle. Hi, Zhuo Fan, is that all you could muster after finally catching me open? Humph, that barely even tickled. Huangpu Tianyuan cackled, with his allies tooting their horns in tandem. Drifting Flowers' edifices and the rest were only getting glum. Huangpu Tianyuan was like an unbreakable monster, robbing them of any chance at victory, even if they got lucky enough to take a shot at him. Since besides luck, one had to target his weakness, scoring them the win. But Huangpu Tianyuan didn't have any weaknesses. Zhuo Fan's side was in the pits of despair. Shadow King, Sima Hui, and Fang Qiubai, the innocent bystanders close by, were speechless. We all sensed Huangpu Tianyuan was reborn, but never imagined he'd train in 9 Dragons' diamond body. Zhuo Fan can't do anything. Shadow King sighed. If this keeps up, it'll be Regent Estate's victory, and Huangpu Tianyuan becomes our greatest threat, Sima Hui sighed. We would have lent the Luo clan a hand earlier if we had known. But now Huangpu Tianyuan has an overwhelming position, and this will only make dealing with him harder. The others nodded, and Fang Qiubai said, Gu Santong may be the only one who can fight him. But ever since he went after Zhuo Fan, the bugger has gone missing. Maybe Zhuo Fan finished him off. Shadow King snorted. The kid is tough, but a child at heart. With Zhuo Fan's schemes, even being weaker, he'd have supreme advantage. It'd be simple to kill him in some way or another. Without Gu Santong, how are we supposed to deal with Huangpu Tianyuan? We were supposed to work with Huangpu Tianyuan to nab Zhuo Fan, and then get him later. But now, even if we team up with Zhuo Fan, the 9 Dragons' diamond body isn't easy to surmount. All we can do is watch. His Majesty's plan already has deviations. Sima Hui sighed. Shadow King nodded. Don't be so sure, we still have 2 more people. Who? Sima Hui asked. Shadow King's eyes flashed in anger. His Majesty's 5 divine dragons are real, and he does have 2 experts back in the imperial capital. They were tasked to constrict Gu Santong, but by the looks of things, they'll be going against 9 Dragons' diamond body. What? The 2 cried. These 2 divine dragons were in the dark about this, while Shadow King knew them quite well, judging by his tone. Shadow King smiled at their bewilderment and recalled out loud. They're old friends of mine, in a way, and more than worthy to be called divine dragons. It's natural to not know about them since you came later. Wouldn't you have been quicker to leave His Majesty's side otherwise, knowing he'd be defenseless? The 2 exclaimed. It's all part of His Majesty's plan. But they've been by his side for so many years, yet the Emperor not once let it slip about the extra 2 divine dragons. It went to show how uneasy he felt about them. The two sighed, souring inside back to Zhuo Fan. He glared at his enemy, plans running wild in that head of his. His right arm shone brighter. He still won't give up. Stop wasting time, I am invincible. You can struggle all you want, but your destiny is to lie dead at my feet. Zhuo Fan, there's no getting out of this one. Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes flashed with savagery. Zhuo Fan snickered, flicking his shining red arm. Who can tell? Since my punch does nothing, I'll just have to stomp ya. Stomp. Huangpu Tianyuan glanced at his legs in derision. You only have powerful arms. You think your puny legs can do what your arms can't? We won't know until we try, humph. Zhuo Fan's twisted smile came. Huangpu Tianyuan's common sense was tingling, but seeing how Zhuo Fan's latest tricks were for naught, he had stopped paying it any attention. No matter how sly and slippery Zhuo Fan was, in the face of true power, it was all moot. Huangpu Tianyuan swished his tail and shot for Zhuo Fan. The latter used shift to pop 100 meters above. Huangpu Tianyuan flicked his tail to go after him. Just as Zhuo Fan's mouth curled into a creepy smile, his red right arm smashing down at him. Huangpu Tianyuan scoffed, using an earth dragon claw to block. On contact, the red fist exploded in size, changing its shape from a fist into a spiritual beast's hoof. In the face of the rippling winds, the ridiculous power and boundless might, Huangpu Tianyuan knew he had fallen for it good. With Zhuo Fan coming from above and him from below, it was far too late to dodge. The red hoof even brought along a sense of danger. He hated himself for not keeping his guard up around this punk. Zhuo Fan was laughing. Huangpu Tianyuan, I'll trample those old bones of yours. Tangible projection, soaring killing leg. Chapter 448, Returning Dragon's Roar. Bam! It looked like a hunk of rock was coming down as the red killing leg impacted Huangpu Tianyuan's face, stomping down hard enough to crack something, going by those sounds. Huangpu Tianyuan put up all four claws, but nothing had any damn use in stopping it. He kissed the ground so hard the shock wave engulfed the battlefield. Many experts spat blood from it, taking some much-needed safety distance. The dust rose and covered both of them. As the dust settled, light showed a horrifying scene. Zhuo Fan's right arm had turned into a 100-meter-tall blood-red pillar. It stood upright and tall as it held up the sky. Zhuo Fan was so tiny next to it, making the contrast sharper on how a human being could release such a pillar. Shadow King's side was dumbstruck. Just when they thought they'd seen it all, Zhuo Fan had to get freakier with an even crazier move. That's what he meant by stomping. He has a third leg, but what kind of savage beast has such power? Staring at the 7th-level spiritual beast wings on Zhuo Fan's back and at the hoofed right arm, it got them wondering. How many inhuman parts does he have, monster? They all thought of it, gulped and shook with fear. Zhuo Fan was still within the limits of a human monster up till now, but he had gone beyond with this display. No one there took this conclusion as a good thing. Drifting flowers edifices, veiled dragon pavilion, and sword markwise abode jumped in fright, albeit happy at the reversal. He finally had the upper hand against the 9 dragons' diamond body. His advantage was directly proportionate with their odds at winning this war. Yuanshan's side slumped, their hearts a mess. Just a minute ago, they were hollering that Huangpu Tianyuan had surpassed the freaky Zhuo Fan, only to find out that Zhuo Fan was in fact a human-faced monster. How do you top that? You can go full Earth Dragon for all I care. You still can't take even one of his hits. Yuanshan's side found their earlier confidence maybe just a tiny bit premature. Every single move of Zhuo Fan is filled with mystery and tricks. You can't take him down so easily. Zhuo Fan had better things to do than to mind them, like smiling evilly. The killing leg stuck deeper into the ground, compressing hundreds of meters into a mere dozen. Yuanshan and Regent Estate's venerables felt like crying. Unknown as was the fate of their estate lord under that hoof, but now they wondered if there'd even be a corpse left. If you go on trampling anymore, we won't even find a bone left. That's just barbaric. Zhuo Fan's belief was that true ruthlessness grasped certain victory. Crack tilde Zhuo Fan just kept on pushing, snapping the bedrock like twigs. Each sound only helped drive fear and dread into Yu Wanshan and allies. Drifting Flowers Edifice's side was glad Zhuo Fan had made a comeback, but even they found it hard to see him still going at it. Dude, take it easy. Do you have to turn him into a bone meal? Zhuo Fan's capacity for cruelty was only in relation to Huangpu Tianyuan's danger. He wouldn't leave the enemy the slightest chance. He had to finish him off. This ought to do it. Zhuo Fan's arm glowed red and returned to being an innocent arm. Peering into the hole, he was speechless. The bedrock was turned to powder under the killing leg's power. And a man everyone knew rested in the middle of all the sand. Albeit cracked all over with blood leaking, it was safe to say that he was barely breathing. He's still alive despite killing leg's full power, Zhuo Fan gasped. Everyone had witnessed the might of the killing leg, and now they bore testament to the tough 9 dragon's diamond body. The guy's freaking tough, coughed Tilda. Blood spewed with every motion from his nose and mouth, ears and eyes, but Huangpu Tianyuan got his feet under him, laughing. Zhuo Fan, I definitely didn't see that one coming, but even with that killer move, you still can't take me down. To hell with you and your body. You're now broken and wounded. Since I couldn't kill you with the killing leg the first time, the second attempt will finish you off. Humph, you're half dead, Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Huangpu Tianyuan only laughed harder. Half alive is more like it. Did you forget already? My 9 dragons' diamond body has reached this step with the help of Bodhi root. It's not just tough, but unbreakable. Huangpu Tianyuan made a sign and barked. 9 dragons' diamond body. 8th dragon soul transformation, returning dragon's roar. Roar under the shocked looks of everyone. A green dragon soul shot out of his body and roared as it circled above him. Green lights fell upon him, healing him to perfection, not even leaving a scar as the scales knit back together. When the dragon's soul returned back inside, he was now the very picture of health. Zhuo Fan's eyes trembled in shock. The ascending dragon fused with the Bodhi root, and gets this bastard back to full health every time he's damaged. Adding that tough body into the mix and you'd have an indestructible killing machine. Zhuo Fan frowned. Shadow King's side was keyed up. Huangpu Tianyuan's outrageous power blew their minds. How were they going to beat that? Even if Gu Santong steps in, not even he can do anything. With this old monster healing back whenever, no one can beat him. Fang Qiyubai shook his head. What about the other 2 divine dragons? Can they do it? Shadow King said, all I know is that they can handle Gu Santong but cannot kill him. I reckon Huangpu Tianyuan falls in the same category. As long as there's a way, we'll just think about killing him later, Sima Hui muttered. Huangpu Tianyuan stretched his limbs in taunt to Zhuo Fan above, yet the man was calm and cool. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed and he punched with his right arm again. Since I have no way to finish him off yet, I'll stall him. Torturing him is better than nothing. And who knows, maybe a way to kill him will come out of it. Classic delaying tactic. First bind the enemy, then get some time to think. It was such an obvious choice that even Huangpu Tianyuan could see it. So he retaliated with a flick of his tail and jumped out. Boom. Zhuo Fan's leg smashed the ground, but not Huangpu Tianyuan. Frowning, Zhuo Fan sighed inside. And of course it never goes as planned. He only got Huangpu Tianyuan the first time because of how close they were and having the element of surprise. But Huangpu Tianyuan was a fast learner. He had to keep some distance, and that speed of his was enough to stay clear. What was even worse was that Huangpu Tianyuan wasn't a cocky old coot like he acted, but was cautious instead. The worst enemy was a cautious one, Zhuo Fan sighed. Coming out empty with the enemy on guard left Zhuo Fan in truly dire straits. Case in point, he didn't have the time to take back his killing leg as a bloody maw came from behind. Zhuo Fan, now it's my turn, ha ha ha. Chapter 449, Killin' Shield. With a roar of laughter, a sharp sound came from behind Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan used his left arm to fend it off as his right arm returned to normal size for receiving the next blow. PFF, Zhuo Fan's red hand was now holding a tail. But he wasn't out of the woods yet, as Huangpu Tianyuan's second claw came for him. With both hands busy and being unable to use Divine Eye of the Void at such short notice, Zhuo Fan resorted to using his wings as a cover. Rip! The Earth Dragon's claw pierced them like paper, soaking him in blood. Zhuo Fan's brow trembled with pain, yet he was covered with sweat. At least the Sea Phantom wings were from a 7th-level spiritual beast and were tough enough to hold the Earth Dragon's claw back with the both of them. Zhuo Fan's wings trembled, giving his all to resist. Huangpu Tianyuan opened his mouth as the claws and tail struggled in their confinements. Zhuo Fan needed the slightest distraction, and his head would roll. The sight of Zhuo Fan getting pushed back got everyone tense. He couldn't do anything but be on the receiving end. It was hard to believe Huangpu Tianyuan was just that strong with his 9 dragons' diamond body. Zhuo Fan was only in the profound heaven stage, and even his 2 beast arms weren't enough to save him from a hard time. Blast it! I can only retreat. Zhuo Fan sighed, not liking it one bit as his eyes shined golden. Huangpu Tianyuan could see it clear as day that he wanted to hightail away from the battle. With Zhuo Fan's cunning, falling for his tricks once was bad enough. He had to finish him off now, when he had the upper hand. Who knew what this guy might cook up the next time around? Zhuo Fan was weak here and now, but his endless bag of tricks made him unpredictable. If by some miracle he escapes this time, it'd be even harder to beat him next time, and he needed to deal with Zhuo Fan fast. There was the Imperial family to consider as well. Leaving Zhuo Fan alive now would be cutting his own feet in his fight with the Imperial family. This has to end now. Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes flashed with bloodlust, making even Zhuo Fan shiver. But that wasn't important, as the golden halo in his eye promised safety. Ha ha ha, Huangpu Tianyuan, since I can't beat you, we'll be sure to meet again. Zhuo Fan snickered as he poofed away. Tilda the Ripple was faint, and where a peak radiant stage expert might fail to pick it up, a 9 dragons diamond body could. His creepy ears flinched, and Huangpu Tianyuan mocked. Hi, fat chance, Zhuo Fan. 9 dragons diamond body, Earth Dragon Wave. Roar. Huangpu Tianyuan howled at a spot 1,000 meters away. A beam of yellow shot from his maw, just as Zhuo Fan appeared, panting. Zhuo Fan cried inside, but it was too late. Boom! The explosion shone bright, and Zhuo Fan caught the yellow pillar right in his chest. He paid a summary visit to the bowls of 5 mountains before being buried under their rubble. There was so much dust that it formed a hurricane. It soon cleared and revealed everything in ruins. A red trail came out of the rocks like a bloody spring, and robbed any hope of Zhuo Fan being alive. Steward Zhuo? Qiu Yanhai and the rest panicked. Drifting Flowers edifices and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were also worried. Huangpu Tianyuan mocked. Dragon Vein Soul is a guardian spirit of the lands. Since I train in the 9 dragons diamond body, and am also in the Earth Dragon form, I can pick up any changes in the area. Messing with space around me is like painting a target on your back. That Earth Dragon Wave is my true power. Not even the Earth Dragon Claw can handle it, to say nothing of getting hit squarely in the chest. He's dead beyond any doubt. Huangpu Tianyuan is invincible? Yu Wanshan's side cheered, while the Luo clan paled, their hopes seeping out of them like the blood from those rocks. Huangpu Tianyuan's declaration wasn't just to brag. Steward Zhuo had the worst luck this time, but without him, what were they supposed to do? Despair set in faster than they could accept it. Huangpu Tianyuan only had eyes for Zhuo Fan. To a peak radiant stage expert, only he mattered, the rest were mere flies. As long as Zhuo Fan died, everything else would be foregone conclusion. He had a firm grasp at victory already. Fang Qiyubai's sighed, lamenting and shaking their heads. A mighty character like Zhuo Fan ended up getting one shot by Huangpu Tianyuan. This power is outrageous. Sima Hui watched the monster with fear. Shadow King sighed. 9 dragons diamond body having a tough body was bad enough, but with the Bodhi root, he's invincible. He's worse than Gu Santong. I wonder if those two and I can fight him off. Senior, that's not all. When Gu Santong wrecked Tianyu, he did it alone. His fists were too few to handle so many and ended up limited. But Huangpu Tianyuan wants the world. He has both an army and power. It will be far harder than Gu Santong. Fang Qiubai said. The others considered and sighed again. The battlefield turned quiet with all fighting stopped and everyone turned towards Huangpu Tianyuan, either in fear or joy or respect. But to Huangpu Tianyuan, neither allies nor enemies mattered. Ever since killing Zhuo Fan, he understood one thing from those worshipping gazes. Allies or enemies meant nothing, only ultimate power mattered. With enough power no one could touch him. With enough power no one would question him. Ha ha ha. Laughing, Huangpu Tianyuan flew to Zhuo Fan's tomb, roaring, Zhuo Fan, it's time you return the last dragon soul. I want to reach the ethereal stage, becoming the first in Tianyu. Tilde before reaching the mound. A wave from the rubble caught him first. Huangpu Tianyuan halted, looking in the sky. Zhuo Fan, how are you still alive? Tilde Zhuo Fan was up there the next moment, albeit pale, bloody, and out of breath. His chest sported an extra large hole as well. How convenient that it never went through him completely. He was only heavily wounded, but still alive. Qiu Yanhai's side sighed. Zhuo Fan's very existence kept hope alive. What trick did you pull? That Earth Dragon wave had the power of 8 dragon souls. Those hands might have saved you, but anywhere else it hits, it'd run through you and blast you apart. Even if you used the 2 arms to defend, the shock would have wrecked your body. How is it that you're barely wounded? Huangpu Tianyuan cried foul. Zhuo Fan snickered. Humph, while you have the Earth Dragon wave, I have the Qilin shield. Don't think you can write me off in one hit. Zhuo Fan looked at the red glow over him in joy. As luck had it, from refining the Qilin arm into his body, it even released a red shield. It was the same red cover he saw back in Lightning Canyon, the soaring Qilin's defense. With how not even Heavenly Emperor's purple lightning could pierce it. How could anything else? Zhuo Fan was badly hurt by the impact with the Earth Dragon wave, and not the subsequent shocks. Or he'd be in pieces by now. Zhuo Fan sure was glad that he made the trip to Lightning Canyon. Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes grew savage. Zhuo Fan was playing too close to the now hollow chest with too many skills. Dread started pouring in, thinking of the future. Zhuo Fan snickered. This round is yours. We'll be seeing ya. His wings carried his broken body away. Huangpu Tianyuan roared after him. Where do you think you're going? Your head stays right here. The 2 were gone in a blink. The battlefield was filled with dumb faces with the commanders gone. What are we supposed to do? Leng Wucheng shouted all of a sudden. Damn it, it's Zhuo Fan's trick. Fall back. Chapter 450, Poisoners Collide. What's wrong, Sir Leng? The enemy's morale is weakened. How can we retreat now? Yuanchen asked. Leng Wucheng's mood was heavy, pondering before speaking. I am not too clear myself, but this situation reminds me of the fight in the esoteric debate. The House Lord's heart seized. You can also feel it, right? Zhuo Fan was on the ropes with no way out, but we all know how that turned out. Leng Wucheng's heart thumped. Yuanchen stood dumbstruck and fearful, turning utter defeat into complete victory. Sir Leng, are you saying this time as well? He's clearly wounded, defenseless, routed. Yuanchen refused to believe, but still droned. Though the same happened to him in the esoteric debate. No, he had it far worse then. Yet he still won, breaking Huangpu Qingshan's team and torturing them to death. Sir Leng, do you mean today's defeat is a trap? Yan Bagong shuddered. Since the esoteric debate, Zhuo Fan's savagery had left him traumatized. In any case like this one, the enemy was left for dead, waiting for them to take their head. But everyone knew Zhuo Fan was an anomaly. As long as there was breath in his body, anything could happen. They've seen it far too many times how Zhuo Fan flipped the tables in the worst cases and ways imaginable. Leng Wucheng sighed. I am not sure. The kid is one of the few I can't see through. But one thing is certain, Zhuo Fan was defeated today, but even so he fled. This is a trap to lure the tiger? Everyone shuddered and looked at the 2 armies. Without Huangpu Tianyuan to back them, they were losing ground. In this war, they would end up defeated. With both sides experts around the same level, only Luo clan's fiends stood apart. Not to mention the power couple could waste a regent estate venerable in a blink, each, while the 4 scheming demons could keep 20 of them busy and suffering. If the fight started, they would have heavy casualties. And even if Huangpu Tianyuan made a lucky return, they would only get a bitter victory. And to think that they still had to fight the imperial family, they all found it not worth it. The house lords glanced at Lang Wuchang and nodded, but they had to get the Luo clan's approval first. Qiu Yanhai and Zhu Qingjian showed a creepy smile. Qiu Yanhai roared, "Brothers and allies of the Luo clan together now, let's crush them." "Elder Qiu, our morale is low, how?" Grandmother cried. Zhu Qingjian waved. "They say Lady of Steel fears nothing, so why are you so shaky?" "Don't you see, with the superpowers gone from each camp, the situation is in our favor. Even if it's a bitter victory, it's still a victory, hi. Grandmother looked at everyone to find it was true. She and the other house lord were too caught up in their despair over Zhuo Fan's loss to see with fresh eyes. With those 2 freaks out of the mix, they were the strongest. Grandmother eyed her allies. Was it Steward Zhuo's plan? The 2 looked at each other, then nodded. The couple was out of the loop just as well, though. Zhuo Fan would never do things half-measured. His loss had to be real, but that wasn't the issue here, instead turning it into a chance at victory. Something Zhuo Fan gave them. To get their spirits up, the power couple had to say it's Zhuo Fan's idea. Grandmother and company got fired up. They fell for Steward Zhuo's trap. "Attack! Roar!" The depressed Luo clan faction perked up on the fly and roared. In a war, the losing side would technically be down in the dumps. But led to believe it was all part of Zhuo Fan's ingenious and foolproof scheme, and reminded of his sly character, none took his defeat as real and stormed the enemy. The enemy froze like sitting ducks. Does that mean we fell for his trap? Regent Estate's side turned to the powers that be. But they were now listening to Lang Wuchang's conjecture. They knew it was not like Qiu Yanhai painted it, so how can they still get their spirits up? Those leaders joined them in putting on the same dumbstruck face. Regent Estate faction's morale hit rock bottom, with some even believing that the estate lord was now Zhuo Fan's punching bag in a convoluted scheme of his. State lord was tough, but nothing could stand Zhuo Fan's freaky mind games. Wasn't the eldest young master toyed to death in a 4-versus-1 battle? Everyone paled, their hearts sinking and losing all hope, while the other side was roaring to go. Looking at them like a bunch of sheeps waiting for the axe to fall, Yuanshan cursed. "For God's sake! How the hell did it come to this? It's too late to fall back now, they'll hunt us down, it's better to fight. Is Estate Lord Huangpu so dull as to not see such a simple trick?" "Yeah, how did he get duped by such an old trick?" Lang Wuchang sighed, but he knew the truth. Huangpu Tianyuan was never duped, but was only taking a calculated risk. Zhuo Fan was a bigger threat than the fate of this battle. Regent Estate's experts might die here today, but as long as Zhuo Fan fell, it was a win in his book. He was overconfident in his 9 dragons diamond body, thinking of himself as unstoppable. "State Lord, has the taste of victory gone to your head?" "Did you forget about Gu Santong 300 years ago?" Lang Wuchang sighed. The armies clashed. Rainbow Cloud Palm. Yan Bagong in the lead unleashed his poisoned mist to gain the advantage, but his efforts were met with another poison mist from the Luo clan pushing it back. 9 poison fantasy palm? Yan Song roared. The mist vanished and appeared every now and then, making defense useless. It not only absorbed the rainbow cloud palm, but even poisoned many experts, to the point that even radiant stage experts took a breath of it at some point, getting their power cut. What poison art is that?" Yan Bagong stammered. Yan Song snickered. He, Hall Lord, time sure flies, eh? Do you perhaps find Steward Zhuo's 9 poison fantasy palm a bit stronger than Pill King Hall's rainbow cloud palm? Damn traitor, you dare show your face to me!" Yan Bagong cursed. Yan Song grinned. "Yan Bagong, I never fought you out of respect, but after leaving Pill King Hall, how did you treat my disciple? Today we'll settle all debts." "Debt? The both of you are Pill King Hall's traitors. I will kill you where you stand and cleanse my house. Yan Bagong shot for Yan Song, who did the same. Boom! Two palms clashed, and the poison spread so far that everyone moved 1,000 meters away. They knew the rainbow cloud palm all too well and had no trouble dodging it. But in 9 poison fantasy palms case with its endless variations, it was impossible to defend all 81 poisons from seeping in. In seconds, Yan Bagong was riddled with 5 colored spots, poisoned and in pain. As a fellow poisoner, he knew the hellish power this move had. But with how this move was stronger than Pill King Hall's, along with its eerie movements, he failed to stay clear, ending up losing power as he was poisoned. The more he fought, the worse it got, and the tears welled. Where the hell did Yan Song get this art? Wasn't Pill King Hall the best in Tianyu when it comes to poison and pills? His face fell as he recalled every Luo clan's expert's unique and amazing art. Yan Bagong knew Zhuo Fan was a monster. Is he a living library or what? How the hell does he come up with so many cultivation methods and even a poison one at that? A damn conniving deceiver. Yan Bagong cursed as his face fell. He knew the poison ran deep within him.